You're watching the meeting of the Dallas City Council with Mayor Eric Johnson, Mayor Pro Tem Carolyn King Arnold, Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Omar Narvaez, Council members Chad West, Jesse Marino, Casey Thomas II, Jaime Resendez, Adam Bazaldua, Danelle Atkins, Paula Blackman, Adam McGew, Janie Schultz, Kara Mendelson, Gay Donnell Willis, Paul Ridley, and City Manager P.C. Broadnax, City Secretary Billy Ray Johnson, and City Attorney Chris Caso.
All right, we have a quorum. Good morning. Today is Wednesday, September 21st, 2022. The time is 9:17 a.m., and I now call this meeting of the Dallas City Council to order. This time, the chair recognizes Chairman Adam McGew to introduce today's invocation speaker. Mr. Chairman.
Good morning. I'm pleased to introduce the invocation speaker today. Reverend Dr. Roger D. Haber is the Executive Vice President for Operations at Marketplace Chaplains, an employee care service that was started in Dallas almost 40 years ago. Dr. Haber received his bachelor's degree in social science and secondary education from Stony Brook University, his master's degree with an emphasis in Old Testament studies and pastoral counseling from Gordon Conwell Theological Seminary, and his doctoral degree with an emphasis in leadership development from Northern Seminary. Dr. Haber and his wife Nancy have been married almost 39 years and have 2 adult sons, both of whom are married, and 3 grandchildren. We thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Deputy Mayor Pro Tem, and council members and all of your staff. I am delighted to serve with Marketplace Chaplains that was started here in Dallas almost 40 years ago. Let me just take a moment to introduce our Chief Executive Officer who's with me today too, Mr. Jason Brown. Let us pray. Father in heaven, your word encourages us to pray for our civic leaders. Therefore, we come to you this morning asking your blessing upon the men and women who care for the people of our city and the surrounding areas affected by what happens here in the city of Dallas. We pray you give our mayor and these men and women wisdom for the decisions they make. We pray for them and their families as well, as they have the pressure of leadership on their shoulders. As Rupertus Meldenius, a 17th century theologian, wrote, "In essentials unity, in non-essentials liberty, in all things charity." Father, we pray for the people in our community who are struggling during these difficult times. Health crises, economic challenges, and a myriad of other needs these servant leaders of our community deal with every day. We pray for the safety of those who serve as first responders in our community. As they run into danger to protect and serve, we pray for their families as well as they live with anxiety on a daily basis. Give them peace, Father. And for those who've paid the ultimate price, we pray you will give their families comfort. We pray for the educators in our city as they instruct our young people. Encourage them as they equip the next generation. We also lift up in prayer the business leaders in our community who provide employment for our citizens. These have been hard times. Please continue to give them strength and resources during these difficult days, and for all of their employees and their family members as well. We pray this all in the name of the one who gives wisdom to those who ask, and comfort to those in pain, and peace to those in distress, our Savior, the Lord Jesus. Amen.
Now, everyone, if you would please rise for our pledges of allegiance to the United States flag and the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Okay, members, before we get started today with our official business, we have several announcements, so just bear with us, but they're all important, which is why we're doing them. So, first of all, I have proclaimed September 19th through the 24th of this year as Iron Skillet Week in the city of Dallas. This is very important, folks. The SMU Mustangs are taking on the TCU Horned Frogs this Saturday for the Iron Skillet Trophy, and this Dallas-Fort Worth rivalry game will be the 101st time that these two teams have played each other. Last time they played, SMU defeated the Horned Frogs by a score of 42-34. So we have the Iron Skillet in Dallas right now, and we intend to keep it here in Dallas. So I'm encouraging everyone to go out and support the SMU Mustangs this weekend as part of Iron Skillet Week, and hopefully we hold on to the trophy. Next, we have a few special guests in our audience today that I'd like to recognize, and I want to start off by recognizing the 14th annual North Texas Giving Day, which is happening tomorrow. North Texas Giving Day is known as the nation's largest community-wide online giving event. Since its start back in 2009, the event has raised more than $441 million. And in 2021, the 18-hour event raised a record-breaking $66 million with 103,000 individual donors. So we're grateful to the Communities Foundation of Texas for organizing this incredible event every year and for its great work all year round throughout and for our city. Donations can be made this year, tomorrow, from 6 a.m. to midnight at northtexasgivingday.org. Again, that's northtexasgivingday.org. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to the president and CEO of the Communities Foundation of Texas, David Scullin, so he can come and talk to us a little bit about North Texas Giving Day, and then we're going to have them come down and take a photo with the full council.
Mayor, thank you so very much. City council members, city staff, we so much appreciate this proclamation. My name is Dave Scullin, as Mayor Johnson said, and I'm the very proud President and CEO of the Communities Foundation of Texas. It's a fantastic organization that I've been privileged to have the opportunity to work with for the last almost 6 years. And one of the big things we do is we put on Giving Day. And on behalf of the CFT team, we're honored that you recognize North Texas Giving Day with your proclamation. You know, Communities Foundation of Texas has been leading North Texas Giving Day for 14 years, as the mayor said, helping to empower anyone and everyone to give back to their community. And over the years, as he has said, that we've generated for this community, when I say we, it's not CFT, it's the big we of our community, has generated $441 million. Now that's across 20 counties. What he didn't say is the plurality of those dollars are coming from the city of Dallas and Dallas County, and so you are huge supporters. You're the ones that make this thing happen. And each of you here today are an important part of making North Texas Giving Day the largest day. And with your leadership in each of your respective districts, we can catalyze the spirit of giving throughout this entire community. And that's why one of my outstanding staff members stopped by all the council members' offices with the bags today. I know you get things all the time, and thank you so much for putting on the t-shirt and the hat. It is, I'm saving my powder for tomorrow, so I'll have that on tomorrow. But it makes a difference, sending a message that you are supportive of this whole event and what it means. And let me be clear that CFT, while we created this event, it's become a community event that we are fiduciaries in putting on. And we have multiple sponsors to help us make this happen. But I need just to acknowledge one in particular, and that's Amazon. They partnered with us for a second year to help elevate this day, bringing their unbelievable talents and amazing capabilities to help make this a successful event. They have a huge footprint in this community, and they are showing that they are part of this community. And representing Amazon today is Vicki Yakunin. She's up here. She'll wave, I hope. And I want to publicly thank her for her organization, for their contributions to all of this. I also want to acknowledge why we do this, and it's all about the nonprofits that are making our community a better place. And there are 3 of them today. Now, we raised money for over 3,000 of them. We only have 3 today, but they're a mighty team, and I just want to acknowledge them. On the Road Lending, they're helping people get access to reliable transportation to provide for their families. Dallas Casa, advocating in the community and in the courtroom for children so they can grow up safe in permanent homes where they can thrive. And then finally, Better Block Foundation, educating and empowering communities to reshape and reactivate built environments to promote the growth of healthy neighborhoods. So this year, we're encouraging residents in our communities to find their passions and give with hope. It's not just about a financial contribution, it's about a personal contribution and support. And just imagine the impact that we can have if we all engage together in support of our community. And I hope we all agree that the nonprofit sector itself makes life better for literally every single one of us here across the community. So really, we are investing in ourselves. So when we invest in nonprofits, good things happen. Children are supported after school, cures are found, dogs are rescued, veterans supported, and I could name dozens of other things that are good here that happen in this community. So thank you so much for your time this morning, and don't forget to make your gifts tomorrow and ask others you know to be part of this amazing community event. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David. And if you could have anyone who's with the Community Foundation come on down here and take a photo with us. And then I'll have a few more announcements. And then we have a couple of announcements from others. So come on down.
This spot right here. This spot right here. You don't want to get by me today?
Don't sit down,
okay.
you will not be there.
Don't get by me. There were 2 more.
Okay. Continuing with the theme of giving, I'd like to highlight another special group of guests that we have in our audience today, and that is some of our top-tier sponsors and partners from last month's Mayor's Back to School Fair. Thanks to the very generous support of partners such as the ones who are here today, we were able to provide free school supplies, services, and information to more than 10,000 students and their families, which is a record. So if you would please stand as I call your name, we want to recognize you, and then we'll have you guys come down and have a photo as well in just a moment. So Santander, Amazon, Encore, Walmart, Kroger, and of course our very own City of Dallas Office of Environmental Quality and Sustainability. Let's give them all a huge round of applause for what they did to make this year's fair the most successful ever. I just want to say thank you again for your very generous support of our residents, and especially our young people. I'm going to now turn it over to 2 people who are going to give us a couple of brief remarks regarding their involvement with the Back to School Fair, Suzanne Massey and Megan Steckley. And after that, we'll have our photo.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. My name is Suzanne Massey. Hi, Adam. I am the Vice President for Santander Consumer USA and Santander Community Partnerships. We greatly appreciate the honor to come before you and share about our commitment to the City of Dallas. Santander Consumer USA is an auto finance company committed to helping our customers, our people, and our community prosper. Our headquarters is here in downtown Dallas, just a few streets from City Hall on Elm, located in Santander Tower. Santander Consumer is dedicated to building equity and inclusion for all, and we are partnering with many of the organizations that the city is partnering with, such as Builders of Hope and Child Poverty Action Lab. And when the pandemic hit, Santander provided funding through the Mayor's Fund to bolster small minority business entrepreneurs in downtown Dallas, storefronts as well as elsewhere. The foundation this year alone has committed $5.6 million to over 40 organizations in the Dallas area through 5 pillars: education mobility, physical mobility, social and racial justice, sustainability, and economic mobility. Connectivity is a necessity for economic mobility. And back in 2019, prior to the pandemic, the foundation invested in a small organization at the time called the Dallas Innovation Alliance. This initial funding provided for a converted school bus to become a mobile learning lab and mobile connectivity access point. Once the pandemic hit, it became painfully obvious that connectivity was a necessity, and SC joined forces with digital nonprofit CompuDopt. In January of this year, on MLK Day, Councilmember Schultz and Donnell Willis joined with our launch to address the critical issue of digital inclusion with CompuDopt. SC committed $7 million in Dallas alone to be invested with laptop distribution, digital literacy, and a wireless mesh network, serving the most underconnected here in the city. Following this effort, Santander will expand this project across the U.S. with an overall $35 million commitment to digital inclusion. As a financial institution, financial inclusion is another philanthropic commitment in which Santander is supporting with $15 million. This effort with City Year and Operation Hope was piloted here in Dallas as well. We were glad to support and serve the Mayor's Back to School event with our employee volunteers and nonprofit partners, the Concilio, Europe, and CompuDopt, who joined us. Thank you for letting us be a part of serving Dallas school children. Finally, before I turn this over briefly to Megan Steckley with CompuDopt, I want to express great admiration for the time investment, commitment, and sacrifice through your service. We know this is challenging work, and we thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak this morning and share a few words. I'm Megan Steckley. I'm the CEO of CompuDopt, and we're a national nonprofit organization addressing digital equity by providing free computers, connectivity, digital literacy, and workforce development programming. We're in 16 states and 26 cities, but I think Dallas has quickly become my favorite. It has been an honor for us to be a part of the Mayor's Back to School event this year and to see the commitment from the city to supporting Dallas youth and their development. We're also grateful, of course, to Santander Consumer for their $7 million investment in changing the lives of families through digital equity programs like ours, as well as their greater $35 million gift that will help us expand this offering across the United States. The digital divide is an incredibly solvable problem, and through the partnerships and investments that people within your districts, nonprofits, yourselves, and other corporations have made, it's something that we can truly close the gap on and hopefully in the very near future no longer need to speak about as an issue. Thank you again for the invitation to be here today and for the recognition and need of this work in the community.
Thank you so much. Now, if everyone who was part of the Mayor's Back to School Fair who was here in the audience, if you would come on down and take a group photo. If you have your proclamation, that's nice too. Thank you for being here.
Come on back there.
You create a third position in between the mayor pro tem and
Come on
deputy mayor
in.
pro tem and the deputy assistant.
Come on in. All you gotta do is do like this. Move that over and scoot on up. I hate that. Now we just scoot that one back.
It take two of your people to stand to take a photo.
You don't know what they're doing.
It take two of y'all, take two of y'all.
Okay, at this time, Chair recognizes our Deputy Mayor Pro Tem for a special presentation and announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first announcement I just want to mention is if folks can take the time to think about and send whatever kind of energy you can to the countries of Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic, which are dealing with Hurricane Fiona as we speak, literally 5 years after they were both devastated by Hurricane Maria in 2017. And for those that are interested in donating or sending anything, you can go through the American Red Cross in order to help out our sisters and brothers in Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic. And thank you for that moment, Mr. Mayor. And then we have a bittersweet special recognition for some really amazing organizations in District 6 that during the pandemic worked together to, in my opinion, save tens of thousands of lives during the pandemic. And we finally are able to be together where we can recognize some of these organizations. So I'll read the special recognition that you, Mr. Mayor, put together in order to honor these organizations. Whereas the United States Hispanic Contractors Association supported organizations West Dallas One, Voice of Hope, San Juan Diego Catholic Church, and La Fundación de Cristo partnered with the City of Dallas to educate residents about COVID-19, distribute personal protective equipment, register neighbors for COVID-19 testing and vaccines, and host COVID-19 pop-ups for testing and vaccine, and distribute food during the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas founded 30 years ago, the U.S. Hispanic Contractors Association is a nonprofit construction trade advocate organization committed to enhancing the economic growth of its membership as part of its mission. The group aids workers, business owners, their families, and community partners whenever and wherever the need arises. And whereas the United States Hispanic Contractors Association demonstrated great leadership during the COVID-19 pandemic by joining with the state of Texas, Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Omar Narvaez's office, and local nonprofits to meet the growing needs of our community. And whereas a new partnership emerged with the City of Dallas, the United States Hispanic Contractors Association, West Dallas One, Voice of Hope Ministries, San Juan Diego Catholic Church, and La Fundación de Cristo, these organizations came together to help Council District 6 with basic needs, but to also help educate residents on how to prevent the spread of the COVID-19 virus. And whereas through this partnership, the 75212 zip code in West Dallas became one of the first zip codes in the city to achieve herd immunity based on data provided by Parkland Center for Clinical Innovation. Now, therefore, I, Omar Narvaez, Deputy Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Dallas, on behalf of Eric Johnson, Mayor of the City of Dallas, do hereby extend special recognition on September 21st, 2022, to the United States Hispanic Contractors Association, West Dallas One, Voice of Hope Ministries, San Juan Diego Catholic Church, and La Fundación de Cristo. Congratulations to you all, and thank you for your work. And at this time, Mr. Mayor, if we can allow Mr. Frank Fuentes with the Hispanic Contractors to say a few words. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Fuentes.
Honorable Mayor of the City of Dallas, my good friend, Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Narvaez, honorable members of this council, it's hard to imagine that this time last year we were still dealing with this pandemic. And if anything we learned during this pandemic was how to partner with communities, not only in Texas but around the U.S. But more specifically to today, I want to congratulate not only your office, Mayor Pro Tem Narvaez, but your staff. Because had it not been for your staff that provided the logistical assets that we needed to provide the vaccines, to provide the testing, to provide the PPE, I'm not sure that we would have been as successful as I think we were. So with that in mind, I'd like for them to ask Laura, Cadena, and Marco if you could also stand and also be recognized with us, because without them, I'm not sure that we'd be here today. So thank you for this incredible honor. It is such an unspeakable privilege to be here in Dallas today, and thank you for being our friend, Mayor Pro Tem. It has been an honor working with you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to these council members.
Thank you so much. And if we can go ahead and get a picture at this time, Mr. Mayor, we can.
Come on down. Yep, go ahead. Come on down.
If y'all want to come to the center, they'll open up the thing and we'll take a real quick group picture. Thank you all. Thank you again.
All right, Madam Secretary, we're ready for the open microphone speakers. Let's do it.
Oh, I'm sorry, I just had one.
Thank you,
quick
Mr. Mayor.
announcement,
Good morning. Your first 5 registered speakers will be heard by the Dallas City Council. Any remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of the City Council agenda. I'll now recite the speaker guidelines. Speakers must observe the same rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct applicable to members of the City Council. Any speaker making personal, impertinent, profane, or slanderous remarks, or who becomes boisterous while addressing the City Council will be removed from the room for those speakers that are in person. Individuals will be given 3 minutes to speak. You notice the time at the monitor on the podium. When your time is up, please stop. Also, speakers, please be aware of the City Council rules of procedure that during your public comments, you are not allowed to address a City Council member by name. Please address your comments to Mayor Johnson only. Your first speaker, Fred Allen.
I want to read a brief statement. This comes from 2019. It says, our neighborhood has suffered for 12 years with a very slow or no response from DPD and fire. We have 2 deaths. Criminal activity has increased because of the lack of services provided by Dallas. 8 pages of petitions from my neighbors. 8 pages. So my understanding was that we were supposed to have an annexation hearing with Grand Prairie. Our due processes were violated because those meetings were supposed to be open. They were supposed to have a meeting in that neighborhood that never happened. We were never circulated information in that neighborhood pertaining to those annexation meetings. And no one from that neighborhood was able to speak. If you will go through the first page, I've highlighted every violation. It's in yellow. We'll skip over the second page and go to the third page. I've invited each and every one of you to come out to that neighborhood. No one has ever responded. No one has ever showed. If you'll look at that map, the area circled in yellow, that's where we are. To the east of that area sits Mountain Creek Lake. To the west of that area sits Grand Prairie. To the south of that area sits Grand Prairie. To the north of that area sits Grand Prairie. You guys have canceled the interlocal agreement. So therefore, if something happens out there, we would have to depend on the slow response time from Dallas Police and DFD to that area. Grand Prairie is no longer responding. Page 4, there is a text message there. If you'll look at the time starting at 11:08, and you can read it all the way down to the end, you'll see where our rights were violated. I don't need to read it, it's there. Page number 5, I made a call to this particular office asking to be heard at a Quality of Life committee hearing. They acknowledged my call, left me a voicemail thanking me for calling. When I made the third call, I was told that that message would be passed on. I never got a response. The next page, Samsell and Hardy Road. Let me explain to you what's going on there. This area here, my neighbors were cited for high weeds and grass in that area. The media came out, did a story on that, found out that that belonged to the city of Dallas. Dallas handed it over to Grand Prairie, as they did Mountain Creek Lake Park. The next 2 pages, after I spoke to you guys on the 24th of August, had a gentleman come out to my house and take pictures of my house from the street. That picture shows a Florida license plate and an unmarked vehicle. My neighbor approached him and asked him who he was. He said he was from the water department. Water department doesn't take pictures of homeless folks. They don't do it. And the next picture is the same thing. Another harassing vehicle in the neighborhood taking pictures of homes.
Your time has expired.
Okay, only thing I want to say at that point,
Thank you.
we need to be out of here. We need out. Have a good day.
Marjorie Stakely.
Marjorie E. Steakley, District 11. I'm here today to request that the practice of fluoridation of Dallas water be discontinued. My parents voted for this back in the 60s when I was a very small child, and my mother, before she died, eventually regretted her choice. I have a Bachelor of Arts in Biology from SMU and a Master of Science in Biology from UTD. I worked for several years at Baylor College of Dentistry, and then I worked in some research labs at University of Tennessee, Memphis. Fluoridation has affected me personally. I have advanced arthritis in both knees, which is fluorosis of the bone. And I'm now using a rollator, which I didn't have to several years ago. I have hypothyroidism, as my father had, and the reason I have provided a diagram, which I drew myself. At the top is the electron, the atomic structure of fluoride. To the right is of chloride, which is added to the water as a antimicrobial, and at the bottom is iodide, which is an essential nutrient for the thyroid. And if you look at the structure of fluoride, the outer electron shell, as I've drawn, these are called the valence electrons. And notice that there's very little between the concentrated positive charges in the nucleus, which I've shaded dark in the middle, and the electrons which are responsible for its chemical activity. In contrast, iodide at the bottom has several layers of inert electrons which shield the nucleus from the exterior of the ion. And so this is why natural selection chose iodide as the thyroid nutrient. And so the hydrofluorosilicic acid being added to the water is outcompeting the iodide, and consequently I'm having hypothyroidism as my father did before me. I'm on disability and on a fixed income, so I cannot afford a reverse osmosis system. So if you either discontinue or allow the public, including myself, to vote on the matter, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Newland.
Hey, good day, Honorable Mayor. My name is Linda Newland. I live in District 7. I actually found a memorandum on y'all's website. It's dated 9/9/2022, and it's to Honorable Mayor and council members in regards to Agenda 29 that would be voted on 9/14. Which was in regards to a 2-year contract to purchase chemicals to treat the water and add hydrofluoric acid, which y'all call fluoride, but is actually a byproduct of the fertilizer industry, which is actually a poison. It was from Deputy City Manager. It speaks of 2 open mic speakers on 9/7 that oppose continually adding fluoric acid. On the attachments, I found dates of 2014 and 2016. On the top of the attachments was dated 8/30/2022. It was updated. Well, I surely would like to see what the attachments look like before they were updated. Would that be possible? It also mentions the National Sanitation Foundation. Did you know that back in 1990, they changed their name to NSF? So y'all are still putting National Sanitation's name in there. So tell me more about your outdated information. Tell me more about your one-sided opinion. I have made comments on the attachments. On page 1, speaks of Healthy People 2030 to increase from 73% people to 77.1, to add more water, toxic chemicals. Page 2, I added babies get way too much, as well as the unborn. Page 3, I noted to ask to show me the scientific evidence, while I can show there is harm from that fluoride. The scientific evidence seems to be elusive. Has anyone actually seen the scientific evidence? I want to see it. And is the memorandum an agenda itself? Don't you know that toxic is harming each and every one of us?
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Serena Lolan.
Good morning, Serena Nolan from District 13. I first want to start by thanking Councilman Baz for the brilliant win-win fluoride solution of redirecting the resources spent on adding fluoride to our water to an educational program of good dental hygiene and supplying toothbrushes and toothpaste to the indigents within our community. It's a common sense solution for the common good. His motion to separate out the issue of fluoride last week from agenda item number 29 was defeated by a 7-7 tie vote. But there were 15 council members present last week, as I am quite sure your minutes that you'll be certifying today can attest to. So I'd like to call your attention to the City Council Rules for Procedure for the City of Dallas, last amended in March of 2022. Very quickly to paraphrase, Section 4.5, every present member must vote yes or no unless there's a conflict of interest. Section 4.9, all members are expected to attend meetings and stay in attendance. Section 4.10, no member shall leave a meeting while in session without first advising the presiding officer. And lastly, Section 3.4, Code of Conduct Enforcement. The city manager is acting sergeant of arm and should be furnished with whatever assistance is needed to enforce the rules of city council. A council member, in fact, my council member, also the crime boss of the month by Daily Express.
Point of order.
Sashaying off.
State your point of order.
No, I thought there was no anything, you have to stay on the subject and not call out council members individually.
He didn't use the name, and she has a right to say what she wants on this issue she wants to speak on.
Anyway, council members are not allowed to go sashaying off and hang out in the corridor to dodge an obligation to vote. The sergeant of arms should have gone into the corridor where I suspect all knew she was hiding. We could certainly see her from where we were sitting, and enforce the rules of this city council. And she should have been returned to the table, to the count chambers, and cast her vote. Should have been accompanied by police officers if that's what it took, because that's what you would do with the miscreant member of the general public that was not following your rules. Anyway, this dereliction of duty negates the vote on the motion to separate out fluoride from agenda item number 29, and I expect the council to readdress this. This vote is not legally standing. I went down to the 5th floor and dropped off toothpaste for all of you to look at the box, where it says very clearly on there, do not swallow. There's also a warning on the boxes that say, if you do swallow, then you should
Your time has expired.
Personnel or the poison control.
Thank you. Thank you. Arman Arashvan. Arman Arashvan is not present. Peter Mundo.
Peter Mondo, District 9. I listen to all sorts of podcasts, and what I'm hearing more and more and more is how important local government is becoming in the United States. And the reason why these people are saying that is because the three-letter agencies of the federal government just seem to be captured. Do you remember Bernie Madoff? The SEC was supposed to catch Bernie Madoff. They didn't, despite the fact that what he was doing was mathematically impossible. The SEC didn't go after them. They protected him. How about the FDA recently sided with Pfizer to hide the results of the first vaccine studies? And so is the FDA protecting Pfizer? Is it protecting the people? You have the FBI and the Justice Department, obviously acting as political tools as opposed to protecting the rule of law. So you guys are it's going to happen at this level because the federal government is not going to do it. So I'm here to talk about the 240 cities who have stopped putting fluoride in the water system. And truthfully, the group of us who have been doing this stuff, coming to you and speaking to you for the last 10 years, are just dumbfounded that you haven't done it as well. Fluoride can cause your teeth to be mottled. Fluoride can cause your bones to be weakened. And now it's become apparent that fetuses don't have the blood-brain barrier to keep the fluoride out of the brain in very small children and fetuses. So 2 counties right next to each other, one with fluoride, one without, the kids are 5% higher IQs. These are studies done by Harvard and presented in the highest journals available. So guys, you voted not to stop adding this stuff to the water last week, and you've seen the evidence, so what I was going to do, I was just going to read off the names of all the council people who voted to continue to add this stuff to the water supply, but I just found out that I can't say the names of the council people. But that's my real message to the people of Dallas. Find out if your councilman is aware of what's going on with the fluoride. And if they're going to continue to vote to put it in, please don't vote for them. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes your first 5 registered speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Let's move on to our voting agenda then.
Thank you. Agenda item 1 is approval of minutes of the August 23rd, 2022 special call meeting and September 7th, 2022 city council meeting.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Next item.
Agenda item 2 is consideration of appointments to boards and commissions. This morning you have individual full council and an officer appointment. Your officer appointment is being separated to allow the nominee to be appointed to the board first before being appointed officer of the board. Your nominees for individual appointment to the Citizen Homelessness Commission, Letitia C. Owens is being nominated by Councilmember Thomas. Ms. Owens meets the Experience Homelessness special qualification. To the Commission on Disabilities, Suzanne Shaw is being nominated by Councilmember Mendelson. Ms. Shaw meets the Committed to Community of Disabled Persons special qualification. To the City Plan and Zoning Commission, Zarin D. Gracie is being nominated by Councilmember Thomas. To the Dallas Public Facility Corporation, Zoe Halfman is being nominated by Councilmember Willis. Ms. Halfman meets the General Public Special Qualification. Your nominee for full council appointment to the Trinity River Corridor Local Government Corporation, Vincent T. Parker is being nominated by Mayor Johnson. These are your nominees, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a motion? It's been moved in second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Your officer appointment, Letitia Owens is being nominated Vice Chair of the Citizen Homelessness Commission by Councilmember Thomas.
Before we take a motion on that, am I allowed to vote on vice chair nominations?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, you're allowed.
Just want to make sure. All right, is there a motion? It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 3, authorize a public hearing to be held on September 28, 2022 to receive comments on the FY 2022-23 operating capital and grant and trust budgets. This is your item, Mr. Mayor.
Chairwoman Mendelson, you have a motion?
I move to call the September 28th, 2022 budget public hearing.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion, Chairwoman?
No.
Any discussion, anyone? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Next item.
Mr. Mayor, agenda item 4, let me note for the record, agenda item number 5 must be considered before agenda item number 4 may be considered. Therefore, your briefings continue, Mr. Mayor.
Wonderful, Mr. City Manager. I think I throw it over to you now. I think.
Mayor, may I be recognized for a motion on item number 4?
I think we have to do 5 before 4. Is that what they're saying?
That is what's noted.
City Attorney's Office has given me a motion.
Okay, City Attorney's Office has reviewed your motion. State your motion.
I move to defer this item to September 28th, 2022.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Chairwoman Mendelson, you have 5 minutes on your motion to defer. Which item is that, number 4?
This is item 4.
Okay.
And I believe we have to consider the rest of the budget, but if the city attorney would like to speak on this item, that would be great.
Tammy, can you go ahead and address the question about considering item 4 and 5?
Just to clarify where we are procedurally, because I understood that we had to take up item 5 before 4, but your motion is to defer item 4. Correct. So remember, you've heard the motion. It was seconded. So we're on the issue of deferring item number 4.
Mr. Mayor.
Point of order.
I see several lights. Was that
Point of order.
State your point of order.
I believe this motion is out of order procedurally.
I believe agenda item number 5 must be heard or considered before the public hearing needs to be heard.
That's what I said, I thought, and then I heard that the city attorney said that the motion was in order. That's not correct? Okay.
It's in order after 5.
Okay, so then I need you to
I'd
withdraw
like to
your
withdraw the
motion.
motion.
If there's
Thank you.
any objection. There isn't any, so the motion's withdrawn. Thank you. I thought I'd asked that question and got an answer to it. Okay. So now I will entertain a motion on what item, you need to read item 5 into the record first?
Item 5 is a public hearing. I believe it can't be heard until 1 o'clock. Nope. Okay. All right. Then I'll read item 5. Thank you. I'm sorry. Agenda item 5 is a public hearing to receive comments on a 74.58 cents per $100 valuation property tax rate for the 2022-23 fiscal year, as discussed on August 24, 2022. City Council will vote to adopt a tax rate on Wednesday, September 28, 2022 at Dallas City Hall, City Council Chambers. Are there any individuals in the audience that would like to address the City Council on this item, item 5? There are no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Milson, is there a motion on item 5?
Yes, I move to close the public hearing in accordance with Texas Tax Code Section 26.06D. Announce that the City Council will vote on the proposed tax rate on September 28th, 2022, no earlier than 1 p.m. in the council chambers at Dallas City Hall, 1500 Marilla, Dallas, Texas, 75201.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion, Chairwoman Mendelson? Item 5. Do you have any discussion?
Nope.
Is there any discussion, anyone? Hearing none. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Agenda item 4. It's an ordinance setting the tax rate at 74.58 cents per $100 assessed valuation, which includes 54.03 cents for the general fund and 20.55 cents for the debt service fund, and levying ad valorem taxes for the city of Dallas, Texas for fiscal year 2022-23.
Ms. Milson, you have a motion?
It might not surprise you that I'm going to move to defer this item to September 28th, 2022.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion, Chairwoman?
No.
Any discussion, anyone? Deputy Mayor Pro Tem, you're recognized for 5 minutes on the motion to defer on item 4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be voting against this motion to defer. All this motion does is sets the tax rate for us to say we cannot go any higher than 0.7458 cents. If we vote today, next week, to reduce the tax rate in any way, shape, or form, you can still reduce it. This isn't really a necessary motion to do next week. So reducing the tax, if you have a motion on the floor today to reduce the tax rate and it passes, it will reduce the tax rate. All we're doing here is saying we're setting the tax rate to go no higher than 0.7458 cents per 100. We can't go any higher, but we can always go lower if we choose to. So I will be voting against it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Chairwoman Schultz, you're recognized for 5 minutes on the motion on item 4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask my colleague to explain the rationale for this deferral.
Would the city attorney's office like to discuss why they brought forward this suggestion?
Tammy or Teresa, could you address the question, please?
Absolutely. The budget has to be, the hearing is called for next week, then the budget has to be passed before the tax rate is adopted. So they're moving it to next week after the public hearing on the budget.
So what you're saying is that the budget drives the tax rate? Isn't that reverse?
No. The budget hearing has to occur first, then the budget passes, and then the tax rate.
But don't we derive our budget from what we decide that the tax rate should be?
The other way around, I do believe, but I will let Jack answer that question.
It's the other way around, Councilwoman. You got to know how much you intend to spend, and then you calculate the rate based on the tax revenue minus all other revenue based on your expenses.
Sorry, I was raised the opposite way. I was raised to budget from what I had, not from what I want to have. So that's why I'm trying to understand the rationale for this.
If I may, Jack Ireland, CFO, it's also...
Yeah, it just seems
that's the way
irresponsible.
it's laid out in state law. You adopt the budget first, you adopt the tax rate
Okay, well,
second.
that answer, so it's the state, not us, that are going in that system. Okay, well, thank you, that explains a lot.
Mayor Pro Tem, you're recognized for 5 minutes on the motion on item 4.
All right, thank you. Just for me, for the city manager, I want to make sure that I'm in sync with where you're trying to lead us as we move forward with, of course, your recommended budget and making sure that what we vote on clearly speaks to, among all things, the racial equity piece that is very sensitive as it relates to bringing equity to the southern sector and the historically underserved communities. So I don't want to vote for something that might put us at risk. So how is this in working in tandem with where you're trying to take us as a city with the budget?
So, Mayor Pro Tem, the motion is in order as it relates to we have to have the public hearing next week and then adopt the subsequent rate. I think the confusion, on this particular agenda, and you got it detailed, I believe, in our memorandum on Friday, is that we did not correctly advertise the public hearing that we were supposed to hold on all of these matters today, and so therefore we've deferred it to the 28th as well as this particular item, and so that's why it's showing up today.
Right, so what I'm asking city manager definitely for the purpose of understanding how the budget will affect us, particularly in those underserved communities, with what's being proposed here, is there any real, I guess, conflict with any of the content that we may vote on as it relates to just, I think would be what, item 5. So here you're seeing more detail of specific funds. So why is that necessary?
So again, the particular item number 4 that's being deferred is just the tax rate, which is basically the tax rate that provides the property taxes for the proposed budget as amended by the City Council last week. And so by this being deferred, there is no direct impact. Now, the next briefings and the discussions we have on items to include or not include in the budget to amend it may have an impact on other services and or things that might impact your district or the city in general. So that's a separate item that is not being officially voted on today, but then will be incorporated into the budget ordinance for next week, for which when we adopt that budget based on any amendments today, then we'll subsequently come back and have to address and recalculate the tax rate if in fact something changes consistent with what you do today in your briefing items that you'll do straw polling for.
All right, so let me just break this down and make it plain. On this particular item 4 that's being asked to be deferred, if it comes up on the 28th, there's still, number one, an opportunity to vote it up or vote it down, and it has to be incorporated into the main language of what we voted on as a council.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
But what I'm asking here, and I think I heard you, and I want to be very clear in terms of where we're trying to go, because we have adjusted the tax rate, the sensitivity here, and I need the public to hear and hear us very carefully, is that when we cut the rate, we also, I'll just ask you, are we also reducing revenue? City Manager.
Yes, ma'am, unless there is yes, I'll just keep it simple.
So
yes.
we're reducing revenue, and historically, what we see is that the underserved communities who need this equity end up coming up short. Would that be a fair statement, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right. And so if we historically come up short, my position today is to get clarity, so as I vote, I want to make sure that there's an opportunity here in this budget to make some adjustments or make sure that we have what some don't like to hear, reparations for those underserved communities. So I want to make sure that what I'm looking at in item number 4 doesn't potentially jeopardize an opportunity for those underserved communities to receive some equity. So is that too robust, City Manager? You getting where I'm trying to go? Because I want us to treat this as very simple, one of those keep it simple strategies. So those who are listening understand that we are moving toward a budget that will support the whole city, but by the same token, the big elephant in the room is that about 50% or more of us represent communities of need, and so if we cut revenue, when it trickles down, oftentimes that means those who have been getting the least will continue to get less. So I want to make sure we use the equity rule, and so make it plain. That's all I'm trying to do. So City Manager, if I haven't confused you, and I hope I haven't confused the others, I want to make sure that number 4 potentially doesn't jeopardize the revenue flow as we continue to fight for equity for those historically underserved communities.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And consistent with what Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Narvaez indicated, the rate that you see in item number 4 that is being requested to be deferred to line up with the actual approval of the budget next week, that rate has already been set at the highest amount that it can be, consistent with what Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Narvaez indicated, that council will still have the option next week to lower that should they want officially, but deferring it today has no bearing or impact on the discussions today, nor the finality of what you will then vote on the 28th, which will be the rate and the budget and the items that you believe are important within that budget.
All right, so what I think I just needed to get, and that's, I appreciate that. So as it relates to the funding for the general fund and the debt service funds and all of that, would that even be, and it's no disrespect to the author, what's the significance of this additional language as it relates to us moving on the tax rate budget that you've offered us?
So this is the tax rate that the City Council has already adjusted the budget to be. And so that has no impact. It's different from actually it's the same from where we started. We have not adjusted it. The 2.75 cents per 100 is reflected in this 0.7458 per 100. Now, nothing's changed from my proposed budget because any amendments that have been made at this point in fiscal year 23, have been taken from currently budgeted funds that already are accounted for in that rate.
All right, so basically, if item 4 does not pass, we'll still have the recommend, and we vote on your proposed tax, the rate that we voted on, we'll still be able to sustain allocations possibly that will enable us to include equity funding for our underserved communities in some form.
Yes, ma'am. There's about $19 million I think we shared with council that's identified in fiscal year 23 that is supportive of our racial equity plan. And so if this is deferred, again, it will move to next week, and there will be no reduction in that. Actions you may take as it relates to any budget amendments later on in this briefing may have some impact, but we will discuss those obviously in their fullness when that item comes up, which I believe is briefing number B.
Okay. All right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that there was, if there was something that I didn't know, because I'm not trying to say I'm the smartest economist in the room, but I wanted to make sure there's nothing in number 4 that jeopardizes us as we move forward. So that's all I needed to know, and making sure that we continue to let the public know that we are still focused on a budget that speaks to success for the city of Dallas, but also a budget that brings about equity in light of the reduction of the tax rate. So that's basically what I wanted to put on the record this morning as we continue to fight for a better city. Thank you.
Chairman Atkins, recognized for 5 minutes. Item 4, the motion.
Thank you, Pastor Arnold. Question, Jack, number 1, the budget, the item 4, we do have the tax rate already set. We do have amendments coming up in agenda item B, that's correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and my concern, and make sure if I'm off script, correct me, that in the amendment that we have, I see a tax rate reduction in those amendments. In the tax rate reduction, I see like a $4.4 million there. And that $4.4 million there, we also see a whole lot of amendment is there. So if you add those amendments up in the tax rate reduction, which one of our council members said they want to do a rate reduction of 0.25, would that be over that tax rate or under?
So, Mr. Atkins, are you asking about the source of funds?
That is
Hold on,
correct.
and I just want to make sure I'm clear about what we are doing right
well,
now procedurally. And I just want to say something out loud here. You will definitely, everyone will have opportunities to still go through the discussion on the amendments, including the one I think you just referred to, when we get to the city manager's briefing on item B. Technically, what's before the body right now is a motion to defer the consideration of item 4 until a date certain, not the underlying mechanics or merits or anything else as they relate to an item that's in a briefing that hasn't actually been brought up yet. So I'm just talking to the city manager over here just to make sure we're on the same page and everybody understands. That discussion is part of a briefing that we'll have straw votes on later. This is really supposed to be about a motion to defer to a date certain. So just try your best to
I guess the
focused
question
on
is,
that.
can I vote on something that in the future, I don't know what the future is going to hold? That's a question, whoever want to answer that question. Can I vote on something that I know the future is going to change what I'm voting today? Because I haven't got to the future.
So the item up for vote is to defer the tax rate item to next week, because per state law, you have to adopt the budget before you adopt the tax rate. So by deferring it, you will have the opportunity to go through the amendments this morning, and then you will know the outcome of the amendments before you vote on the tax rate next week, and you'll know what the tax rate is going to be. But we will not know that until we go through the amendment process.
I do understand that clearly, but my mind don't work that way. My mind work that I know what the future going to hold. I'm going to vote something today. And that's the way my mind work. Excuse me, that's how it work. My deal is number 1, we got a tax rate that we already done set now. And I know going forward, equity, what we're trying to accomplish, I think we done that. I think that we done talked to the citizen. I think the majority of the council members here said, hey, the 2.75% tax rate is a rate that we need to do. I feel like right now deferring this is immature. I feel like that what we need to do to make sure we got equity in the city of Dallas and stuff, we need to make sure that we do have quality of life, public safety. I feel like that, in my opinion, Councilman Atkins' opinion, that right now we don't have to defer this. We can go ahead and do this today and put a staple in the ground today. And just looking at a review, and I've been around for many budget. This is probably my 12 or 13 budget I look at. And I've been through this exercise many, many times, and I feel like this exercise is irrelevant. It is also relevant for the councilman to bring it up, but also relevant for me to speak my mind. And my mind is spoken, and that's what I feel. And I feel like my resident, I feel like this budget is a great budget. I think the city manager did a wonderful job. I think we all did a wonderful job, and we did everything in our power to make sure that tax rate is at 2.75. And I feel like that if we do go in the lower or whatever, it's going to jeopardize some inequities or some quality of life or concern that we need to express. And I think the citizen and the resident, the people need to know that. And because I wish we could have passed all those amendments before we got to item B today. I wish they were done early in the day. And I also brought up and say, hey, if we got any amendments that we need to do, let's do it by the 16th. And the 16th is, we did brought an amendment. Now we're voting on the amendment be in the future, and we hear it in the present. And we're voting on something in the future. We know the background in the present. So that's just my opinion. And as a council member, I had a right to share that opinion. And also as a council member to look at the budget and see that, hey, we have set a guideline. That's what our residents want to hear. We're going to set a guideline, what they feel like they're going to have. We set a guideline that, yes, we are lowering the tax rate in the city of Dallas. We're doing a moderate job in the city of Dallas. But we also got public safety, we got other things to do. But again, why if we throw something off down the road in the future, and we know what the future is going to hold, but everyone have the right to do what they want to do, and every council member have a right to say what they want to say and how to address that. And so the only thing I'm doing is addressing the motion and the debating the motion that's on the table today, and that motion on the table, I'm just getting my word out, that anyone feel clear or unclear of what I'm saying or what I'm not saying is not clear enough, I would be voting against the motion because that's my opinion and that's my vote, and I think that's what I believe. And looking at this budget and talking to you, Jack, and talking to all the members that I see and looking at what we need to do and so much work that we need to do in the city of Dallas, especially in the equity that we need to do. Every money, every penny we need to spend to make sure that we got a better quality of life. And that's why I'm voting against this motion. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. I think you're probably going to, I don't know what you're going to say. Go ahead. I'll let you go first, and I'll go if I need to.
Thank you. And so, Councilman Atkins, thank you for that. I think your perspective, you made very clear, particularly as well as Mayor Pro Tem, around equity and funding, and particularly as it relates to the tax rate. I just wanted to be very clear, at least until my staff pulls me back, that the action and motion, I think, put forth by Councilwoman Mendelson on item number 4 to defer the approval of this is something that staff, one, is recommending and is actually required by the law, because we cannot adopt the tax rate until after we've had the public hearing on the budget. And then we subsequently will close that public hearing and then come back and adopt the budget and then adopt the same item that you see here today on item 4. So there is no impact to the deferral. It's actually something we have to do. Now, as it relates to the item I know you were speaking on, I think the mayor tried to share, at least trying to pull it back in. Letter B of our briefing, not a number, is the item where we will go through all of the amendments that have been brought forward, and then council will make the decisions on add, subtract, or not do, and then ultimately to get to the one that you spoke about, to reduce the tax rate further. If in fact that is adopted or recommended or approved by straw voting, we would then incorporate that into the new ordinance next week, and this number would not be 0.7458, it would be another number should that pass, and then you'd have the opportunity next week to affirm officially whether you want that or not. Now, if you rejected it next week, then it would revert back to this number. It just can't go any higher. But today's motion by Councilwoman Mendelson is in order, is recommended, and is necessary because we are not doing the budget public hearing today as we had intended to do because of some advertising challenges that we've had. So we've advertised, and now we're ready for the 28th to actually do this specific item as if we were here today. So I would recommend, not that I usually say this, that council approve this motion to allow for us to be able to do our jobs in accordance with state law. And so it would be a recommended motion that I think staff would want. And typically you would hear us say, based on staff's recommendation, here's the motion that we're making. She did not say that today, and I think that may have caused people to want to ask questions of whether or not it was an appropriate motion or not. So I just want to end with that, but this is a motion that you have to vote on if we want to stay in compliance with state law.
Chairman Basil Dua for the close. I'm just kidding. I'm just wishful thinking. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just kind of touch on what City Manager was just mentioning. I just felt that the discussion was kind of going in a direction that we didn't necessarily need to. I feel like the motion's more of a procedural than philosophical. I think this is something that we have to check a box to do, and if we don't, we will be out of compliance with the state, and we will not be able to proceed with our procedure of the budget as a whole. And just as Chairwoman Schultz had staff point out, that because it's done backwards, and if we continue with our amendments to kind of bake the budget, if you will, before giving that final stamp of approval of what that tax rate is going to be put in, we cannot do that step first, which is what we would be doing if y'all are trying to take up this item before deferring it, since we are not finalizing that budget. So I just wanted to add that perspective, that this is, I don't believe, philosophical or someone's opinion or ideological. This was something that was directed by staff so that we could stay in compliance with how the process has laid out on a timeline for us. And so I just think that the discussion as a whole is a moot point, and that we should move on so that we can get to business with the amendments. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I was hoping some lights would turn off, but they didn't. Okay, all right, because that's pretty much it. But, okay, let's see who hasn't gone yet. Okay, we're back to, actually, Chairwoman Menzel, you haven't spoken on it at all, so you have 5 minutes on your motion.
Well, I'm just going to say I think it's unfortunate that there's so many that are confused about this process that we've all undertaken at least once, if not many, many times. We have not adopted our budget. We're not legally allowed to adopt our budget today. And we can't set our tax rate until we adopt the budget. It's as simple as that. Perhaps I should have spelled it out more clearly, but again, we've all done this at least once, if not many, many times. And the discussion, I think, has become unwelcome and was not germane to the topic of this exact item. Look forward to debating the tax rate as we move to our next briefing. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, you recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Just clarification, I think communication is very key. So on this particular item being deferred, I needed to get clarity for the constituents of whom I represent as well. And so I am very comfortable in asking the questions. Where we are now as a city is that we are in a budget season, but it's also very political. So I have to make sure that we move all the rocks and get understanding. And so I think this has been good for us, because I know that we sometimes vote on something and then we're like, oh, wow, I didn't realize the implications. And so I don't want us to come up short with our equity piece in terms of providing services through this rate to our underserved communities, and I can't underscore that enough. So question, legally, if we decided to move forward and did not address this particular item today, what does the law do for us? What happens to us legally? I just need to know from a legal, what happens legally if we don't follow the quote state law?
If you don't follow the law? Is that your question? The
correct.
state law says you have to do it this way, and if
Right.
you don't follow it?
Right.
Tammy or Teresa, I don't know if we've got an answer to that question. We always usually follow the law, and I don't know if there's any cases that say, what happens if you don't adopt a budget and it says you have to do it this way? Do you not have a budget? So, I mean, that's a rather draconian result on not following the state law. Tammy or Teresa, can you tell what the state law says or any cases that interpret it that says what happens if you don't comply? Because you've got a time period, right? It's not like another case where you can just adopt something. Here, you shall do it by a certain time, right? So it's not like you have the luxury of keep doing it. And so Tammy or Teresa, if you can address that question.
Right. The local government code requires that we adopt a budget before we levy taxes. So by deferring this item till next week, until after we have the public hearing on the budget and adopt the budget, then we can address this item and we will stay in compliance with the state law.
Or is she done? Okay, I didn't know, I just wanted to know what else happens. You know, sometimes they say well-behaved folks don't get far. So I'm not behaving right now because I wanted to make sure I get all of the answers. And I want to make sure that everybody around this horseshoe understands, I understand politics. I want to just make sure that I ask all the questions because it hasn't been fair for what we've been doing to the citizens in the underserved communities through all these years too. We've been somewhat of an outlaw behind the horseshoe through previous years, and I want to make sure we don't continue that practice as we move forward, because I know there is a movement to make sure that that those who don't have issues that we have in the southern sector and underserved communities don't get the fair share. And I want to make sure we get our fair share and more, because we've got to compensate for the fact that we've been neglected. So I have to stay woke on this, and if I'm offending anyone around the horseshoe, you'll get over it, because the bottom line is we must make sure that the racial equity piece is addressed with this budget by any means necessary. Thank you.
Chairman Atkins recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chairman Baldadua. You know, I understand the process procedure. I am a process procedure, been around a long time, since on the elder here, Mr. City Manager. Number one, the process procedure, the reason why we're here today, and because did we advertise this correctly?
So no, I think I mentioned earlier, we're required by state law to advertise a public hearing at least once. And I know we've actually gone above and beyond and actually held 3 public hearings on the budget through staff changes and others. That step in this occasion did not happen, and we usually advertise the last one. This did not get advertised in a timely manner. That is one of the reasons. Again, the full budget and the tax rate and the items you see here would have been handled today, but we had to defer and move to the 28th because of that advertising. We have advertised. We advertised, I believe, on Friday. And so therefore, we'll make the 10-day advertising requirement for next week on the 28th. And so that is partly what is causing some of the confusion today, because ultimately, and usually we do all these final things on the same day. And this is why this is being deferred, is because we are trailing on the actual public hearing part of it, which is required by state law.
I don't think you correct that. So, colleagues, I've been around here many budget, and I think that we should get a memo that it was not advertised correctly, and that's why we're here today, and that's why I deferred, and I will withdraw my deal. It was not done correctly. So therefore, we should have a right to debate something that was not advertised correctly. And that's what I thought would happen. Thank you.
And you're correct, Councilman. I think we sent that out on Friday that advised that we needed to defer it till the 28th because of an advertising mistake. And again, if everyone didn't get that, I apologize. It also included the budget amendments that had been proposed as well. I think we actually even updated that for a late budget amendment that came in. I'm not quite sure, but apologize again. That is what is causing quite a bit of the confusion today. And you're right. It's normally done today, and we've talked about that all the way through this process, but we identified that we did not advertise and we didn't want any problems or challenges with our budget, so we wanted to get it right.
Yeah, and thank you for this explanation. I thought it would be good. Sometimes we don't read all the emails. Sometimes we're busy. I think a phone call, is great also, and I'm sorry for all this time that we spent hours that we could have been doing something else. Apologize, Mr. Mayor.
No problem. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on for or against the motion to defer item 4? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Next item.
Mr. Mayor, your briefings continue.
All right, this is the part where the city manager takes over. Thank you, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. And your first item is the after-action flooding analysis being presented to you as requested by you, Mayor. After every major emergency, the Office of Emergency Management conducts an after-action review to identify practices to sustain an area and areas in which we can improve its response. This review is conducted with input from all city departments involved in the response, and the results are used to generate an after-action report and improvement plan. Today, Office of Emergency Management will provide an overview of the after-action review process for the August 22nd flood event. We have representatives available to answer any questions you may have, and we look forward to hearing your feedback. I will now turn it over to Rocky Vaz, the Director of OEM. Rocky.
Thank you, Mr. Broadnax. Good morning, Mayor, City Council. As the City Manager mentioned, this is a quick overview of the after-action analysis that we did. Next slide, please.
Rocky, is your mic, is it trying
Is
to
it-
get, yeah,
is
that's
it-
much better. Yeah, I think it's the distance.
Right, this is the overview of the presentation. We'll go through this very quickly. Next slide, please. We're going to present the results of the after-action survey, identify areas in which response could improve, identify best practices, and sustain or enhance and provide an opportunity to answer questions and get feedback from the council. Next slide. Here's what happened on August 22nd. We had record rain, the second most rain that we ever had, coming up the second after the 1932, so it's been 90 years since we have had so much rain. Some areas of the city, the Fair Park area and East Dallas area had excess of 10, 12 inches of rain within a short 3-hour period. Next slide. Here's the timeline of the event. At 8:20, we had a flood watch from the National Weather Service. There was no indication that we would get so much rain. They had predicted 2 to 5 inches, which is not a whole lot of rain when you look at it, but obviously that did not happen. On 8:22, starting at about 3 a.m., we started getting some substantial heavy rain that ended up flooding several pockets of our city, mostly in the Fair Park area, a little bit in the Pleasant Grove area, and a lot of flooding and damages in the East Dallas area. We activated our OEM virtually at 6. At 8 a.m., we had a full crew of response departments in the EOC coordinating response as the event unfolded. We continued with that process through the end of the day when the water actually started receding around 11 a.m. on that Monday morning. On Tuesday, we continued with our response on clearing debris, whatever infrastructure repairs that were needed to be made for the safety of the public. And that next morning on the 23rd, we briefed the governor and the mayor in the EOC, and the governor then had a press conference where he signed a state disaster declaration for 23 counties, including Dallas County. We continued assessing the needs of the community that were impacted. OEM staff was out in the field along with a crisis intervention team to doing a needs assessment. Once we had all of that information, we coordinated with our nonprofit agencies, the WOADs, the Volunteers Active in Disasters, and opened up a multi-agency resource center, a MARC coordination center at the Samuel Grand Rec Center for 2 days. and our partner agencies met and spoke to over 500 residents in assessing their needs and starting to provide the assistance that they could from within those organizations. On 8/31, the EOC was deactivated. Next slide, please. This is just a highlight of the public safety response. 232 high water incident calls. Swiftwater rescued 21 people and 10 dogs. 11,000 plus calls were received by DPD in that 2-day period compared to about 9,800, so there was a 30% increase in the calls. During the height of the flooding event, there were close to 465 calls that were holding due to officers responding to the flooding event versus responding to the 911 calls. DPD activated all their units, including their legal, academy, SWAT, and others that normally do not, to patrol, were brought in to respond to the calls that we're holding so we could respond in a timely manner. 28 DPD vehicles were damaged due to the flooding. DFR had 1 ladder truck, 3 engines, and 4 rescues that were damaged as they responded to the floods. Next slide, please. Dallas Water Utilities and Public Works played a huge role in the response. Over 400 service requests were received by the 311, 911, including down trees, down power lines. Public Works worked with DPD in providing barricades to the flooded roadways. Flooded roadway warning system was activated throughout the city. There are approximately 350 staff that worked 24, 48 hours straight responding to the immediate flooding event that we had. Next slide, please. Again, we introduced the community lifelines after the last event that we had, and we continue following the same process. These are FEMA lifelines, basically lifelines are the most fundamental service in the community that, when stabilized, ensure that all other aspects of society to function. So we follow that, and we look at each of these lifelines and see how we responded to that, and based on that, we have some improvements that we are looking at and suggesting and working through that process. So next slide, please. Safety and security, that's the lifeline overview. Again, DFR response, DPD patrol cars were used to block the flooded roadways until we could get the barricades to those locations. Swiftwater teams rescued 21 people. OEM was activated virtually to begin with, and then full activation. And Dallas Water Utilities had to call in over 100 people back to work to respond to the stormwater-related impacts and needs. Next slide. The next slide is Food, Water, and Shelter Lifeline. OEM coordinated recovery operations, including the operation of the MARC, as mentioned earlier. We conducted site visits to the impacted areas. OEM met with the federal, state, and local government partners to discuss public assistance and SBA assistance. We'll talk about that here in a minute. OCC, Office of Community Care, participated in the MARC or at the MARC and provided services for senior residents and other resources. The CIT team from Office of Public Safety also conducted site visits to gather information and needs assessment that we were then able to contact the appropriate nonprofit agencies to hopefully provide those services at our MARC. And we work very closely with the American Red Cross, who received several hundred calls for assistance, and they opened up case management for many residents, and they continue to work with those residents to provide them with those services. Next slide. The Energy Lifeline overview, primarily with our partner Oncor. There were some localized power outages on that 22nd storm that were quickly restored. Again, the following week on that Sunday when we had another high wind storm, we had a lot more power outages. That is not part of this presentation. We are looking at that, and we continue to partner and talk to Oncor on their response and how some improvements can be made to that. Next slide, please. It's communications. COM promoted flood response and recovery information on our city website and city social media platforms, coordinated press release and press briefings and media interviews as appropriate and as needed. 311 continued to receive calls and triage them as needed. Next slide, please. From a transportation sector, Public Works deployed barricades, and there's an improvement plan on that we'll talk about here in a minute. Transportation worked on flashing or dark signal lights to restore equipment, field equipment management, respond to city vehicle tow requests, which were many tows on that morning. DART had no interruption of services. They had to reroute some of their buses. Other than that, it worked well during that day. Next slide. The next two slides, I'm just going to highlight a couple of departments, and in the appendix, we have more detailed information on practices to sustain and then improvements and corrective actions. On this, practice sustain, DFR, continued to quickly respond to water-related calls. OEM activated the EOC. We coordinated immediate response, and then the long-term recovery through a multi-agency resource center that we stood up for a couple of days in the following week. DPD responded to many water-related calls, and in a lot of cases, we're blocking the flooded roadways so that citizens would not drive into a situation that needed rescue. Dallas Water Utilities, the flooded roadway warning system was activated as designed. OIPSS, working with our crisis intervention team, they were a huge help in being out there in the neighborhood and doing a needs assessment. Public Works provided barriers for flooded roadways, and 311 successfully triaged and priority calls. Again, in the appendix, there's more information from the other responding departments on some of their practices to sustain. Next slide, please. Areas of improvement, corrective actions. Again, I'm just going to highlight a few. The rest of them are in the appendix. As you see from the Dallas Fire Rescue, from the after-action meetings that we had, Unified Command was not established during the storm, and the EOC activation was not made to OEM. And then the corrective action is provide additional training to DFR command staff on how to request an EOC activation. Normally, DFR is most of the time first on the scene, and we can get some good advance notice so we can gather up in the EOC. OEM, we do a good job on our immediate response and taking care of the immediate issues, but the long-term recovery is always a challenge, given if we do not get a presidential declaration, which we did not get in this instance, and the need that is most out there is for direct financial assistance for home repairs or replacing appliances, vehicles that were lost during the flood. So we're going to be looking at developing a city program to see how we can be able to provide some of those unmet needs for future disasters. DPD, we're using a lot of their patrol vehicles to shut down the flooded roadways where we could have used barricades and freed up those officers So we'll be looking at some better coordination between Public Works and OEM and DPD, strategically having those throughout the city so that, officers can go and grab the barricades if need to. Also working with equipment and fleet management on a process on how they can be part of moving those barricades to those flooded roadways quickly so the officers can be freed. Dallas Water Utilities, just more education on the FEMA Flood Smart program, basically it's a flood insurance program. Public Works, again, we'll be working with them on how to quickly dispatch barricades to those flooded roadways. 311 call center, did not have adequate staffing during the event, so they'll be looking at using our notification system to call back 311 agents quickly as we can. Next slide, please. So we talked about our response. We have a few areas that we need to improve our processes, and we'll be working through that. The big item here is disaster recovery. That is generally, it's long-term, involves multiple stakeholders, our nonprofit agents, our state, federal government. City's primary role is, immediate response and recovery. Recovery in the sense of, getting our streets cleared up. If there's any infrastructure damage, take care of that, like the signal lights and things like that. We generally, or city government, does not provide long-term recovery for residents if there's no federal assistance. So, but we do coordinate the recovery process, resources, and connecting residents with the nonprofits that are able to provide those services. Again, direct assistance provided by NGOs and not by the city. And we, did the first part of it by setting up the MARC, the Multi-Agency Resource Center, and you see the 10 or so nonprofits that were part of that MARC for 2 days. And again, as I mentioned earlier, interacted with over 500 residents and continue to work with them. Next slide, please. Federal disaster, our major disaster eligibility, presidential disaster declaration that activates FEMA, that provides direct assistance to individuals and households and to businesses, and if there's enough damage, also to the public agencies like the City of Dallas for the damages that we had to several of our buildings and infrastructure. So the governor issued a disaster declaration on August 23rd. That triggers us to start doing damage assessments, and then if we meet a threshold, the state can then seek a presidential disaster declaration. The minimums, the thresholds are pretty high for the state of Texas. Dallas County has to meet a threshold of 10.7 million of uninsured damage to households before we can seek that presidential declaration. And additionally, the state would then have to meet a $47.5 million uninsured threshold for the state to go and seek that. So the state would aggregate all the damages from all the other counties that were impacted by a disaster declaration event. So there were other counties that had some damages, but unfortunately, we never got anywhere close to that number to be able to seek that presidential declaration. Next slide, please. One of the other options we had, since we knew we were not going to be getting close to the thresholds for a FEMA disaster declaration, we had the opportunity to work with SBA and this slide, this presentation was posted prior to we getting the SBA disaster declaration. As you are aware, we did get an SBA disaster declaration last Thursday, and this Monday we opened up a DLOC, the Disaster Loan Operations Center, which is at Samuel Grand Rec Center, and there's another center at Box Springs. We do have Barbara from SBA. She'll be here in a minute to give you a brief update on what types of loans are available to our residents and be able to answer any questions you have in a minute. Next slide, please. Our next steps will be a complete full after action report and an improvement plan, and then we'll update our plans and procedures accordingly. Again, the appendix has a lot of more detailed information on our improvement plan, our practices to sustain, areas of improvement, and corrective actions. With that, I want to call Barbara to give a quick update on SBA, and then we'll take any questions that you might have.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. So I represent the U.S. Small Business Administration Office of Disaster Assistance. I'm a public information officer. So as Mr. Vaz has said, that it was declared on Thursday, administrative declaration, and it's for the incident period of August 22nd through the 25th. Basically, homeowners, renters, nonprofit organizations, including places of worship, can get these low-interest government loans. They're both physical damage as well as economic injury. So for homeowners, we offer up to $200,000 to repair, replace real estate, and up to $40,000 for personal property, anything that's inside the home, and it has to be your primary residence, and also your primary car. So that's where the cars, when you said the damage of cars, come in. For renters, we get is also up to $40,000 for personal property. This is what they get, the $40,000, and then the primary car. For businesses, we offer up to $2 million for real estate, machinery, equipment, inventory that people, like I've just witnessed that they had lost their artwork through the floods. So that's one they can get, they're eligible. And then we offer up to $2 million for economic disaster loans. So if you suffered any type of, if you're closed during the timeline of like the 22nd through the 25th, you can get these working capital loans to regain your business back. And this is where the nonprofits come in. They can get up to $2 million to also repair or replace physical damage. And then the economic injury disaster loans, like I said, for this working capital loan. These loans are up to 30 years. There's no closing costs. We cover deductibles, and it's for the uninsured and the underinsured losses. So that's why we're here to accommodate everybody who did suffer. I suggest everybody to apply, see what your options are. At the end of the day, it becomes an option, the loan. So as long as you make it before the deadline, which is November 14th for physical damage, and then the economic injury disaster loans are June 14th of next year. So like I said, it's Dallas County and the surrounding counties can get these low-interest government loans. As I just want to mention that the interest rates for home loans is low as 2.18%. For businesses as low as 3.04%, and then for nonprofits as low as 1.87%, and this is what including churches. I want to mention that we do have mitigation to prevent for future damage. So you can just check it out in the checkbox in the application process, and it's just like I said, for retaining walls, seawalls, sub pumps, etc. And that's case by case. It's additional funds, and if you are in a flood zone area and you're constantly suffering flood damage every year, there is a relocation process. There is a relocation. So there's 3 ways to apply. There's the Disaster Loan Outreach Center at the Samuel Grand Recreation Center, which is at 62 Grand Avenue. And so it's Monday through Friday, 9 to 6 p.m. And the Balch Springs, which is the Recreation Department, which is at that 4372 Shepherd Lane. And that's Monday through Friday, also 9 to 6 p.m. And they can also apply online at disasterloanassistance.sba.gov. And they also have a 1-800 number at 1-800-659-2955. I don't know if you have any other questions from me as far as a little bit, anything else I can answer that you think that I didn't answer? That's what, yeah.
Right, thank you, Mayor. If there's any questions on the after action analysis, or for me or for Barbara, happy to answer those.
Is that the full presentation? Okay, great. I appreciate the information. I was familiar with a lot of this, obviously, and I asked for this briefing because I wanted the members to be able to hear what we learned from what happened, and also kind of what we are going to be able to do for our residents going forward. So thanks for making yourselves available, and I'm going to start the questioning with Mr. Moreno. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Rocky, thank you for your commitment to long-term recovery and improving our plan moving forward, and I want to thank SBA for being here as well. Prior to August 20th at 3:46, did the City of Dallas receive any notification from the National Weather Center about the incoming floods?
No, sir. As I mentioned in my presentation, they issued a flood watch, which is pretty normal when they see 2 to 4 inches of rain. But there was no additional communication from the National Weather Service of the amount of rain that we ultimately saw. We generally do have calls with National Weather Service and the state when they see something severe as what we experienced coming down, but we never had any indication on that until it actually occurred.
And are they the sole monitoring service that we are looking at, or do we also internally monitor the weather?
We rely on the National Weather Services, and they have been very good partners. We have not had this issue in the past, and there was just the forecast wasn't there until the weather actually occurred. We do have some internal monitoring systems. I think Dallas Water Utilities uses some, but OEM, we have, again, we say we are not meteorologists. We rely on the National Weather Service, and they have been good partners. And when we see and we follow the media, we have a duty officer that's monitoring the weather and staying on top of it. If something occurs that we need to bring more OEM staff in, we do that. So we do that as a normal practice on our day-to-day business.
Okay. So the initial flooding came in on August 20th, and then on 10 days later on 8/30 is when we activated the MARC Center at Samuel Grand. What was the delay in getting that activated 10 days after the flooding occurred?
So the flooding occurred on the 22nd, and the MARC was activated on the 25th. So we had a 4-day delay. So the flooding happened on Sunday night, Monday morning. Monday, Tuesday was still, we were in the response mode, and we were out there. People were already calling the American Red Cross and Catholic Charities, so they were starting to build cases. And it took us a day to gather all of them and our other partners. And on Thursday, we opened up our MARC, so that was 3 days later.
Okay, thank you. I have some specific questions from the Water Department. I'm not sure if Terry might be.
Yeah, I think Terry's here.
Good morning, Mayor Johnson, members of the City Council. I apologize. What was the question to me?
Hey,
Councilman?
Terry, thank you for being here, and thank you for working with me in my office. On page 4, we have indicators of rainfalls throughout the city of Dallas. Several parts of the city received up to 15 inches, some less. Particular street that you're aware of is Alcalde Street. We received fewer than 15 inches, yet this area had severe flooding in the area, and there were constructions going on in the Mill Creek Tunnel project in the immediate area. And there were reports from neighbors that there were screens on the outlets. And so my question is, did we have indication that there were screens in fact there, and were they removed?
I do know that prior to the event, there had been some screens in place, some inlet protections, not all of the inlets in the area. There was also additional construction projects, I believe, over on Gaston that would impact this as well. Our report, when we had our consultant and our staff go out and inspect, is when they arrived the next morning between 6:30 and 7, that the inlet protections was not there. It had either been washed away during the flood. With the amount of rainfall, which was 10 to 12 inches in that area, the expected from the hydraulic modeling flooding would have been a minimum of 5 feet. So when the pipes fill up, there's nowhere for it to go. And the inlet protection doesn't totally block water from going in. It's not designed to do that. So I know it's hard on everybody in that area, but the bottom line is they were going to flood, and they were going to flood to at least 5 feet, regardless of any other circumstance.
So this area has historically been flooding. I know that the Mill Creek Tunnel Relief Project is going to alleviate some of that, but I think it's an area that the city needs to look at. I mean, there's been repeat flooding in this community that is affecting some of our most vulnerable communities, and I would just want to ensure that they're taken care of, and that we're doing everything possible to prevent this from happening a 5th, 6th, 7th time, because as you all know, this is an area that gets hit regularly, and so I want to thank both of y'all for working with our office, and I look forward to looking more at long-term care. I know that a lot of the flood insurances with FEMA doesn't remedy a lot of the situations here, even if they have flood insurance. So I'm just really frustrated that this area continues to flood, and if there's anything additional that we can do, I would appreciate it.
Yes, sir, and we will, as we told you yesterday, we will schedule community meetings to let your residents know what resources are currently available and what the short-term and long-term impacts will be.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Ridley, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Vaz, directing your attention to slide 15, the areas of improvement corrective action. I note your comment that the Unified Command was not established during the storm, and EOC activation request is not made to OEM. Who is empowered to request an EOC activation, and what agency usually does that?
So normally, the incident commander on any incident, whether it's a fire incident or if it's a DPD incident, incident commander can request. The duty officer for OEM staff, that's always, we have a 24-hour duty officer, can activate the EOC, and city manager or deputy city manager can direct the EOC to open. Generally, we don't have that since it was at 3 o'clock in the morning, and a lot of us were not aware of this flooding that was happening until people started waking up at 5, 6. So at 3 o'clock when DFR first got on the scene, they have our duty officer 24-hour number, or dispatch has that. They could have requested EOC activation that would bring in the resources, the EOC, to start coordinating our response. So there are multiple ways of activating the EOC. And we have DFR realized that, that missed that one step, and they're going to, retrain the commanders that are responding to the scene, that is an option that they have if they need multiple departments to respond to an incident.
What is the Unified Command?
Unified Command is the resource departments like DPD, DFR, OEM, Public Works. Again, it depends on the incident. This was a flooding incident, so we needed Public Works, we needed streets, DPD, DFR, so they can coordinate response. If we had a unified command, for instance, DPD would, have information available as to where their officers are blocking the flooded streets, and we would then direct Public Works to have barricades there as quickly as we can so we could free up those officers. So that's what Unified Command does, bring all the responding leaders in one place to understand the situation and then coordinate response effectively.
So why was it not established during the storm?
Again, the EOC was not activated at that time, but once we activated the EOC in person at 8 o'clock, we had a unified command. We had DPD, DFR, Public Works, OEM in the EOC coordinating response. We could have done it earlier. That's what they're saying. They missed that one step.
Would it be helpful for you to program a drill for just such an event happening in the future, so that all departments go through this exercise, the EOC is activated timely, and everybody knows what their responsibilities are. In other words, kind of a real-life drill.
Absolutely. We do tabletops all the time, and we have already talked about unified command tabletop, so we certainly will be doing that sooner than later.
Good. What damage was done to city buildings and facilities in the storm?
I have John Johnson from Building Services here. There are about 49 entries that they have looked at. It was approximately $1.3 million, including the library, the Dallas Museum of Art. I think there was some damage at Fair Park. I don't know if John.
Yes, thank you. John Johnson, Building Services. The main damage to the city facilities that we had was the Dallas Museum of Art, Central Library, and then we had some additional facilities with roof leaks that were present before the actual flood that we've had to clean up, but there was no major damage from those.
Okay, so the primary physical damage, now are you talking about the first storm or the Labor Day storm?
Both.
Okay, so the primary damage was in the first storm at the DMA, correct?
Yes, sir.
And were there other city buildings that were damaged during that storm? Or was it the second storm?
The second storm only did major damage to the museum and the library, and then the others were not as impacted by the second storm. But the first storm is the one that got most of them, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you, Mayor.
Chairman Resendez, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Rocky, for the presentation. I know the focus was mostly on response, right? But I'm curious to know what we know about prevention. And judging by or looking at the map on page 4, I know that certain areas, particularly Southeast Dallas County, received most of the rain, and almost 8 times as much rain as other areas. But I'm wondering how much and you know, I heard complaints from constituents, and I saw comments on social media and all that. So I'm wondering how much we know about the role of any potentially inferior infrastructure that played a role in the flooding that we saw in Southeast Dallas.
Maybe I need to call on Terry again to see if she can answer that. But you know, from an OEM emergency response perspective, we do look at that. You know, again, a lot of the places that got flooded were not in a floodplain. Not a single residence that was damaged was in a floodplain. So from that regard, if they're in a floodplain and they got flooded, then you know, what actions did we take would be a good question. But none of these were. You know, this just happened in a very short period of time. So Terry.
Yes, sir, council member. One of the things we did in 2018 when we reorganized and Trinity Watershed became part of Dallas Water.
Turn that microphone a little closer to you.
Sorry.
There you go.
One of the things we did in 2018, the city manager recommended a One Water program. Stormwater utilities are historically underfunded across the nation. They're kind of out of sight, out of mind until you have a bad event. And one of the things that we have done is we have started developing a 10-year capital program to address some of the neighborhood funding. A lot of our storm drainage system is sized for the 90s. We're no longer in the 90s. We're completing a stormwater assessment that will lay out a 10-year capital program with the federal funding for the levee system and the Mill Creek Tunnel. A lot of the big pieces of infrastructure will be in place. So with our enhanced capital program, we can start to deal with more of the selected neighborhood drainage. So that is not an immediate today, but we are starting with a larger program next year in 2023 that is approximately the size of what was in the 2017 bond program. So we are moving forward on that.
Okay, now are some of the perceptions that some folks have as it relates to inferior infrastructure, is that accurate when it comes to like Southern Dallas, or are the problems that you mentioned citywide?
The problems that we have are citywide. I think most of your coworkers here have experienced difficulties in their areas. This particular storm on the 22nd, the rainfall pattern was pretty unusual. North Dallas and the northwest part got 2 inches, down to almost 16 inches in the southeast part of the city. So the impacts of the variance in rainfall is what caused the flooding.
Yeah, the historic rainfall obviously
Yes,
is an issue, and would have been an issue regardless. I also heard complaints from constituents related to the power outages. So I'm not sure if anyone here can speak to that, and I'm curious to know how much control does the city have on that?
Well, the city does not have any control on power outages, but we have worked with Oncor. On the 22nd flooding, they were able to quickly restore a lot of the power. So if there's any particular instance, we can go back and talk to Oncor. But the following Labor Day is when they had major power outages to over 300,000 people. It took them to 24 hours to get it fully restored. But we will, if there's anything in particular, we will check into it.
And is that a citywide issue as well, or is the power outages,
No, that's citywide, depending on, it was the Labor Day event was more of a wind event than a rain event, and that's where the impact was.
Okay, yeah, I'm just curious to know how close people's perceptions are to reality. And you mentioned the Mill Creek Tunnel. Do we know, can anyone speak to the impact on prevention of the flooding that we saw that this project will have?
Yes, sir. Downstream of where the tunnel will be, there will be immediate impact from that about 5 mile swath south. So that will immediately have a large level of protection. Some of the more, there's some neighborhood areas that will have to be done above the tunnel line, and that will be in our future capital programs to do those pieces. But there will be some relief immediately, but not totally.
All right, well, those are all the questions I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Chairman Atkins, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Great presentation. The flooding, one particular area down at Ferry in 20, and I know when we had that heavy rainfall, and I know we're doing some work over there, I know it was blocked off, and the resident could not get to their resident because everything was blocked off right there down at Ferry in 20. Could you address that issue?
No, sir, I don't have any information on that.
Okay.
I can see what I can find out for you.
Okay, in your presentation, we look at the heavy rainfall. Have y'all assets look at the capability of what we need to do with more infrastructure of the water, just for I-20, I'm looking at from maybe Ed Road all the way back to 45, because especially in the Pleasant Grove area, there was quite a bit, flooding because the storm drainage, we could not drain water. In the presentation, I didn't see that, but I did see, you had some pictures of some places that had quite a bit of rainfall that we feel like that it was serious enough that whatever we done would have happened. Do we have enough infrastructure to make sure that that we're addressing all those areas?
For the city's part of that capital program we're looking at will be citywide at all infrastructure needs. Some of the flooding, I believe that you're referring to, was on TxDOT facility, and there were some blockages that contributed to that.
And I didn't hear the last part.
Oh, I said there were some blockages that contributed, is my understanding, that there were some areas that got blocked, and it made the water.
When you say blocking, can you define that in layman terms? What do you mean by blocking?
Okay, if things wash, when you have a lot of storm, things wash down, they wash away, and they can get stacked, like you can have debris or construction materials or automobiles. You can get different things that will block the flow of the water, so it makes it worse.
Do it also make it worse that we got so many unserved areas that do not have storm drainage for the water to drain down? We got so many areas that the water is not draining to the creek.
I would say that most of the unserved areas have a fair amount of permeable area, so they are less likely to flood as much unless it's topography, because the ones that are the worst are like the area that Councilmember Moreno was talking about, where it's all concrete. And when everything fills up, there's nowhere for it to go. There's nothing to absorb the water.
Well, I do understand that when we look at concrete, that I think we did a study that said that, when we decided to to pay more concrete upstream, water go downstream and cause flood and the prairies, and we had to relook at how we build, how do we issue a permit to make sure we got a permit, to make sure the water go in the ground. I know we look at that, but I look at a neighborhood called 5 Miles of Cigarette Hills. They don't have drainage. They don't have sewer. I mean, it's a hilly, no sidewalks, no creek, and that area flood constantly. And not also, because of the narrow roads, without the unpaved, it's in the flood area. It's kind of like hilly going in there. So, what are we doing? Do you feel like with Mill Creek? I'm familiar with Mill Creek that we decided to do Mill Creek. One reason because no one wanted to be liable if something happened with our hospital district, with our HIP district, because they're going to flood away. We don't want to be like Houston when they had a major flood there and coming downstream. But also, I'm realizing that in the southern part of Dallas that we do not have sidewalks and gutters and storm drains there that for the water to go, and there's no water to go in the storm drains. So to look at this, I know that we opened a new fire station over there on Jim Miller, and now we got a SWIP team, make sure that they can be able to get there. So there is a concern, especially in the Pleasant Grove area, that flooding is a major concern, and I just want to make sure that we do address that and make sure people do understand that, as a city as a whole, we still got a long way to go. I don't know that the Mill Creek is a great project, which we spent over $300 or $400 million for that project. That was a major bond on our bond package to make sure that is a help, just never happen again. But also, Terry, I do look at the unserved area in the southern part of Dallas. I mean, there's a whole lot of unserved area that have flooding just on the street, not because of heavy rainfall, just because if the rain and water do not have nowhere to go. I look constantly over there at the old Walmart on 20 and Hampton. When they built a Walmart, all that concrete and all that water flowed down, and now they're flowing down into District 3. That little creek there, is just taking their backyards away. It's just erosion away, simply because we did not have the right permits in place to make sure that water is not going to the ground, of the permits that we need to have. So this is a good presentation. I love it, but I think that we've got to make sure that, especially in unserved area, we can do more work. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and just, I continue to applaud both of you for your work, and I'm just really glad too, Mr. Vaz, you've been able to hold on through all of these situations you've been in the last 2 years. But just following up on a couple of comments that have been made by Councilmember Moreno as well as Atkins regarding conditions, I believe we need to look at the relationship that we have with Encore in particular, as well as with the staff that the city council and just our city manager and the staffing, so we can address some of these issues that Councilmember Atkins mentioned. But and I believe I also heard Councilmember Resendez talk about the electricity with Encore. We've got to work with them so that the constituents understand how they can get help during this time, because of course no one is able to log onto their computer if they don't have the electricity. But there are other measures that we need to take place, making sure that those individuals who are on oxygen or have other medical conditions, that Encore knows where these people are during these episodes, so that they can, together we can figure out how to get them help. The other thing is Encore, and I've had just some recent experience, there seems to be no willingness to reach out to the city to let them know what is going on. And so when we start getting the phone calls, we're like, we didn't know, because we don't know until a resident call us, and then we have to turn around and call our representative. So I think if you can put a plug out, we need to strengthen the communication network between and responsiveness between Encore and the city. And as I said, some of it just seems like they're just non-responsive, and folks, 3 days later, you're still sitting in the dark, or 3 days later, the pole is sitting on the house. And so I would venture to say we could do a better job of at least pulling their coattail to let them know we need to know as soon as they know, or as soon as we know, we expect them to give us some rationale behind why it would take them 3 days as opposed to coming within the first few hours, because lives are at stake. So I did want to mention that, because I've been noticing through some of the incidents that have been taking place that they're just slow to respond, and our folks don't know what to do. So I did want to make sure that I put that out there so that we could work on that. But I continue to support the work that you and your team continues to do, both of you. So with that being said, I'm done, Mayor. I just wanted to make sure I put that out there about the frustration that constituents have when there's no communication from Encore in particular. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, we will continue to work with Encore and make sure that, there's faster communication when events happen. And to Councilmember Resendez, your point too, we'll make sure, if they don't have power, they cannot log on and look at the power outages or make a complaint. So there's a 1-800 number. We'll make sure that is, socialized more than what it is right now.
Mr. Ridley, you're recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Lowry, as you know, my district got hit pretty hard in these rain events, particularly along Caddo Street and Ridgecrest and nearby streets. And you were kind enough to attend a meeting that was requested of my office by several of my constituents who were adversely affected by the rain. First, I want to thank you for attending that. One of the main issues that came up was expectations about the Mill Creek Diversion Tunnel. And I'd like to ask you if that is the panacea for all East Dallas flooding events, or are we going to need to invest in additional upsizing of lateral storm drains that will drain into the Mill Creek Tunnel? In other words, how will this one tunnel solve our flooding problems?
That's a very good point, sir. The tunnel is the framework. It will relieve downstream of it immediately, some above it, but to do the complete work that needs to be done, there are some branches off of that will need neighborhood work, and that will be laid out in the comprehensive plan that we're doing right now. We're laying the groundwork for a capital program. We're starting small compared to the water wastewater one, approximately $40 million a year, and we're going to build it every year. And additionally, we'll continue to look at what we can do or need to do as part of a bond program, but we are building to have the capacity to take care of some of those neighborhood issues going forward.
So will all of that work be concluded by the 2025 target for the completion of the tunnel? Can that work be done contemporaneously, or will it have to follow completion of the tunnel in 25?
It will follow completion of the tunnel.
Is that because of limitations on funding?
Funding is part of it, timing and the work is the other part of it, because you need somewhere for the water to go. If we went into the neighborhoods and upsize their infrastructure right now, there would just be more water held in the pipes. There's nowhere for it to go. It needs the place to drain to, and that's what the tunnel provides. Once that tunnel's in place, then you can start to make the improvements above it, upstream of it.
Will you need bond funding to do that, or will you have the revenues to build out that additional drainage infrastructure?
My best guess at this point is it would be a combination.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak on, well, we're not voting, so just questions on item A on our city manager's briefing? I don't see anyone, so this is a good time for us to adjourn. We have a photograph to take, and we have lunch, and then we'll come back. So let's say that we'll come back at 12:45. How long do we need to take this photograph, do you think? I'm gonna say 12:30, just to be on the safe side. 12:30 we'll come back, okay? And we'll pick up with item B at 12:30. So we'll stand at recess.
Can we confirm where the photo's being taken?
Yeah, where is the photograph? That's a good question. Look, I just do what I'm told around here. Okay, I just sit in the middle of this thing. I don't, you know. I'm told we need to take a new photo. I don't know when. I think it's a new group photo. I think. You didn't wear a tie today for that?
On staff today.
Wait, she didn't trust me or she did trust me? Okay.
Well, trust me. Hey, you know what? I would get everything for District 8.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, you got to have a good
We got
laugh.
a quorum here? 1, 2, 3.
1, 2,
4,
2, 4.
6, 7, counting you, sir.
We got a 7.
7.
2, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got a 7. Worry about it. Damn, we supposed to come at 12:30, right? 12:40.
Hey, we can't finish at 3 if we don't get started.
I know. I just can't believe this.
He's got it.
What?
He's got a blanket.
You got another blanket. You freezing? All that red you got on, you freezing? Match the boy. Now we might be to 5 o'clock.
This could be a while.
We might be to 5 or 6 o'clock now. Got a blanket going on. Omar, Paula got a heater.
See, I told John it was hot out here this morning.
And she's
And now everybody's cold.
I'm presenting. Do you know that? Look at the mayor. Watch it. He'll look.
All right. Time's 12:43, and we're now back in session. And I'll throw it back over to City Manager to take up where he left off.
Thank you, Mayor. Briefing, item B, fiscal year 2022-23 and FY 2023-24 budget discussions and amendments. Your next item for discussion is the continuation of the discussion that began on September 7th when the City Council approved 10 amendments to the fiscal year 2023 recommended budget. Last Friday, we distributed 8 additional amendments for your discussion today, along with others that may have been put forward and or may be put forward even today. Like last time, as each amendment is discussed, straw voting will be cast using the color cards in front of you. Amendments that have a majority support will become part of the budget ordinance, which will be presented to you and the City Council for approval on final reading next Wednesday, September 28th. So at this time, I will turn it over to Jack Ireland to begin the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Broadnex. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. For the record, I'm Jack Ireland, Chief Financial Officer. As Mr. Broadnex stated, next on your agenda is continued discussion of the amendments for fiscal year 23. Last Friday, we distributed a packet that included 3 attachments. The first attachment, Attachment A, included those amendments 1 through 7, which Mr. Broadnex had brought forward on September 7th, which you approved as a majority. Attachment B included amendments 8 through 10, which were submitted by council members and supported by a majority of the council on September 7th. So on that day, on September 7th, you approved the budget ordinance on first reading, including amendments 1 through 10. The third document provided with the packets last Friday, Attachment C, includes additional amendments that we had received from City Council member. Your packet included amendments 11 through 18. We have put at each of your location here at the Horseshoe a new copy of Attachment C, which adds amendment number 19 and also has some additional co-sponsors on some of the amendments. As Mr. Broadnex explained, today you have the opportunity to continue your consideration of amendments. Straw polls will be taken using the green and red cards, and any amendments that receive support from the majority will be added to your budget ordinance for next week. On next week's agenda, we will have the additional public hearing, final adoption of the budget ordinance, authorization of the tax rate, as well as other budget-related items. Before turning the process over to the mayor to go through the amendments, I do want to make one other point. Several of the amendments approved 2 weeks ago and others that are submitted today have taken from the $14 million that we set aside for future pension use. As we explained on September 7th, this amount is included as a one-time allocation in the fiscal year 23 budget and does not recur in fiscal year 24 planned budget for the second year of the biennial. The reason that I'm pointing this out is because if an amendment uses the set-aside for pension in 23, we are out of balance in fiscal year 24. In all 3 of the attachments, A, B, and C, we presented a source of funds to rebalance fiscal year 24. When we did that, nearly all of the items that we used to rebalance fiscal year 24 were for new things that were going to be added to the 24 plan budget. But in order to rebalance, we did have to reduce some of our ongoing regular expense line items. No formal action is required today or next week on fiscal year 24. The information that we provided just shows how we would rebalance. We will provide City Council with a balanced fiscal year 24 recommended budget next August. One final point regarding the $14 million set-aside. After approving amendments 1 through 10, $9.5 million remained. If all the amendments that were submitted and for your consideration today are approved using the pension funds that we had set aside, you will have overspent that amount by $1,594,000. So some of the amendments will need to identify a different source of funds before being considered, or you will have overspent the $14 million. So with that, I'll turn it to the mayor to go through the amendments.
Thank you so much, Jack. All right, members, let's get to work. Let's go to Amendment 14 and dispose of it first. That's the Mendelson Amendment. Do you have a motion, Chairwoman?
Yes, I move to reduce the non-departmental pension stabilization fund by $4,411,823 to reduce the property tax rate by 0.25 cents from 74.58 cents to 74.33 cents, which will result in a total 3% reduction from current year tax rate of 77.33 cents. So this is also known as that 14th Amendment, co-sponsored by Chairman Blackman.
It's been moved in second. Is there any discussion, Chairwoman Mendelson?
Yes.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. Our residents have sticker shock from their home appraisals, and they want their taxes reduced. While we cannot control the appraisal increase, we can control the rate we set. Homeowners and renters pay property taxes. Some pay directly and some are paying indirectly. And these taxes are driving up the cost of housing. Last week, many council members say they supported a 75-year tax abatement on the one property with just a little bit of a rental decrease. Well, here is your chance to not just affect one property, but in fact to impact affordability throughout this city. I'll remind you, our tax rate remains the highest in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, making us less competitive for people to choose Dallas as their home. And while there's no doubt that the Pension Stability Fund is simply excess taxation, it should be returned to our residents. This proposed budget will raise $107,382,669 more in property taxes from existing properties. This does not include the new properties added. This amendment will still mean over $103 million more in our budget than what we've had this current year. Elected officials I've talked to at the state level all say the number one issue facing constituents is property tax rates. We've all had budget town halls, and each of you have heard, I believe, the sincere concerns of residents that taxes are pricing them out of their homes, that their rents are going up too fast, and they're asking you to help them lower these costs. I hope you will vote in favor of your residents and their desire for a lower tax rate. Thank you.
Chairman Atkins, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will not be supporting this amendment. And the reason why, I guess a couple questions, Jack, what would be the savings for the average citizen if you do reduce this to 0.25?
So a tax rate reduction of 0.25, which results in about $4.4 million of revenue for the city. It impacts the typical residential bill by $6.42 per year.
About $6.42?
Yes, sir.
And if we do pass this first, what would happen to all the amendment that is proposed, which is show $1.5 million over budget? So with all those amendments that we're going forward, do we have to go and try to reduce each and every one of those, or maybe one, or what? So what would be the process?
So if this amendment number 14 passes first, then you will have less funds available to do the other amendments, but in total, we would not be able to pass them all by $1.6 million.
Okay, and the reason why I say that, colleagues, I know majority of your colleagues here around the horseshoe, we do have some amendment that we need to pass. We're talking about public safety, trying to make sure our city is safe. But one thing, a saving for the entire city and to resident, I'm looking at a $6.45 for each resident. And I'm trying to balance, is that a justified saving that we already done saved the citizen roughly about $74, $78, resident. To reduce this to 0.25, I can't see the justified saving. I feel like I can use more of the $4 million to make sure these amendments that the council member has submit, and they feel like our fire station, our police, our prosecutors, the streets. It's many things that we can do with that $4.4 million that we can have in equities. I see some great amendments here, just like the home repairs. You look at the homeless, you look at reducing our fire station, you're looking at a whole lot of repair that we need to do. We also look at the money trying to make sure some of our officers who do security at this building here that need extra dollars. So with that, I know my resident, we all support the 2.75% tax decrease. But the point is that most of our residents, they want a better quality of life. They want something they can see. And I think that, by reducing a little bit more, it's kind of a slap in their face, because they had said that at 2.75, we agree with that. We had no problem with it whatsoever. We agree, we know we need to save that amount of money, but we also had a duty that our resident, if you want to say that, said that you want to reduce this by 0.25, I would say that I got 14 council members in the mayor. Just give us the money if discretionary. Let us determine how do we use that money for help our own district, the people who put us down here. So how can we spend it at? So if this motion, do pass, but I think we should think about, 4.4 million, 14 council up, divide it up. Give everyone their percentage, get the double that amount of money, put in a discretionary fund, and see can we do it. So, question to the city manager: if you have in this budget, if we have money left over, and say, for example, if we don't want to reduce the tax rate, if we said that we want to put this in a discretionary fund, is there an limit that a council member can do with a discretionary fund without put the earmark on you to say this is what you can use it for? Is there a rule, a process, a procedure that it tell you that when you put money in the discretionary fund, it got to be for economic development, it got to be for public safety, it got to be for street, or can a council member say, I can use it any way I want to use it?
So unless the city council develop some type of policy related to how you may want to spend the funds and put them in categorical areas. These are general funds, so you would be bound by what you could spend general funds on typically within state law. It would not be able to go for private benefit types of activities and things of that nature, but your customary expenses and services that we typically provide for residents would be pretty wide open. The only reason that typically the discretionary funds have been restricted and or constricted is because that's how they might have originated. Bond fundings, propositions that speak to how and what, or rules associated with them like ARPA and other things. General funds don't have those restrictions, and that's why they're typically the most flexible type of revenue available. So if the council was to receive an individual district allocation, it would only be bound by what city council would believe would be the necessity and or the appropriate use of those funds if you took them up collectively.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Chairwoman Willis, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. So earlier this year, the council approved a 7% lift to the homestead exemption from $107,000 to $115,000, and this was for seniors and disabled. We came in with the budget this year with the lowering the tax rate by 2.74 cents. But that's just one side of the balance sheet. We've also got the other side, which is that property values increased by 15%. Now, that's not us, that's the county appraisal district. So we can't really do anything about that. But there is still a great gap between the property value and the relief that can be given here. And so we've taken some steps, but this is something we can do something about. We can increase this rate reduction by 0.25 cents. So this is something that affects every district. We've got a struggling middle, and those who are not seniors or disabled qualifying for these other exemptions, I think they need our help. And so I am in support of this, moving to this 0.25 cent reduction that would take us to a 3 cent tax reduction.
Mayor Pro Tem, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments. First, help me to clear some of the smoke. If we pass this morning item 5 with the tax rate proposal to have a public hearing on that rate, what happens if this measure passes at a reduced rate that's different from the one that we approved in item 5 with that language?
Yes, ma'am. So the items that have been previously approved set your ceiling at 74.58 cents per $100 evaluation. You can lower the tax rate, but you cannot go higher than that amount. And so whatever actions you take today in amendments, and when you come back next week and vote on the actual tax rate, it has to be 74.58 or less.
But I'm concerned about the public hearing. Is that language going to be altered so they'll know what they're speaking on and understand the process? I mean, I see what's written here for the public hearing that we passed. So how are we going to notify? Are we going to publish this particular proposal as well for them to speak on?
Jeanette Whedon, Budget and Management Services. Councilmember Arnold, state law requires that we hold a public hearing on the maximum tax rate that City Council will approve. You have done that today. And so next week, you will vote to adopt a tax rate that is at least 0.7458 or lower. Okay. So whatever action that takes place with this straw vote does not impact what you need to do next week.
All right, so I'm wanting to make sure I understood what the public is being allowed to speak on. So I want to get that clear. And then the other piece is that, as I stated this morning, and Mr. Councilmember Atkins as well, we have to stay woke on this. And I'm going to speak to those who have the underserved communities that continuously have to struggle and they ask us to come here to fight for them. I think in talking to our constituents, even though our communities are struggling, I don't think they can bear the burden of the taxes as we have now if they see the relief, as Mr. Councilmember Atkins talked about. If they see some changes, if they see investment in our community, then we don't mind carrying the heavy load. But when we have to fight every step of the way, and we're seeing this with the reduction in tax rate, once again, those of you who understand where I'm coming from, the folks who struggle with lack of infrastructure and what have you, the same scenario, we cannot afford to allow amendments like this to go forward, proposals, because it's going to mean less for us. And then when we get into the racial equity piece, then it's more of a fight. And so all I'm saying today is stay woke, stay tied down to the commitment of your community. Reduction in this tax rate here is going to reduce in services to our communities. Historically underserved continues to be historically underserved. And you have to listen, pay attention to the politics. So let us not deviate from what we have voted on or what the city manager has proposed. He's licensed and authorized to know the best scenario to give. This here is not the best option for us. And so I'm going to continue to say that. We have to go with where our people have the best chance, and the best chance is not with this particular proposal. Please stay woke on this. All of us with underserved communities, stay woke and listen to the script. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm sorry,
You got it too excited, I know. Deputy Mayor Pro Tem, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was trying to push mute and accidentally hit the speak button. So, thank you. I will not be supporting this this budget amendment item. And can you repeat the amount that the average property owner will save?
Yes, sir. The typical property owner with a homestead exemption would save $6.42 as a result of a 0.25 cent
And that's
reduction.
for a year?
Yes, sir.
So we're talking $6 and, say that again, $6 and?
42 cents.
$6.42. How many months are in a year?
12.
12, right? 12 months in a year. So we're talking, what is that? $1,
It's
50 cents, I mean, a year, a month?
I think it's 54.
54 cents a month. I think that the residents of District 6 that I've spoken to are not too worried about 54 cents a month, and it's not going to change their lives. It's not going to change. I'm the only renter here on the city council, Mr. Mayor. And, I apologize. Yeah, that's right. You did change. I apologize. So, and now Ms. Blackman, and 54 cents isn't going to reduce my rent in any way, shape, or form. It's not going to make a difference. And I would rather those 54 cents go towards things that are going to help our community. And here's the thing, colleagues, when you continue to reduce the tax rate and you're giving up dollars, you never get them back. You never get them back. And so we've already given 48 million, and our residents wanted that. They agreed to that, 2.75 cents. And I can tell you that the town halls I attended, the town halls that I watched virtually that weren't in my district, folks were fine with the 2.75 cents. You didn't hear them asking for more than 2.75 cents. This is historic, and that's thanks to your leadership on this, Mr. Mayor, which was asking for this type of thing. And thank you, Mr. City Manager, for recognizing that this was something we can do. But what you also have to remember is that for this 54 cents a month reduction, what you're going to end up having is that we are about 30% of the tax bill. Is that correct, Mr. Ireland?
Yes, sir.
So for 30% of the tax bill that folks receive, 54 cents a month is not really going to change anything. And I can tell you, Mr. Mayor, that I've been on this council long enough, and beforehand, what I've noticed is every year I have voted to reduce the tax rate in this city, whether it's 0.01 cent to this time around it's going to be 2.75 cents, which is the biggest, and I am excited about that. But what I can tell you is that almost every single time, Mr. Mayor, DISD, RISD, the school districts end up raising their tax rates, and all they do is take the money and they add it into their school districts, which is also fine. But you can only save so much here, and another taxing entity will figure out how to get those dollars. And at some point, what happens, we continue to give up money, and folks can smirk all they want, but as we continue to give up money, what will end up happening is as we give up those dollars is at some point, the valuations aren't going to increase the way they are now. And what happens if we end up below in the future, Mr. City Manager?
Raise the rate.
What do you have to do?
It would result in diminished service delivery and/or capacity for us to fund the things that we need to fund.
So we would have to reduce services, reduce things, and I can tell you that I'm from around the days where I remember when we had some massive revenue shortages, and where we had to make the decision. I wasn't on this council, and I don't know if our elder, Mr. Atkins, was or not at that time, because the years, it's been a minute. But we had to riff hundreds of city employees here in the city of Dallas. That's the choice that we will have to make. And Mr. Mayor, you tell us that the decisions that we make today aren't always for today, that they affect the decisions of the future. And so we have to be very careful here. Yes, we have extra dollars, and I think we're doing the right thing by giving back the taxpayers some of this excess revenue. But you also have to remember that in some neighborhoods, it doesn't matter how much I reduce the tax rate. I can tell you right now in the La Bajada neighborhood that their property valuation has increased so fast that thanks to the state legislature, we have a 10% cap. But they have raised so fast in West Dallas that it doesn't matter how many years, how much we lower the tax rate, we will never catch up to that valuation and what we can tax those folks. They are getting hit every year with the 10%, and it doesn't matter how much we reduce the tax rate, those neighborhoods, those homeowners are getting slapped with the 10% increase every single year, and this is going to be perpetually, as Mr. Ridley says, in perpetuity. So what we have to do, Mr. Mayor, is that we have to get with our legislative folks, and we've got to get help from the state legislature. This is not something the city of Dallas can do by ourselves on our own when we only affect 30% of a tax bill. We have to get relief from the state legislators, and I know that's part of what we're doing on our Legislative Affairs Committee, Mr. Mayor, and that's how we're going to get this done. But it's trying to nickel and dime our way down, and at 54 cents a month savings for the average property tax holder, when they hear that, they're going to laugh at us. And that this just isn't a good bill, I mean, a good amendment in my opinion, and I will not be supporting it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Ridley, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question for you, Jack. Will the approval of this amendment result in a reduction in money available for city services as proposed by the city manager in his budget or in the straw poll of amendments from last week?
Approval of this amendment would reduce $4.4 million. It would impact the revenue or the pension stabilization next year, fiscal year 24.
No, we're just talking about this year.
Okay.
Will it reduce any services that are contained in the city manager's budget or in our previous straw poll of amendments?
For fiscal year 23, no.
Yes.
For fiscal year 23, no, sir.
No?
No, sir.
I don't think we should look at this amendment in isolation as resulting in a reduction of $6.42 a year. We must combine it with the 2.75 cents that the city manager has proposed, because that's the way our constituents will look at it. They won't look at this as an individual reduction. They'll look at the total reduction. And as such, I think it's a material relief for them to know that their council is looking out for their interests in a time of extraordinary property appraisal increases. They're going to get hard by their tax bills this month or whenever they come out. And I think it's incumbent upon us to be able to communicate to them that we are doing what we can as responsible elected representatives to reduce the impact of the extraordinary real estate market on their pocketbooks. And I see this as a way to do that.
Mr. City Manager, did you want to say something here?
I do, and I want to thank the councilman for his comments, particularly as it relates to the layered effect, I believe, ultimately of the tax rate. However, the question how asked and Jack's limited ability to respond and expand, and the notion, my word, that what you're doing today, if you reduce this tax rate, has no impact beyond today because it comes from a reserve. It's a recurring revenue source that will definitely impact services next year and limit what you can do next year, actually even foreshadow in the amendments that I would be making to the proposed or planned 2024 budget. And so I just recall vaguely last week's meeting where we were discussing one of the top priorities of the city, and that was affordable housing. And we were debating and discussing the value or virtue of foregoing over 15 years, and if you multiplied it by 75, I think it came up today, about $500,000 a year that we would give up for 50% of some units, roughly, was $9 million over 15 years. This particular ongoing tax reduction would be $66 million over 15 years. And if you expounded and expanded that to 75, it would be $330 million, not inclusive of the annual growth that would be anticipated in any growth opportunity. So to say the decisions you're making today, over $6.20 won't have an impact, that's $66 million over 15 years that would be going to services. So again, if you saw in the amendments, the back page of the amendments, it speaks to what we won't be adding planned next year as a result of recurring expenses for which this reduction would be one of them. And so if you said to me, $6 is not worth adding an additional 3 or 4 units for single-role paramedics next year, I would say to you, I think people would give up $6 to ensure that that happened in evolution as an extension of our budget this year. So again, one of the reasons we began to do 2-year budgeting, quite honestly, was to resist and prevent single-year discussions around things that happen in perpetuity that people need to understand at the dais on the day how it will impact you next year. We've not had the free-for-alls and the discussions and droves of individuals coming down to City Hall to talk about cutting library services, cultural services, and other types of things like that, because we're able to share with them at least what we expect to have next year and not have the crisis of $40 to $50 million deficits going into the next year. And so again, I would say we've got to be honest about the conversation. And today is much more than what we're voting on today. It's about next year and the challenges that that table and myself will have, along with the departments, of trying to meet the needs that this council knows are very great and vast, but being able to do it year over year consistently. And so again, I just wanted to make sure I had the ability to share what Jack didn't get to share, because it's not as simple as $6 this year. It's about next year and the year after that and the year after that, because you can't get resources when they don't exist. And someone said it earlier, when you give it up, it's gone forever, and the needs just continue to grow. That was one of the reasons we used and set aside the stabilization reserve this year, to capture one-time revenue, but also to prepare for what we knew we had to do the following year and what this council expects us to do, and that's enhance our services, particularly around police and fire. And so again, I just wanted to make sure I made that comment, because it's not as simple as $4 million this year. It's $4 million every year for the rest of the life of this city and the residents and the services that they would expect and would desire. So again, thank you for giving me the opportunity, Mayor, to share that context.
Mr. West, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. Great comments by all my colleagues so far. So I have a interesting district, because I have half my district screaming for tax relief, and another part of my district that desperately needs every kind of infrastructure imaginable. The 3 things that are the most priority in my district are tax relief, followed, or equally important, public safety and streets. And I wanted to just ask, I know we're going through meet and confer right now, and I wanted to ask Mr. Fortune if we could anticipate potential increased costs to the city by our obligations with meet and confer.
Thank you, Council Member. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Mike.
Hello? Is that better? Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Council Member West, for the question. As you know, we currently are in the process of going through a ratification process on the meet and confer, so I can't say with explicit certainty of what would happen, but under the terms that have been contemplated, there would be a market-based pay structure that would go into effect each year, which is based off of comparator cities in the state in terms of who we would compete with, and the market is set each year based on a survey of those cities. And so we do anticipate that the agreement would grow annually as it relates to base market pay, and there will be some other items that we'll be presenting to you at some point when we bring this item for your consideration. But yes, we do anticipate that it will continue to grow.
And thank you for that, Mr. Fortune. And by you talk about market-based pay, does that consider an inflation as well as comparable cities?
So each year, the way it has been working, and we would anticipate it continuing to be the same way based off of the current draft agreement, is that we would compare ourselves to those 16 cities, and we would try to match the average wage for all those 16 cities. So as each year cities do, they adjust their wages and their level of compensation for their employees. We would continue to match the average of those 16 cities under this agreement if approved by City Council.
Do we generally see an increase over time for police and fire pay regionally?
Yeah, since we've had the agreements in place since 2017, if you recall, we've dramatically changed the way in which we calculate increases for police and fire, and so we've seen anywhere from a 3 to 4.5% increase just about annually on those years we were able to give an increase.
And how much of our budget right now is spent on public safety?
60%.
Is that
and that represents 100% of all of your property taxes, and I believe, Jack, another percentage of sales tax. I don't recall the exact percentage.
I think it's about 17% of sales tax.
okay? So 100% of our property taxes are going to public safety.
Yes, sir.
And we, as a city, I know at least in my district, it's the #1 priority. I hear tax relief is up there too, but public safety is also up there. And so, have you heard that as a priority for the city, that public safety is important?
Yes, sir. We've heard that.
I have to throw you a softball once in a
that's
while.
okay. Yeah, we've absolutely heard that, loud and clear.
All right, thank you, John. Thank you, Mayor.
Is there anyone else? What are we even doing here? Anyone else on Amendment 14?
Yes, sir, I did have.
Okay.
Yes, sir, I'm
Mayor
sorry.
Pro Tem, you have 3 minutes on Amendment 14.
Thank you. Did Mr. Ireland, or did I hear somewhere in the conversation that the passage of this particular item would jeopardize some of the other proposals in terms of allocations?
Ms. Arnold, I apologize. Can you restate your question?
Yes, I thought I heard that if we adopted this particular item, it would potentially jeopardize the stability of the budget as it relates to this item passing and perhaps some of the others.
So the item is balanced, the amendment is balanced for fiscal year '23. The problem comes in for fiscal year '24. And so, as Mr. Broadnax mentioned, we would have to make reductions out of expenses that we had planned, new services, new enhancements that we had planned to add in fiscal year '24. We will have to take some of those back.
All right.
So we will have to reduce services in fiscal year '24 as a result of this amendment and others.
So we're losing funding for '24. Is that correct? If with that scenario?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's what the public needs to hear. And those of us who represent the underserved communities, stay woke. You're going to lose money. The language speaks of ongoing. So you're going to lose money, and that means our citizens who are struggling with less now will get less. So make sure we get grounded. All of us want tax relief, but once again, constituents have more confidence in government when they can see their tax dollars at work. And so in our communities, when we see infrastructure coming, housing, and Mr. Ridley, Councilmember Ridley has an amendment here that I definitely would not want to jeopardize and would like to see more money for housing and neighborhood revitalization for the housing minor repair program. We desperately need that program in our underserved communities. And I don't want to jeopardize, I wouldn't want to jeopardize a program like that. But we need it, but once the constituents see housing repair put to work, then they are okay with the tax rate being where it is. We have to see in order to believe in government in these underserved communities. So please, those of us who represent the folks who are hungry and thirsty for our investments, please don't succumb to the political pressures of what's going to happen. You may not get reelected. You're not going to. We have to put that aside. For the best interest of the underserved community, racial equity, we talk it all the time. But you have to have confidence in your leadership and your advocacy, and it cannot be persuaded by the upcoming elections and what's going to look good when you go to the community and they say, oh, you really did do good. You caused our taxes to be reduced. And then at the same time, those who have continue to have, and those who don't, we continue to have less. Fight for the historically underserved communities and stand up today, and don't be afraid to stand up for the people who sent you down here to fight for them on a day-to-day basis. And thank you, Mr. Ridley, for your amendment.
That we're not on, by the way. I just want to make sure everybody's clear on that. We're not on that yet. Okay, we're on Amendment 14, and I'm going to recognize Mr. Ridley for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to respectfully disagree with the city manager's philosophy about this budget amendment. By the same token that we pride ourselves on a pay-as-you-go budget system for the city, we should also extend that to include tax-as-you-go, so that what I disagree with is taxing in advance of need. We already had $14 million in excess taxation built into this budget in the form of the Pension Stabilization Fund. And now we're trying to divvy that money up. And I think our decision should be based upon the effect of this amendment on this year's budget, not next year or the year after that or the year after that, for the reason that each year, as we have just recently discussed, we set a new tax rate. So why are we raising taxes this year because of what we need next year? Why don't we wait and see what the property appreciation and therefore the resulting revenue is next year, and as we always do, adjust the tax rate according to that revenue when we know what it's going to be next year, whether that results in an increase or perhaps an additional increase if we have a record increase in appraised values like we did this year. We're already receiving the benefit of over $100 million in additional revenue, and we're spending all of that. So let's wait until next year to see whether we need to adjust the tax rate. But to me, keeping the tax rate high this year because of what might or might not happen this year is not sound financial management.
Chairwoman Mendelson, you're recognized for 3 minutes.
It looked like the city manager wanted to say something, and I'm happy to defer to him if you wish.
Okay.
I'll defer to Councilwoman Mendelson.
Go ahead, Chairwoman, 3 minutes.
Thank you. There seem to be a number of questions that are coming that are just so obvious in answers, and so I'll ask you a couple just the same. Are we required to have a balanced budget each year?
Yes.
So therefore, dollars that we forego this year actually don't affect next year, is that correct?
They impact the second year of the biennial, and we have an FMPC that requires that we bring forward a balanced biennial budget. And so if you reduce a ongoing revenue and offset it by a one-time expense, then we're out of budget, out of balance in the second year of the biennial, unless we make adjustments and reduce expenses that we had planned.
Okay. Let me say it to you differently then, because the wording of the question obviously matters. Aren't we able to increase our tax rate next year if we don't have the sufficient funds to cover what is expected in the budget?
Yes, but I've not seen that typically happen where we increase the tax rate. But yes, you could increase the tax rate if it was the will of the council.
And what rate have we gone up in valuation in the city on average every year? Or let's just say the last 2 years.
The last 2 years, let me give you a longer term. It's been about 4% over 30 years or so. That's the long-term average. 15%,
Okay, how much did we go up in
15%
valuation this year?
15.1%.
15.1% increase in average valuation or median valuation. I'm not sure which one that is, but whatever it is.
It was total valuation.
Total valuation. It's a lot. It's so much. And we have what is essentially a slush fund of this pension stabilization fund. We're taking tax dollars that we don't even have a use for. Now, we've all come up with lots of different ways to spend it, but it wasn't even in the manager's proposed budget. It was just a set aside. And we need to give that money back to the taxpayers. They are all, in the face of steep inflation, cutting back on their budgets, and we need some fiscal restraint. And This is not even something that we're going to cut. This is just a slush fund sitting to the side. So give it back to them. It's not even the whole amount. This was originally 14 million. There's some other amendments that are going to pass that are going to help public safety, that are going to help the homeless, other things that are needed in this city. This is $4.4 million. As some have pointed out, it's not even that much. So give them a full 3 cents back, which still will mean they will pay more in property taxes than they did this year. So thank you very much for your consideration. For any council member that seems to be worried about elections, since others have brought it up, let me tell you, you're only worried if you know your residents want you to pass this, and you don't. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. And so I want to at least correct the record for the council and the public. It is not a slush fund. The resources at some point in time would have been expended on items that this council and or the community might need in the future. So that's one. We also have a $233 million reserve that is set aside that would not be considered a slush fund. It's a rainy day fund for, again, unexpected types of expenditures. Now, thirdly, we often plan in accordance with what we intend to do in the future. Note the word plan. We often talk about the 5-year forecast and how that's not sustainable based on current revenue. To Councilmember Ridley's point about in the moment and the tax rate being approved every year, you are correct. State law also restricts and confines the amount of revenue that we might be able to increase every year. Despite property values going up, there is a limitation to what we can accrue and receive from existing properties on any given year. And so to give it up, quite honestly, really means we never get back that 3%. We couldn't raise the property tax over and above without some type of a vote to do that at some level. And again, as I've said before, and I think Councilmember West pointed out, around ongoing expenses, just to have the 80% of what our budgets are, which are people, each and every year, if they just expected, to John Fortune's point about the market-based pay for police and fire, to institute meet and confer this year is $40 million, and that's based on a 4% increase for that staff. Imagine if year over year, without what we typically have had the last few years, our property tax revenue typically goes up $60 to $70 million a year. We've got ongoing expenses that we're actually planning for. So the $14 million reserve was captured in 1 year, but it was anticipated for next year to support enhancements to existing services that we have this year that I think this council's spoken highly about, whether in police, fire, code enforcement, and other types of activities. So again, we don't statically plan the budget. If we did that, quite honestly, we'd be criticized for not looking forward. I would never recommend something that we can't sustain in the future. That's why, again, we would come back and adjust 2024 to be fiscally responsible. So again, the word slush fund, this notion that we don't plan and foresee issues and challenges, that's what we do. That's what we get paid to do every day. And so sometimes we get a little offended when it seems as if people are checking our work, but that's appropriate, and we understand that. But we do plan to have every service that we have today. We planned that last year to continue. We didn't discuss what was already layered into the budget. We're talking about enhancements this year over the planned budget last year. And all we're saying is whatever we do that's recurring, we got to have a way to pay for it the following year. And we'll have to make those adjustments and maybe not add to services. We just may be able to stay status quo, and that's okay. Jack's talking about pulling back on things that we were going to add over and above what you want to add today, and status quo would be what we adopt this year. But again, we don't look at it singularly in any given year, and no responsible city manager or staff would ever look at it that way. That's the question I ask them before I approve anything is, how can we sustain it? And do not box me in. Even when it came to recommending a 2.75 cents tax reduction, I said, look at the state law, Tell me what you anticipate our expenses might be in year 2, 3, and 4, and will we do anything that damages and limits this council's ability to provide the services that we're doing today and the things we know they may want to do in the future. So again, that's what our jobs are. Obviously, I proposed a budget. I would not recommend we spend any of the $14 million because that's what I recommended in the beginning. However, things come up, council has other priorities, and so we are just providing the guidance and the information so you don't make a decision blindly that impacts you next year and ask all of us, well, why did you let us do it? And so again, we just want to inform and advise and want to make sure that people understand the impacts of decisions today on tomorrow and the year after. And so again, $6 is a lot to some people, particularly when you don't have anything. However, $4 million collectively does a lot more good in the future for some people than $6 that they'll spend in a day. And so again, when you added even $76 to some folk who have more, I think they appreciate the savings. But at the end of the day, as Councilwoman Arnold, Councilmember Atkins, Councilmember Device, Councilmember Resendez, Councilmember Basildua, and others who have areas that need, they're more worried about the services that they can see and feel than the tax rate, because some of them don't even get to own a home. Some of them actually don't even have apartments to live in. They're living on the street. And so again, these resources are important, and we think through them long-term because this city's job is long-term. So again, I'm preaching a little bit, but my father was an associate pastor, so I got it in there. Thank you.
Okay, so I didn't want to cut you off, and I appreciate that. I'm going to pick up the debate here in the order I have it, so nobody push their buttons and drop out or anything, because I won't remember what order you're in. I just want to sort of, recalibrate us so we make sure we all remember kind of what our roles here, what we're supposed to be trying to do. Y'all are the policymakers, and y'all are here to provide oversight, and so no one, at least the presiding officer, is not going to ever tell you not to. The debate is really between you guys, us, me too. I mean, the policymakers here. We're not going to actually have any votes today. You're going to do straw voting, just so you know that you're going to be showing a card at the end of this process. But this is meant to be a robust debate, but a debate between us. Our city manager here is a trained professional. He says he's got, somebody said he had a license. I'm still going to wait for him to show what kind it is. I don't know what he's got a license to do, but he's our trained professional. He's our city's chief executive. He's here to help us understand what he thinks we should be doing. But at the end of the day, he's here to advise and inform us for us to make the decisions. So I don't want anybody to think that you're engaged or you should be engaged in a debate with the city manager. He's not here to debate you. You're not here to debate him. He's here he works for us. He's here to tell us what he thinks is best. He's exercising his professional judgment. But at the end of the day, we have to vote what we think is right for the residents of Dallas based on our perspectives. And it's not a debate with him, it's a debate amongst us. So you don't engage each other directly, you do that through me, but the point is I just want us to remember we're the ones making the decisions here. He's helping us make our decisions so we won't make them in ignorance. Is that a fair way to describe the relationship, Mr. City Manager?
Wonderful, Mayor.
Perfect. So let's make sure we all recalibrate it. And Chairman Atkins, I'm going to go to you now for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. Jack, what is the balance of our reserve today?
Thank you, Jack.
Are you speaking about the $14 million, sir?
No, the reserve of the city, the reserve account.
Okay, so the general fund balance is approximately 300 million, Jeanette, is that? Yeah, it's approximately $300 million. That includes our liability reserve, our risk reserve, our undesignated residual fund balance. So that's what we talk about when we talk about our savings or our reserves.
And
it's approximately 300 million.
And my clock's still running while they talking. I don't know why. I want my whole 3 minutes. Can I get my 5 or 6 seconds back?
Madam Secretary, I mean, you got called out on that. Give him 5 more seconds. 250. All right,
Thank you, sir.
There you go. Okay.
That's a touchdown. Okay, number one, what was our reserve back in 2008 or 2007?
So I don't know the number exactly, but it got really low. It was less than, Jeanette's got it, so.
Councilmember Atkins, in fiscal year 2008, the general fund reserve was $69.9 million.
And that was, repeat that again, please.
$69.9 million, approximately 24.7 days.
Okay. Now, the reason why I asked that question, I think one of my colleagues said I've been around a long time. I've been around this budget for a pretty good while. And number one, that when we talk about a tax rate, a tax reduction, I remember the time that we went through furloughs days, went through the days that we could not fix the streets, went to the days that you could not go to the library, went to the days that we barely could hire a police officer, we were not a safe city, went to the days that the library was not open, went to many of those days, and guess what? The citizen of 2006 voted for the largest bond package in the city of Dallas. And we, as policymakers back then, did not do what they asked them to do. And what the city policymakers, we as council members, you know, the first thing I did when I first came to city council, I read every page in the book, every budget page, line by line, and try to memorize the whole book to make sure. It took me a year and a half to figure out this budget. And when I look at the budget and look at my fiduciary responsibility, first is for the city of Dallas, not for my district, for the city of Dallas. As a whole, it is our responsibility to say what is best for the city of Dallas as a whole. And what is best for the majority of this council as a whole, do we take the city first? Not our district, but our city. And we said back then, public safety was number one, the number one criteria, number one. And we took every penny that we had to find to make sure we were a safe city. We did not want to be in the top 3 worst city. We want to be in the top 1, the best city, as our mayor said. We want to be number 1. And to do that, we did everything in our power to cut every penny we did to get there. Now we're getting there to be there. But when you cut and save dollars in tax relief, you never get that money back. Never. You get it back. You're going to lose it. And today, colleagues, I think we did a great job, the 2.75%, great job. But you got to think about that 54 cents over a period of years coming to $60 million, but you never get that back. But we need to make sure equity and things we need for our community, we make sure we have that done and do what's right for your resident, what do right for the city of Dallas. Thank you.
Chairwoman Schultz, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to just get another couple numbers from you. Thank you. So let's just say that we're dealing with some of the more affluent parts of town, and let's say you've got a home that's worth $1 million. So overall, what Mr. Broadnax's budget is asking for would be you'd get back about $275, right? That would be the reduction. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
Help me do this.
Yeah. So for the typical residential home, which has a value of about $320,000.
Yeah, I'm asking for $1 million house.
Right. And so Mr. Broadnax's budget reduced on that typical home by about $71. This takes it another $6.42. Jeanette, do you have the million?
I know. So Councilmember Schultz, with a home that's valued at $1 million with a homestead exemption, it generates a tax rate reduction of $240.
So that would be $240 versus $300. So it's a $60 difference that we're talking about on that size value. Is that correct?
Oh, you mean that's for the difference between the...
I'm trying to get to what the difference this would be in someone's pocket if they have a $1 million homestead.
So I'm comparing the difference between the current tax rate in the current year to the proposed
Correct.
of the 7.7433. You're asking the difference between what is in the city manager's budget and what this difference is.
And the proposed amendment, yes, ma'am.
So the first number was the $240. The second number, one moment,
Thank you for doing my math homework.
$20.
Thank you. So to me, this is a very interesting challenge because we're balancing politics, we're balancing the budget, and in the true sense of fiscal responsibility, which is why I was asking in our previous discussion about the amendment, how wouldn't it be based on what you have, and then you make your budget, but our state requires something else. There's three buckets to me. There's the bucket of what we have to do, like, for example, our public safety budget, which is mandated by the state where we can't reduce it, right? So we have expenses that we absolutely must spend and we want to spend. There's the bucket of the things that we want to do to make our city better. And then there's a third bucket, and to me, this is what we're playing in right now. And that's the bucket of what would this make what we must do easier? Right? If we had this extra money, or if we gave back this extra money, the decision to me is the things that we're going to have to do later, is this going to make it easier in the future? And is the cost of that, both financially and politically, worth making that investment? And so that's the struggle. And so when I look at some of these items on these amendments, everything from the issues that are very high priority in all the meetings that I've been to, dealing with homelessness, dealing with Dallas Fire and Rescue, the things that they want, some of the amendments that the city manager heard before in our planning and development as we come down the road, coming out of the permit problem and moving now into the long time that it takes in zoning by adding staff. To me, that's where that third bucket plays in. And so I feel very comfortable that I can explain to my residents, who, whatever size home they have, that difference in the savings to them individually will pay off for them much, much more down the road. So at this point, I'll probably be a red flag, but then we have till next week. Thank you.
Chairwoman Mendelson, you're recognized for a minute.
Thank you. I just want to point out two things that our city manager said and just expand on them a little bit, which is to say, in a normal year, we add about $60 or $70 million to our budget. We're adding $107 million this year, way more than normal. If we took 4.4 of that away, we're still adding way more than a normal year. The second item is the city manager mentioned that he didn't recommend taking this money from the Pension Stabilization Fund, but actually he proposed 4 amendments using that exact account, and they total $3.156 million. So I'm not sure how that squares away. I think I'm almost out of time here, but I'm just going to say your residents want a tax reduction, and they deserve it, and this is their money, and you should give it back to them. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Ireland, could you give us the taxing jurisdictions here that would affect our property?
So the taxing jurisdiction being the city, your school district, your county, Parkland Hospital, College District, those, the city of Dallas represents 28.6% of the total taxing entities.
What is the highest taxation jurisdiction?
The school district.
All right, so we have a couple of others that continue to, will be making decisions about taxes that also affect our property tax owners, our property owners. And so we're doing our part, as Council Member Deputy Mayor stated, they're gonna come back probably and take some of those dollars that we still release. So what we have to look at, no, if I had to, I wouldn't have any taxes at all. However, we now know that our taxes on this level, and we've reduced them. I need the public to hear that. We have made some reductions in savings, but we do need the funds to support the needs, particularly of the whole city, but the underserved needs additional support through equity. Now, as I close listening to all of you, listen carefully. You only have one city manager who's certified, bona fide, and trained Mr. T.C. Broadnax take the advice of someone who has been trained and educated to be a city manager
That's
and
your
not
time.
from being a council member who wants to apply for his job. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Pro Tem, you're recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so the question came up about, or the comment came up about how much extra was in revenue this budget cycle, and it's about 107 million, is that correct?
In total, yeah, I believe it's about 107 on property that was taxed in both years, and 24 million, 25 million from new construction.
Very good. And on an average year, I don't know if it was you or the city manager that said that we get about 60 to 70 million more in increased values. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the 2.75 cents that's already in the budget is reducing that 107 million by how many dollars?
It's not reducing the $107 million, but the tax rate forgoes $48.5 million of revenue.
So $48 million of revenue. So that, if you look at it, it's kind of like taking 107 and taking 48 from there. So no?
No, it would have been 107 plus the 48, but we
Okay.
reduced the tax rate.
Gotcha.
Gave back the 48, still maintaining 107.
And then some of my colleagues have mentioned that the average increase in the city of Dallas for revenue was 15.1%, I think is what was stated. Can you give me that number?
Yes, sir. That is the total value increase compared to July of '21 versus July of '22. Total value in the city went up 15.1%. Some properties go up more than that, some go up less than that, but 15.1 is the total.
Is the total average for the city?
It's the total increase year over year.
Sure, very good. And so in there, what were the expenses that increased as far as for roads, for building materials, for other things? Public safety, I know, is just 4% just on their pay, but how much more does it cost to upgrade buildings, to fix things? Can you give me an average of that? I mean, I know that's probably asking $1 million question because there's a lot of different items in there, but how much more are things costing now?
Yes, sir. That is like a 700-page
Yeah,
question.
700-page question. So yes.
So we increased, as you know, pay for uniform employees. We increased pay for non-uniform employees, added positions for code compliance, for homeless services. It just runs the gamut.
Right, and so that's the hard part, is how do you take an average of what the city increased by, but then also take what is our increase in expenses that are going to be ongoing. I mean, we're not going to quit paying police officers and firefighters, and they're not going to sit there and say, oh, pay us the same rate for the next 10, 15 years. That's going to go up every so many years as well. And so I guess that's where we get at when when I'm talking about foregoing revenue, is that, that 4 million that was stated is actually 66 million over 15 years. In 15 years, we're going to need that 66 million at some point across those 15 years. And that's where I get to. So are we allowed to reduce public safety, the police budget per state law?
Not year over year, no, sir.
Not year over year. And if we decided that we were going to do something like that, which I'm not proposing, I'm just asking the question, what do we have to do if we had decided like we have to take a cut in public safety dollars? What has to happen per state law?
For me, I would have to consult the city attorney's office on that. I apologize, sir.
Tammy or Teresa, can you address the question, please?
My apologies. Can you repeat the question?
If we wanted to reduce the public safety budget, which I'm not proposing, I'm just asking what happens per state law that we would have to do?
I think Jack's answer was accurate, and we're looking at the statute right now, and we can give you a better
Mr. Mayor, if you want to
answer.
answer
Jack
it.
didn't answer that question.
Yeah, if you want to answer it, Mr.
They
Mayor,
asked
fine.
the lawyers to answer the question. The question is, what would happen if you reduced the police budget, if you wanted to reduce the police budget from one year to the next under the new state law?
We'd like a minute to pull up the statute so we give you an
Okay,
accurate
and then I'll
answer.
ask my next question is, was talked about, next year we could just increase the tax rate. We could just decide which year over year. At what level does a tax rate increase trigger an election in the state now?
To increase the revenue above the voter approval rate, 3.5%.
So 3.5% would be, if we hit that 3.5%, it triggers an election, which would have to happen post us trying to adopt a budget, which if the voters didn't approve it, where I'm getting at is, it's a whole can of worms when you start trying to, if we have to go back and reduce the tax rate in order to increase revenue. And so that's what I'm getting at, colleagues, and elections cost money as well. And so they're not cheap in order to have an election. So I think the spirit is great here, but I just can't support this budget amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone else on Amendment 14? Hearing none or seeing none, please show your cards. We're showing cards. So the city secretary can take note. Janie, you need to show a card.
With the majority voting against, the amendment fails, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's go to, let's do amendment, I think 13, Mr. Thomas, you were going to do 13.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm proposing amendment 30. I'll make a motion for an amendment 13. Second. Thank you. There was a television show that was real popular called The Odd Couple. Many of us probably remember that. And when we look at this proposal, I'm going to say this is the odd quad. When you look at those who are, the mayor's put it forth, but the co-sponsors are myself, Basil Dewar, and Councilmember Mendelson. So we're going to call ourselves the odd quad. However, when you look at, you get that when you get home. I know it's pretty intense right now.
Is that 13 or 12?
Say it again.
I'm sorry, I guess I meant
13, right?
You were doing 12.
Yeah, I was doing 12.
I'm sorry.
You said 13.
We said 13, so we need to pull back the motion and redo it again.
I got to pull my joke back too then, because it wasn't appropriate. Okay.
But we're doing 12. Mr. Thomas has some things he has to do, so I'm trying to accommodate his schedule. So can you withdraw your motion?
Sure, I withdraw my motion.
Okay, is there any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Just need to restate it with the proper number this time.
All right.
It's 12. It's my fault for misleading you. It's 12.
Okay, no problem. I move that we accept amendment number 12.
All right, it's been moved and second. You can go ahead with your discussion on Amendment 12. My apologies.
No problem, no problem. There was a show that was popular called The Odd Couple.
It was a show.
Many of us remember that show without dating ourselves. However, when we look at those who have proposed this, the sponsor and the co-sponsors, I call this the odd quad. So when we look at this, I remember when the initial 4-track strategy for Office of Homeless Solutions included this particular item. When we talk about master leasing, I was really excited about that because I talk with the Apartment Association Greater Dallas pretty regular. I talk with some apartment managers. Just met one, owners. I just met one the other day. And one of the challenges we can continually hear is being willing to make these units available for individuals who are homeless or individuals who are suffering, have traditionally suffered from homelessness. This creates an opportunity for the city to provide incentive dollars that will make it possible and make our apartment owners more receptive of being willing to house and accept vouchers and house some of our most valuable, vulnerable residents. And so for that reason, we're looking to move forward with this amendment. It will help a whole lot of people who are currently not receiving the type of support that they need. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Chairman Middleton, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Amendment 12.
Thank you, and I want to say to Chairman Thomas, I liked that reference to the show. I am proud and enthusiastic about this amendment. The problem, the very real problem of voucher acceptance is that it forces landlords to take a voucher without understanding that there is an administrative and financial burden that comes with that, especially for smaller landlords. A master lease program, which I've been advocating for a long time, elegantly solves this problem by allowing the city to direct nonprofit providers or themselves, meaning we as a city can do this, to rent the apartments in our own name and then administer the HUD vouchers. So the component for that, the inspections, the administration work, all of that then is a burden for the city or the nonprofit as opposed to the landlord. There is a cost for doing that, which is why the mayor has proposed it this way. But again, what this does is it allows property owners to retain their rights, but also makes voucher acceptance much more broad without any concern about income discrimination. This effort's long been needed in Dallas, and I look forward to Dallas becoming one of the cities in our country with a successful master lease program. I want to congratulate the mayor for bringing this forward to council. It's critically needed, and your leadership on this is appreciated by both housing advocates and by landlords. Thank you.
Chairman Magoo, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
So I understand,
Amendment 12.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand we're just talking about the budgetary impact, but as we look at the programmatic piece of this, I just want to be cautionary in saying that the devil's in the details. When we have had these types of master lease programs in the past, we have, lots of our apartment have secluded certain buildings and designated those in certain ways, and we end up with certain buildings that are not cared for as well, and you can identify a lot of the crime and other issues in the whole community are coming out of these specific units because the program's not managed well or there's not proper oversight. There's lots of issues there. So I like what I'm hearing. I like the concept in this budget amendment. But as we look at this programmatic piece coming together, it takes a lot more management and supervision than just sort of turning this over to a contract and letting a nonprofit say they're running it. And we've had, when I was first elected in my own district, the 3 apartment complexes with the worst problems in our entire district all came back to a certain number of units that were under contract in this type of arrangement. And I'm just saying be very careful as we look at expanding and growing this program. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Chairman Atkins, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
That was at SMU.
No, that's a payback for early. He saw me, Thank you for the payback, Mayor. Thank you very much. That's an inside joke. A question, I guess, to staff. How do we administrate this? I know we're allocated guarantee or master lease. How do we make sure the people who actually resident, in what order would they be supported? I mean, how would what is the process?
Thank you for that question, Council Member. Christine Crosley, Director, Office of Homeless Solutions. So in terms of administration and the concerns about administration, this is something that we would look to work with a private partner on securing property management for a property. And then, in terms of the people who would be coming into it, You know, we already have the DRTRR that's working on getting people the rental subsidies and helping out, and as the council member has mentioned, the vouchers. Now we need the affordable units. And so built into those vouchers and the case manage, or built into the vouchers and the rent through the DRTRR, we have case management. And so the case management is already packaged with the dollars that we would be anticipating coming in to rent the space.
I guess my question is really boiled down to the citizen. So if we do have a master lease to rent the unit, the resident who need a unit, how do we pick that person to have a lease, or what category do the nonprofits do that? Do the city of Dallas do that? I mean, who actually picked that person, said they can go to this particular apartment? You know, it's like a voucher is completely different. You apply for it, but since it's city money and since we're gonna be the leaseholder, do we control the resident who will go to that?
And so the process now is the same as it would be. It all goes through the coordinated access system. And so, you know, right now, when you look at the Dallas Real-Time Rapid Rehousing Initiative, we have about 1,900 people who are enrolled, and of that 1,900, about 1,194 who are housed. So there's a continuing delta there of roughly 700 to 800 people who are already vetted, who we know what type of housing that they need, whether it's permanent supportive or anything else, or rapid rehousing. And so the candidates would continue to go through that coordinated access system to make sure that it's equitable, and then of course locational choice is important. And so, you know, this would be an address amongst other private units saying, hey, you can go here, and if they so chose, they would be able to go to this area.
Okay. With this funding, how many master lease, how many units do you think we can rent?
Thank you, Councilmember Kimberly Bizer-Tobert, Deputy City Manager. And of course, we are excited about this amendment. We looked at a model that if we had, say, 100 units, what would it cost us if those units just remained vacant for a year? And so when you look at the $3 million that's included in this amendment, that would pretty much take care, Christine talked about what that average monthly rent would be, including that case management, and that's about a 1 to 20, I believe, ratio. We would definitely spend it if that were the case, but we do understand and know that we've got people in the pipeline, people who are ready to go into housing as soon as we would bring a facility online for this purpose. So we don't foresee that we would have a situation where we've got units available and we have no one to put in those units.
Right, and I understand that, and my main concern is, number one, we do have a pipeline, and I'm just trying to find the order in the pipeline that we got a resident already waiting, they need a unit. Do we already have those allocated, and have this person already got first choice, a second choice to go there? Have we addressed that, or did we got to go back and redress to figure it out?
As Christine mentioned, the process that we already have that's underway, that's working very well. If you will recall that as part of the Dallas Real-Time Rapid Rehousing Initiative, I think we had about 758 vouchers. Of those 758, I think 742, am I about right? That's what's actually been distributed. It doesn't necessarily mean that all of those individuals that currently have those vouchers actually are in the housing. So we would definitely want to make sure that those individuals who've been out there waiting and looking, that we definitely get them in first. So from a pipeline perspective, Councilmember, we've got a robust pipeline. We just need the units.
You know, I just want to thank the mayor and Chairman Balazar and Chairman Miller and Chairman Thomas. You writ this, it was written great, because you said that if you do not use the money, you send the money back to that department. And sometimes that when people say we're trying to spend all the money, but you did put a reserve, you know, I definitely like it when you put an amendment that if you don't spend the money, it go back where it came from.
And our goal would be to, if we do not need it, not to spend it.
That's correct. Great, you know, you look around the city now, we do have a homeless solution. We do have a homeless problem. You look all over the city. It's in every district, you know, city-wise. You go look right across the street to the library, you know, in the morning time, the weekend, you know, they got to go somewhere. And so I know that in the past it was not a responsibility, but it is our responsibility to make sure that we do take care of the homeless. And I'm glad that in this budget, and we found the money, some money there could be set aside to address the homeless, because we was in D.C. In my legislative session this past week in D.C., you know, the first thing they said, how is your homeless issue down there? Are y'all doing anything about it? And in DC, they got the same problem right across the street from the Capitol, you know, tents pumping out. And they want to know, what are we doing? And maybe we can get some federal funding on our legislature and say, hey, we need help just like you need help. So I'm glad that this amendments came forward. I will be completely supported full-heartedly. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Pro Tem, you recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank my colleague, Chairman Atkins, next to me. He actually asked the questions that I was going to ask about how the program would work and all of that, so thank you, Kim, and your team for explaining it so the general public would kind of understand this. And I also, what I do want to go on is, Mr. Magoo kind of mentioned some of the pitfalls from past and previous master plan type, or master lease type agreements we've done in the past. Have we already looked at those to try to remedy so that we don't fall into some of those pitfalls as we move forward?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
And that's ongoing.
It's a simple answer, and I like that. So yes, we've looked at them. So because Mr. Magoo is right. I mean, we did have some pitfalls, and we don't want to fall into those. And I do really like about this is that we would own the lease, so that the landlords will know they're guaranteed their rent, whether the apartment sits empty or not. But I also know that we have people ready to go, and this is the part where our plan is on hold, is that we need a space for them. So my next question would be, Mr. Atkins just mentioned we have people across the street. We have people all over the city. It's not just one area. Have we looked into, like, maybe would some of them be willing to be roommates? Like, they're already hanging out together. Would they be good roommates, in order to get more people off the streets? I know we have families, when you have a single mom with 3 kids living in a car, that's one thing. But when we're talking about 2 adult individuals that maybe aren't related, or, they're not family members, but they're really good friends, and maybe they, help each other, is that something we've looked at as well in order to help get a few more people off the streets?
So, yes, the choice is always the person's, and so, I know that MDHA is also, as our sole source provider for the Dallas Real-Time Rapid Rehousing, and their housing navigators have looked at that, and if people want to kind of be roommates, that's something that is done in other areas. It really is just up to personal choice, so it depends. And I would say for a lot of people, they really need that space to themselves just to heal, and they don't want to be potentially triggered by someone else's behaviors. But yeah, it just depends on the person.
And thank you for that. That's why I was just asking it, because these are still adults, and they're still, well, not all of them are adults, but they're still, human beings, and they have different needs. So, making sure we look at those different needs. So my last question I'm going to get here is, folks that have pets, are we making sure that we look at master lease agreements that would allow for them to keep their pets with them? Because for a lot of them, this is their family member, right? So,
Thank you, Councilmember. Definitely, Deputy Mayor Pro Tem, we definitely, that always comes into place. Even now, with some of the existing movements that we've had, we have to keep in mind that people, sometimes that's the family for them, that's their attachment. And so we're looking at everything from providing locker space to where if they have extra things they want to hold on to, that we can give them that capacity to be able to do that. We're looking at that in some of the newer facilities that the city just recently acquired. So we kind of take that whole total look to see what the needs are and how can we make sure that we're meeting those needs. So that definitely comes into play a lot when it comes to animals. So thank you for that question.
And thank you for that. And it's about treating people with dignity and respect. At the end of the day, that's, they may be unhoused, but at the same time, they're still our brothers and sisters that just have hit hard times, and we want to make sure they're treated with that the utmost of care. And thank you all for what you all have done. Your team has just really changed the way we deal with the unhoused in this city. And I've said it more than once. We were doing it one way for decades, and it just was the wrong way. And we're finally trying something different, and we're seeing the success of that. And then I want to just go on and say, Mr. Mayor, you and the other co-sponsors, thank you for your leadership on this amendment. This is something that was sorely needed, and just thank you for the way you've written it, the way it was put together. And then I just want to give that last shout out to your team, Kim, and the rest of the folks in Homelessness Solutions, is that without y'all's ability to make these types of policy work, we wouldn't be getting where we're getting. And I'm just going to finish off with the success of this, Mr. Mayor, when we see it working. We're going to be open to so many more federal funds that's going to help us to do even more. That this $3 million we may not even use, but it's kind of like that it's just that backup money, right? And hopefully we don't have to dip into it, but if we do, we will. But with just showing this small amount of money, we have zero idea how many grants and different types of fundings we can receive from federal governments and probably other entities that we can write for that will just bring us millions upon millions. So this is an excellent amendment and one that I will definitely be supporting. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Chairwoman Willis, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, and I definitely want to hold that thought that Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Narvaez brought up about capacity building, so there will be more on that later. But thank you so much for letting the D13 team go out with an outreach crew a couple of weeks ago. Jake, Marcella, and I went out, and a fellow walked up to the van or was just walking up to talk to some folks, and one of your team jumped out of that van and said, "We've been looking for him. We've got housing for him." And they were able to tell him, and I mean, that was an amazing thing to experience. And so when I hear Deputy City Manager Tolbert and Director Crosley saying, you know, we've got 800 or 900 people who are like that fellow, I mean, and that this would help move them along so much faster, you know, that's really inspiring. On the flip side of that, I appreciate Chair McGue saying we've gone through this before. We've experienced some bumps. We've got to learn from that and make it stronger. I feel like the team is before us that will certainly make that happen. And while the city of Dallas wants to house this vulnerable population, we don't want it to be at the expense of our property owners and property managers having to deal with that. So I love the idea of having this master lease that we can have a modicum of control under to make it more successful, not only from our operational standpoint, but for the people that it's serving. So I'm in support 100%.
Mayor Pro Tem, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I wanted to be clear with the $3 million, because I know it's not a lot, but it's a step. On the master leasing, you will be working with existing properties?
There could be various. We really definitely want this to be a public-private partnership where we could work with those folks that are out there that want to come to the table and be able to do this. And as we've mentioned to the City Council many times, the bond dollars, we've pretty much expended all those bond dollars. So we would definitely be looking for someone who can bring a facility online, provide, you know, rehab, get it ready to go, and then we come in and we secure that facility. So this would definitely be a great model that we can definitely use many more times in the future. So we're really looking forward to being able to execute this amendment.
So do you have a policy, a proposed practice where you will certify that the properties that you would like to pursue a master leasing with is up to code?
Absolutely.
All right. Next, what about the background checks of the landlord?
Thank you for that question, Mayor Pro Tem. So background checks on the landlord, like the property management company, or for the tenants who are coming in?
Well, based on the experience and based on the comments that Councilmember Magoo, if some of you knew more about what's going on in some of these properties that are devastating in terms of our communities, how are you going, if you get a master lease with a nonprofit or an individual landlord, what process do you have in place to do a background check on them?
Yes, thank you for the clarification. So we would be looking at having a third party do management, and for the vetting of that, we actually have a couple groups that do, that have already approached us in just general conversations, who do property management specifically for those who are previously unsheltered. So there's an element of care built into not only the property management, but also down to the janitorial staff and how they clean the apartments. And so we would make sure that anyone who comes in to operate those units has a very thorough vetting procedure. Also because, you know, obviously the dollars backing this have a lot of expectation and very stringent qualifiers on them as well.
So with the background check, what I'm trying to get to is that we want to make sure that someone doesn't have maybe a decent operation here, semi, and then in New York, where they own other properties, they have slumlord footprints.
Yes, we would absolutely make sure that they have a proven track record of success.
All right, so I wanted to put that on the table because this is a good start, but what you're going to see in the next couple of weeks is conversations around Dallas doing due diligence with properties such as this and other apartments and multifamilies that we have allowed to fall through the cracks. So this sounds good, but if we're going to stabilize this community, we need to see it stable from our policies on down. And we do know we have criminals who are landlords, and I call them slumlords. But the bottom line is they commit what I call CAPS, crimes against persons. And so we don't want that to happen in this case either. So I think this is a great step, but we have to be mindful of what reality is. And Councilmember Magoo, you spoke of it because I think too, because your background is a former prosecutor, I think, I believe that's right. You know what's going on in the real world as it relates to some of these properties and the abuses against these vulnerable constituents. So thank you for clarifying that, but I just wanted to make sure we're able to build it into the resolution or build it in so that we start on a different foot in understanding that we do have folks who really need us to advocate for the whole holistically. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ridley, you recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Christine, I have been long an advocate of a master lease program by the city to address the situation of private landlords not wanting to accept vouchers. Is that the main purpose of this program, is to address that reluctance on the part of private landlords so that we can ensure that the voucher resources that we have are fully utilized?
And thank you for that question, Council Member. So I think it's both that, and it's the simple fact that we don't have enough affordable housing, but it is recognizing that, I think as Kim said earlier, talking about the pipeline issue, our highest need and the hardest to house are one and the same, and it is because of those housing vouchers. And so it is more of an elegant solution, I think, for us to be able to kind of take that housing online ourselves and take that responsibility online ourselves.
So will this program be limited to voucher holders?
No, it would not be limited to voucher holders. You know, as we have voucher holders, we might also have a unit or two that, you know, all the voucher holders we have come through, and we still have a vacant unit or two, and I wouldn't want to unnecessarily hem us in if there's someone who's on a rapid rehousing amount in the future. And I will also say that even outside of vouchers, that kind of source of income discrimination is really for anyone on any subsidy. Veterans are protected here in terms of that subsidy, but anything else, you know, so not just emergency housing vouchers, but rapid rehousing subsidy. Anything that is a subsidy is perceived as something that is not necessarily as preferable by a landlord. So I just want to make sure that we see that is a whole picture, and we don't say it's one or the other.
If I may, Council Member, it's really to eliminate those barriers all the way around. Whatever those barriers right now that are out there that are keeping people out, we want to eliminate those barriers so they can actually go into housing. So it really doesn't necessarily mean those only with vouchers.
Well, I think the priority should be on people who already have subsidies like vouchers, so that those resources don't go to waste because we can't find them apartments in the private sector. I also think we should not lose sight of the other great advantage of this program, which is it is a much more efficient way to leverage our limited resources to provide permanent supportive housing instead of trying to continue to buy disused hotels or hospitals, which require a large upfront investment in the capital and ongoing renovation and operation and maintenance costs. We've done that out of necessity, but this way we shift those kind of costs to the private sector, who has already built the apartments, already has an obligation to operate and maintain them, and all we have to do is benefit from those investments by the private sector in renting units at market rates and making them available to the unhoused. So I see this as not only more efficient use of our capital, but it's also a speedier way to provide available housing. it's been very disappointing to see the timelines for the facilities that we have purchased to convert in terms of years. And this would be something that we could do almost immediately, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So I also strongly support this.
Mr. Moreno, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank you for putting this amendment forward and for Christine and Kim for fine-tuning the amendment. This is going to help expedite the path to housing for those most vulnerable. It's going to eliminate those barriers that we currently have. And sure, you know, there's always that room to be able to critique on previous programs that haven't been as successful. But that's what this is all about, solutions and fine-tuning and continuing to adapt until we find that scenario that's going to work out for everyone. And thank you for the continuing work on locker space and dog kennels. We've had those discussions, and I know y'all are working through that. And yeah, at the end of the day, this is addressing affordable housing, and it's not just limiting it to those voucher holders, but anyone who has some sort of subsidy. So thank you, Mayor, for putting this forward.
Chairwoman Mendelson, you're recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to speak a little bit to Chairman Magoo's comment about what happened in his district. My recollection is that this was not a city program, but was in fact an initiative by a specific nonprofit for a master lease program. I think it was City Square. Is that right? Yeah. I mean, I've been tracking this for probably 15 years. I don't recall the city ever being involved in master lease previously. Are you aware that we have?
That's correct, Councilwoman.
Well, it's a big deal for a city to do this. I mean, I hope everyone appreciates that this is actually a really big thing to happen. It's not uncommon for a nonprofit to do this because there's an ease for them by saying exactly what happened in Chairman Magoo's district, where they go and they rent out an entire building, and it's easy for them to manage it that way. But for a city to do it is really a big step, and so I really want to applaud that. You know, veterans are already protected for source of income, unlike any other group. But there are so many other groups that are receiving government benefits that need to have access to housing. And again, this is just the elegant solution where everybody wins. So I hope that you'll bring the particulars of the program to the Housing Committee so that we can talk about some of the things that I think are legitimate. But in the meantime, I hope that everyone here will vote to support this program and recognize the needs that our homeless have and a really viable, easy solution. So thank you so much.
All right, seeing no one else, just show your cards how you feel about this.
With majority voting in favor, the amendment moves forward, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Let's do Amendment 11 now, Mr. Ridley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to utilize $100,000 from the Pension Stabilization Fund as the source of funds to put into housing and neighborhood revitalization to increase funding for the Housing Minor Repair Program. Now, I should explain that there is an unmet need currently.
Just go ahead, just make a motion first. Yeah.
Getting ahead of myself.
All right, go ahead. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. There's an unmet need in that department for such a program focused on our senior citizens. Currently, there is no particular program to assist seniors who are income qualified, cannot afford to pay contractors directly, and are physically incapable of carrying out their own repairs. And so in consultation with the housing director about the need for such a program, I arrived at the dollar amount because that was perceived to be the limit of what the housing department could administer given its current resources. And so that's why $100,000, but this could allow us to give loans or grants for minor repairs to from 10 to 20 people, depending upon the dollar amount of set in the program. And so it's a modest program, but I think it's important to support our senior citizens who are much in need of this opportunity to carry out minor repairs on their homes to allow them to age in place.
Chairwoman Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have questions.
5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Questions for the Housing Department. Thank you, Mr. Noguera. I know that my understanding is that through Senior Affairs, we actually do have a housing program for senior home repairs. I know that my Senior Affairs person has been pushing for the number to be increased, the amount for years. So can you just fix this gap? You know what I'm trying to say. Thank you. So tired.
David Noguera, Director of Housing and Neighborhood Revitalization. Thank you for the question, Chairwoman Schultz. The program that we currently have now in place for home repair is not specific to any age. I will tell you that the majority of residents who participate in the program are seniors, and that has been my message to the Senior Affairs Commission, that we didn't need a senior repair program because the program that we have in place serves majority seniors. And if we were to have one, then the question would be, is the age 55? Is it 62? Is it 67? And then when you start trying to sort out those issues, well, my birthday's next month, it gets a little more complicated.
So it's self-selecting at this point, and it happens to be mostly seniors.
Yes.
And are we short of funds for this program?
So that's more of a loaded question.
Not to me.
So there is an incredible need for home repair services. And the cost of addressing that incredible need is a seven-figure number. The question is, do we have the resources to deliver those home repair services? And I think that's really where the balancing act comes into play. If you look at the minor home repair program that we have now, we have 4 nonprofits that have stepped up to deliver minor home repair services, and their capacity to carry out that service is to the tune of $300,000. So if this funding were to come in, then we would be looking to right-size those 4 contracts to absorb the additional $100,000.
So is the challenge based on their capacity or our financial capacity?
At this stage, I'd say it's largely based on their capacity because we're looking for them to carry out the work.
So if we had $10 million, whatever the number is, if we actually answered the need of folks for minor home repair, but particularly since Councilmember Ridley so really, it's wonderful to address the seniors. If we were to say, you know, we want to make sure that people are able to stay in their homes through the minor home repair, I know that that's what this program is, but through minor home repairs, we want to help people be able to age in place. Is the nonprofit community's capacity currently capable of handling whatever funds we wanted to give them?
I would say that there have not been enough nonprofit organizations that have stepped up to take on this responsibility. It wouldn't be fair to me for me to assess what their capacity is, but I would say that over the last few years, we've spent a good bit of time marketing, talking to nonprofits, trying to stir up interest in carrying out these kinds of programs. And we just haven't found enough.
So what I'd like to know then is do we have the capacity internally to do the research that it would take to understand fully both the needs within the people who are trying to, in this case, age in place, versus the capacity of the nonprofit community to provide? In other words, if we were to have a consultant or something say, I'm going to do an environmental scan of what's out there, and then I'm going to look at what's what's able to address that challenge. I think there's a gap there that we, as a city, we haven't tackled the way we do studies on this or that, right? And so I'm wondering if that's an approach that we ought to take, because I'm sure that there are other cities and other places where they do work hand in hand at a much larger scale.
Yeah, I think that's a conversation that the council can have that, you know, I would say from the staff perspective,
Yeah.
doing the research to figure out what need is easy. And I can tell you right now, there's 3,200 homes in Dallas County that are valued under $50,000 for this primary reason, because of deferred maintenance. But that doesn't address our challenge in terms of finding vendors to step up and carry out that need. That's the biggest challenge.
So down the road, this could be a tremendous opportunity for some of the job training that we're trying to do through the Small Business Center, through workforce, the new workforce programs that we have, Workforce Solutions, and others, to actually target this community and this need, right?
Yes, I believe as the infrastructure is developed to carry out this type of service, then there will be more organizations capable of providing the service. Today I have 4.
And we're only allowed to use nonprofits, is that correct? Or could we
I wouldn't
actually
say that.
subsidize for-profit builders who could fix these homes in a day?
Yes, the message that we've heard from the for-profit building community is that they can't make enough money off of the minor repairs.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate your answers.
Chairwoman Blackman, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. David, so I'm looking at your line items, and it's homeowner repair reconstruction. It's the number 3,100. I'm looking at what area would this money go into, and what would be the total number of the pot? We can't, and from what I'm understanding is you can't really say only for seniors, but that's what, or can you say only for seniors? So those are 3 questions, sorry.
Okay, and again, we're talking about the $100,000?
Right, so I'm kind of confused. Are you creating, is there a new program that'll be created, or are we adding numbers someplace else?
Right, good question. So we would be developing a program statement specifically for this $100,000. We have 7 programs right now that provide home repair services to different segments of the population, right? They each have their own program statement, they each have their own qualifications, their own target geography, et cetera. So this would be a separate one.
And so you're creating a separate program geared to seniors underneath that whole home repair
It would be.
umbrella?
Yes, yes. So,
And are you going to need an FTE for this, or are you going to fold it into somebody else?
So here's where it gets a little dicey. When you're talking about $100,000, it's a relatively insignificant number. I would say that our existing staff could absorb that. As that number grows, then you'll start seeing me raise the red flag and say, I need more FTEs.
Okay, and then, and so help me understand too, $100,000 will get us what? What's the ROI? 5 homes, 20 homes, 100 homes? I mean, I guess just do a back of the napkin thing.
So if you look at our current home repair program that is not limited to serving seniors, it provides $4,999 in home repair services per home. Call it $5,000, that gets you what, 20 homes?
So 20 additional homes, and what does $5,000 buy you in this day for repairs?
$5,000 could buy you some roof repairs, it can buy you some windows, it can buy you an HVAC, it can buy you a door, it can buy you a number of
Flooring.
of small things.
Okay. And so, I guess that's it for right now. Thank you.
Mr. Moreno, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. David, so we have a number of different programs that help address home repair. Would this program potentially be available for emergency home repairs for individuals that it's not necessarily deferred maintenance, but it's, for example, the floods that we just experienced? Is that something that we could write into this?
So I would say that the council can write it however they like, right? As I currently read it, it would be for seniors. If you wanted to write it for some other population or for some other targeted use, then that could be done as well. The one thing I would caution you is that emergency repair gives the public the impression that we are capable of providing emergency repair services, and we are not. The
Correct.
time that it takes us to execute a contract, to deploy a home repair, is nowhere near an emergency response.
And I just bring that up. We know that we do have SBA loan opportunities, but some folks still can't manage to maybe qualify or to get out that loan. And in these instances, FEMA is also not able to provide those necessary repairs. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Chairwoman Mendelson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Okay, well, I waited to speak because I feel like I have a unique voice on this, because I literally, before coming to council, ran a nonprofit that did free home repair for low-income seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities. Most of the projects were in Dallas County, and you and I have known each other from that association before I was on council. And we had many conversations where you asked me to become a vendor of the city. And it's certainly not that the nonprofit was not interested in it and that we certainly had a capacity to do more work. It's that the HUD regulations that the city must abide by and the additional city regulations make it so difficult to work with the city of Dallas that we never did sign a contract with the city. And this is a nonprofit dedicated to that same exact mission. So while I'm very much in support of, first of all, preserving affordable housing for anybody, and number two, especially helping with our seniors who I think are very much at risk of losing their homes, or neglecting it to their detriment of health and the ability of the structure to remain for the next generation, I can't support this. When I look at your measurements, first of all, there's 7 different repair programs we already have, and the HIP program, which is the one that this would be most similar to, correct?
The minor repair portion of the HIP program.
Okay, so you completed repairs of 10 homes according to the last report you gave to the committee in August. And so we're talking about a very small thing. What I do want to make sure everyone knows so that you can work with the county on this is that the county helps fund, and the state funds, the Dallas County Area Agency on Aging. And they have a home repair program that's very simple for seniors to work with. They'll take calls. The application's very minimal. I mean, I'm not sure what the application looks like today for the city of Dallas, but previously it was like 30-something pages. And now you can go to Dallas Area Agency on Agency, I think it's 2. So there are other options and other funding models. I would love to see us work, maybe not at this meeting, but I mean, again, $100,000, frankly, the city manager can authorize that without us. I would love to see us find a way to grant funding to nonprofits that already do this work. So, I mean, it doesn't have to be Rebuilding Together where I came from, but if you gave unrestricted money and just said, please tell us, you know, the houses that you're working on, they're already motivated to do this. And if you take off some of those regulations, you're gonna see the kind of results that we would hope to have for our residents. But I just don't think adding a whole nother program so that we have another yet is going to do what we're hoping it will. So I love the idea. I'm very much in support of the idea. I'm not excited about the execution of it, but I would love to see how you could maybe structure something, which I think we've been talking about a long time, on just a way to grant it while you're still complying with HUD, which I get is your problem, and nobody wants HUD back in Dallas City Hall. Thank you.
All right, seeing no one else, show your cards. Oh, do you want to say something else before?
Yes,
Okay,
just
go ahead.
briefly,
Don't
question.
snatch victory from the jaws of defeat or anything.
No. Mr. Noguera, most of the housing repair programs that you administer are funded by federal dollars, are they not?
Correct.
And as a result, they're subject to HUD restrictions on qualification, process and procedure, et cetera.
Yes.
This program, funded by general fund dollars, would not be subject to those same requirements, would it? It would only be subject to the city's requirements.
Correct.
And that would streamline this program as compared to the others, wouldn't it?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, now you can show your cards, folks. Sorry, I didn't see anyone else.
With majority of council voting in favor, the amendment moves forward, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Let's move on to amendment number 15. Mr. Basil Dua.
I move to approve Amendment 15.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion, Mr. Chairman?
Not at this time.
Any discussion, anyone? All right, hearing none, show your cards. Amendment 15, and we're showing cards now.
With the majority of the city council voting in favor, the amendment moves forward, Mr. Mayor.
Now, Amendment 19, Ms. Mendelson, you're back up.
Thank you very much. You're moving fast now. Okay, well, I gotta find my paper.
We were.
Thank you. I move to reduce the non-departmental pension stabilization fund by $139,274 and add $139,274 to the city attorney office budget for one attorney position in the general counsel division and one outreach coordinator in the community prosecution section.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
No, I think we've talked about this
Okay.
a number of times.
Any
Thank you.
discussion, anyone else? Chairwoman Schultz, any discussion?
Yeah, sorry,
Good.
guys.
5 minutes.
Sorry.
Well,
Tell
sometimes
me-
you guys trick me. You say, no, I don't have any discussion, then you discuss.
Tell me how this overlays with the one that we battled through last time.
So the last time were for community prosecutors. This one is for an outreach coordinator, so it'll be a non-lawyer position. So this individual will work with the neighborhoods, work with the community partners, get the message out about community prosecution to let everybody know how they can let us know, file complaints and things of that sort. We'll update the neighbors and everybody else.
Gotcha. So, and what does the extra attorney do?
So the other attorney is for a general counsel position to assist with the review of development permits and things of that sort. So there has been discussion about the development process, and so what I'm proposing to do is have two attorneys that will be in Ocmok, so they'll work with the city staff on reviewing various types of permits that come along, so that we can streamline the process, so we get more money to the city to
And
help
so-
with projects getting approved.
And sorry, I just want to really understand this, because this is a new amendment, and I know we've spent endless amount of time trying to work with the permit. So this is a new idea that we never had this? And did you ask for this in the budget, and now we're trying to put it back in? I'm trying to understand where this came from.
So where it came from is based upon my discussions with council about the city attorney's office, about various things that improvements that we could make. And one of the things was with respect to development review, because a lot of times council members will get a call saying, oh, something's in the city attorney's office and it needs to get reviewed, an easement, a contract, whatever. And so what this will do is hire another person person that will assist the existing lawyers that can review from a legal standpoint these things so we can expedite them and move them quickly.
And how many attorneys do we have now on this area? in this
So we have, this would be 2 attorneys that would be designated for that. We have different lawyers in different sections. I'm not sure, I'll have to get you the exact number of general counsel lawyers because they do a variety of things.
And how do we get 2 full-time people for $139,000?
So one is 90,000 for the lawyer, and the other is about 50,000 for the outreach coordinator. So that's where we came up with that money.
Thank you.
Chairman Magoo, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Amendment 19.
Thank you. So I don't love this at all, and I want to tell you why. The philosophy of the community prosecutor and the attorneys that we hire should come in knowing that part of their responsibility is community engagement and involvement, and not sort of having this separation of duties. The philosophy of it just generally says, okay, here's my role, and now I'm going to pass this over to another part of this, whether that's another assignment and then we start hiring community engagement people more frequently in next budget, or I just don't like the philosophy change that this exemplifies. And so, again, we're not doing it well, so there's certainly a need, so I'm not going to oppose this, but it goes to a more inherent issue that I think is part of the problems that we're discussing.
Can I respond to that, Mayor? We're not suggesting that we'd supplant the community prosecutors doing the outreach. So this will assist them. So the community prosecutors will still be doing the outreach, will still be doing with the neighborhood. This is just an added person that will assist in that process. We'll work with our COM department to get the message out, with marketing for the community prosecutors. So this is a non-attorney that will assist the attorneys, but there will still be those meetings with the community prosecutors, with council and staff and neighborhood associations and everything else. We won't stop that. This will just assist them in doing that.
So where will this assistant work? What focus area?
They would work in the variety of areas, so it's not like they're going to be limited to one section. So I know we're looking at, with respect to apartments, enforcement with apartments, entertainment districts, and just our regular code. So I envision this person will be working with the community prosecutors and the section head on visiting with these groups. And
it just goes deeper into my issue,
Sure.
because the suggestion that you can have one that is going to be able to, community engagement is different in different areas of the city. It's different in different types of properties. It's different in different, sometimes just neighborhoods. And think you're going to have one person across this whole city that is going to be able to, that it has to be the individuals that's responsible in that area. And so I don't know if this is wise maneuvering at all, at least based on what I know about community prosecution, which.
Well, we'd like to give it a shot. We'd like to give it a try, and then we can, of course, council can always evaluate it. But my thought was that this individual would help the lawyers in getting the message out.
Yeah.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Pro Tem, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Magoo, for the questions that were asked, because they were kind of going along the lines I was going. To have one outreach coordinator, I guess I'd need to understand what their actual job was and that they're doing. I'm going to support this because my district actually asked for more community prosecutors, and they actually did ask for an outreach coordinator. I think so my past job right before I got on the council was working for Lambda Legal, the nation's oldest and largest LGBTQ plus legal nonprofit. And in there, my job was community outreach, so that I was the community educator, and then became a policy person in my role for the state of Texas. And so what I would say is that this education piece is very important, because sometimes a lawyer they come in with a little bit too much legalese, and they don't know how to speak directly to maybe educational things that a community may need, or, maybe it is a group of apartment complexes that are together. It's like, what are we doing wrong? We don't understand the code, or we don't understand the rules. And so it's something that could also possibly go out and help preempt things from happening, because, we're changing ordinances left and right all the time. Laws change at the state level and the federal level. And so one person, it's going to be a lot for a city the size of Dallas, but at the same time, you got to start somewhere. And so I will support this. And I like what this is going to do, and hopefully helps us in order to really strengthen our community prosecution team, because this is where we really do have a lot of ability to get things really accomplished when we have bad actors in the city that are, especially in some of other neighborhoods that some of us in West Dallas and the south of the Trinity that we represent. There are areas in the north and northwest, obviously, as well. But when these folks aren't doing what they need to be getting done, it's community prosecution who we go to in order to open up a case or get something done. And a lot of times, I can tell you, in northwest Dallas, in the Bachman area, when I first got on council, it was the community prosecution team that really helped us clean up a lot of the apartment complexes up there, and really change what was happening in that area, and helping reduce crime and reduce the blight. And now you drive through there, and yeah, there's still older apartment complexes, but it's amazing what some fresh flowers, new paint, a new sign, new lighting, fixing the sidewalks inside the area, enclosing the trash compactor dumpster area, what it does for a community, and then able to educate those landlords that, you've got a problem resident, and then all of a sudden it's like they were able to evict them, and all of a sudden it's like everything went away. All the changes that, we needed to happen, all of a sudden you don't have the criminal abatements that we had before. So I'm a big proponent of the community prosecution team, and if this is what they think they need, and we've heard from folks in my district saying that this is what they want, I'm definitely going to support it. So thank you. Thank you to Chair Mendelson for bringing this forward, and City Attorney for giving the education on it that we need. Thank you.
Chairwoman Blackman, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I think 2 weeks ago, did we add 4 more community prosecutors through an amendment?
Yes.
So this would bring it up to 5 in community prosecution?
This is going to be, this position is an outreach coordinator. So
Well,
this,
It says right here, add 1 attorney in the general counsel division, but that's not within.
right, the general counsel is going to be to do development issues. So
Okay.
they're two separate areas.
Okay, so we have 4 community prosecutors that you're adding from an amendment. How many attorneys are already in
I'm going to ask Jill Hanning to come up. Is Jill? The question is how many community prosecutors do we have? And just for clarification, so 4 were added to the amendment, and we had asked for an additional 1, so that would be a 5 total for the new community prosecutors, the lawyers, which was previously in what we had asked for, and then the budget amendment last time was to add 4 community prosecutors. But Jill, can you answer the question of how many community prosecutors we have, please?
Yeah, good morning, or afternoon. Jill Hanning with the City Attorney's Office. We have 5 attorneys that are assigned to what we call the litigation unit, and then we have 10 that are assigned to the field.
And then you're going to add 4 more. 5 more. So then you'll have 19 going into next year.
And then we have the deputies and myself.
But I guess does that include the 4, that does not include the 4 that we've added? We added
No, that does not include. The
Okay.
4 would be new positions to be filled, and that was what we talked about a couple weeks ago, was to address fair housing, environmental code violations, the new initiatives related to multifamily entertainment venues, and then to fill an empty spot in Southwest.
And do you already have an outreach coordinator that assists you guys?
No.
Okay, so this is an added component to help with just, I guess,
To
the
support
outreach.
the community engagement efforts. I mean, we kind of see it as similar to, to like litigation support that is offered. We would see it as support for the outreach engagement components.
So with this 20-plus folks in community, because I'm adding the 4 that you're about to get and all this, are you going to be able to reach your goals and your metrics that you've set forth through this year?
Yeah, I think it's certainly it makes it reasonable, feasible.
Thank you.
Chairwoman Schultz recognized for, Mr. Ridley, you recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Caso, the attorney to be added to the General Counsel Division, do I understand correctly that they would be stationed at the new facility that we're establishing for building permits and other code issues to provide quicker turnaround service through that facility?
Yes, sir. I've been visiting with the city manager about space at Hockomock and then the new facility. So we can have face-to-face, so people can walk down the hall and say, hey, I've got this issue, as opposed to, sending an email or whatever, right?
So those issues are currently being addressed by someone on your staff, even though it may be remotely?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Even though they may be remote?
Correct.
They're here at City Hall, they communicate via email or over the phone with someone in Hockomock.
Right, and for example, our police liaison, the lawyers in our office, they're at Jack Evans. Our municipal prosecutors are at municipal court, so.
That's not the position we're talking about, though.
Right. No, I'm just saying that's, that we utilize those remote, embedded lawyers in other situations.
Okay. So do you anticipate that the need for that legal consultation will increase when we consolidate all the permitting functions in the new facility? Or will it be possible to physically relocate the person who answers those questions now remotely to this new facility?
We just need to see the timing. If this budget amendment gets approved, we'll advertise as quickly as possible. We can certainly, in the interim, if there's space available and we get the equipment, where we can do that, sooner rather than later.
Well, my question comes ultimately to the point of why do we need a new attorney if we have one handling this workload now?
Well, we have lawyers that are handling it, but we want to be able to increase the time, decrease the time for that, just in response to council members, discussions where people have said, oh, it's in the city attorney's office, and can you do things more quickly with all of the development that we have and that we anticipate occurring. So this additional position will help with that.
So you anticipate it will reduce the response time from your office?
Yes.
Thank you.
Chairwoman Schultz, recognized for 3 minutes.
Thanks. I just have a quick question, and it's a budget question. I guess since the attorney is assigned to the permitting department, isn't that an enterprise area, and could that be offset through their enterprise funds?
Development Services is an enterprise fund, and it could be. There's issues. This upcoming year, they will be looking at their fees and determining what all they need to add into the fees so that they're full cost recovery. At this point, they've budgeted up to their revenues.
So, yeah, if I may use this moment to suggest that for next year so that we don't take such a big hit for next year's budget, I'd be okay supporting it for this year. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, you recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I do support this item. I do what I can to support legal because I depend on it so much in day-to-day discussions with those who have interest in development, and I can speak right now in terms of District 4. And there does come a time when we do hear, when we do get one or two developments, it's in the city attorney's office, and I'm trying to figure out why is it being held up. So I think trying to support you in this area, I can definitely do that. But also overall, with the community prosecutors, I just want to underscore the importance of having some type of structure, and we want to strengthen it, so we're not having to depend on outside volunteers to help us with some of our legal issues. Most of you around here are familiar with, some of you anyway, Mark Melton, who comes up with his group of volunteer attorneys to help during eviction situations, and others that we really shouldn't have to. I applaud him for his work, but our community prosecutors and any other design that you can get in place to help address some of these deficiencies that we have in some of our underserved communities so that we too can have a stronger opportunity with economic development. and quality of housing options. So Ms. Jill Hanning, for the record, you know, last week, or whatever week it was, we were, some of us were fighting to get more prosecutors, and then we come up with a way to get some, but you all have, can you just speak holistically about the case that you had to file on? And just tell us on an average, how many cases have we filed on this year dealing with multifamily violations? Can you speak to that without jeopardizing a case?
I don't have the exact number. Can I get back to you? I mean,
well, just
I can
holistically,
just
about
say
how many cases have we filed against slumlords? 3, 4, 5, or is it just the one?
more than 3 or 4 or 5. You know, I think we're aggressively pursuing it, and the more people we have, the better able we are to do that. And you know, whether we file them in a municipal court or district court, we're spending a lot of time doing that. And I think, you know, for the outreach position, that also supports a litigation aspect of like developing relationships. I think to Councilmember Magoo's point that it is very difficult to develop relationships in these communities, and whether it supports just an engagement in a pre-litigation stage or in litigation, we're spending a lot of time on working on this.
Thank you. So would you welcome the support that we're trying to give your team today?
I would.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, I think we're to the point where it's time to show cards, everyone. Amendment 19.
With the majority of the city council voting in favor, the amendment moved forward, Mr. Mayor.
Wonderful. Let's move to Amendment 13. Mr. Atkins. Turn your microphone on, though.
Sorry. I move to reduce the non-departmental pension stabilization fund by $2,850,000 and add $1,750,000 to the building service department for repair and renovation Dallas Fire Rescue Facility, one-time funding, and $1,100,000 to Dallas Fire Rescue Department to provide additional funding for DFR equipment such as fire trucks, engine rescue unit, one-time funding.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
You have 5 minutes.
I just want to thank Chairwoman Willis. I know she's been working with me, and also you, Mayor. Thank you, Magoo. Y'all got the green cards up already. Okay, I'm just going to be very, very brief. It'll take about a minute and a half. Number one, I did pass some flyers out to look at some of the condition of the fire department, their kitchen. And can you imagine cooking in the kitchen and rains and it's dripping in the kitchen? And you imagine a PVC pipe holding water going into the mop bucket. Last year, I did brought this to the committee. And do we have anybody from the fire department can come forward? I'll just ask a couple of questions. A minute ahead, real quick. My clock not running.
Yes, sir. Chief
Yeah,
Artist.
Yeah,
Dallas Fire
Chief
Rescue.
Artist, you know, when we asked the request of Chairwoman Willis I that we did assessment, it came to like $12 million to do that. And you came back and you reassessed, and we found out maybe $1.7 million. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, we're working with building services to address the priority needs and tiers. And we're continuing to try to make sure that our stations are up to par. Right now, we're working with them to address some of the initial onset of the Tier 1 needs. And so that's what you're referring to.
And I just want to say it on the record, you know, I do visit my fire department, and I look at those constantly, and I know sometimes our fire employees do not complain, and they work because they try to serve the people. So therefore, I ask all of you, council members, please visit your fire department, police department, look at conditions. Sometimes they work in, and they do not complain. So on count of the spokesman and saying that, hey, if I do see something wrong at the fire department, I will complain. And so I want to put on record on here to fight for you because y'all serve our community, and I really want to thank how y'all do the service, but it's up to us to look at the condition at some of our fire stations and also some of our police stations also. I want to put that on record because if they're going to be our public service and they're going to be make sure that we have a safe city, they should work in a safe environment. They should not be working in the environment in poor conditions. So that's why I brought it up, and that's why I show you some of those pictures. You know, last year I show you some pictures about the condition in the kitchen, you know, the sewage, you know, overflowing in the kitchen. So let us be conscious of our public employees. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Ridley, you're recognized for 5 minutes on Amendment 13.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief Artis, the $1.1 million for additional funding for DFR equipment, that would be on top of the $2.5 million that's currently in the city manager's budget. Is that your understanding?
I believe so. We have a replacement schedule that we utilize to replace our apparatus, and I'm thankful for the council as well as the city manager on funding those and keeping up with our replacement cycle.
So would this be for purchase of just new equipment, or would it be for repairs of existing equipment?
I believe what you're referring to would be for our new equipment.
For new equipment. I noticed in the briefing that we received about the effects of the recent storms that 1 ladder truck, 3 engines, and 4 rescues were damaged in the flooding. Are those vehicles going to be insured such that those repairs will be covered by insurance, or are those some of the vehicles that you would be replacing through this additional allocation?
Right now, we have those vehicles with our manufacturer, taking a look at them, taking some of the stress and strain off of our mechanics, and we're waiting to get some information back to see if those vehicles are total or if they can be fixed.
Okay. So what about the insurance aspect? Is there insurance coverage for those vehicles?
I would have to defer that to risk management. I'm not sure about how the insurance works with the city. I know that we're self-insured, but I'll have to defer that equipment.
Councilmember Ridley, I can answer that question.
Good.
Jeanette Whedon. The city of Dallas is self-insured, and so as it relates to vehicles, we do not have a policy that covers vehicles.
So if any of the vehicles damaged in the storm need to be replaced, would that replacement cost come out of this additional $1.1 million in funding?
Thank you, Councilmember. Sean McGrew. In the event that we lose a vehicle to something like this and there's not some sort of federal reimbursement, which this wouldn't be, we would have to make up that difference within our existing purchasing plan. So this would assist with us making sure that we stay constant with our existing purchasing plan in addition to unforeseen circumstances such as this.
I see. Thank you.
Chairman Basil Dooley, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. Those were some of the questions that I was going to ask, but I'll piggyback on them and go a little further. So where does the emergency declaration or the disaster declaration fall into play? I know that there was survey assessments that were given to my residents and business owners. Were we not able to also, as a tax entity, participate in those assessments?
I'll have to defer to Mr. Fortune on that one.
So, Councilmember, this is John Fortune, Deputy City Manager. This morning, earlier today, Mr. Vaz, Rocky Vaz, briefed the council on that, and we did not meet the threshold for assistance for this particular event. I believe, and to go into Councilmember Ridley's question, if there is a loss of some of this equipment, we will assess whether or not our replacement schedule that for the normal replacement will be adequate to cover our needs. If not, we also, sometimes we'll utilize the risk retention reserve funds to be able to help us stay whole. So I just want to make sure that was to Mr. Ridley's question, but to yours, we did not meet the specific threshold for any federal assistance at this time.
So that's I didn't know if there was anything separate specific to fleet or and capital.
So we did have some conversations with the mayor's assistants, with the governor, on the speed and the timeliness of being able to replace public safety equipment. So often we get put in queue with every other purchaser of the type of chassis and equipment that gets manufactured by the car and the truck dealers. And so we would like to see, and I believe, we'll continue to pursue getting put on the top of that list so that when we do have a loss of a vehicle, instead of waiting 24 months to have it replaced, we would hope to do that in a much shorter time frame.
So that was going to be my next question. I know that there's a very lengthy time period in bringing these up, and y'all have that log kind of when the replacement is, and I know that y'all will always ask for more. But is there a need for this, or would this particular line item be better served in the deferred maintenance on facilities? Because I know that there was a pretty large need in that regard, and knowing that, this 1.1 isn't going to actually bring y'all a vehicle till 18 months to 24 months out usually, is this best served for y'all?
So that's a really good question, and the answer is that we have needs for both, and I think this is an attempt to help us make progress on both areas. And so the vehicle specifically, if it's added in this amendment, would bring our replacements back to the same level they were last year. And so that's a very positive thing as we continue to manage, and the chief has the resources to manage his fleet. I know that we clearly have a need for facility improvements, and again, there's a concerted effort to work with facilities management on meeting the needs of those deficiencies, if you will, and we believe the additional funding would be appropriate for us to be able to manage that within a time frame of 1 year or so. And so I think that's, again, any more money put into that category might make it a little more challenged to get to those timely as well. So I think this is a good balance, and I think it's something that will give us a leg up, if you will, on both of these issues.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Chairwoman Willis, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to give some perspective on this, and I know everyone's tired of hearing me say I worked on the 2017 bond committee. However, it was on critical facilities. I visited a number of fire stations. I definitely saw these kinds of conditions. I think our citizens would be appalled at some of the conditions that our first responders operate in. And so this $1.75 million out of this list of $12.5 million in need hits those level 1 facilities. So there has been some prioritization given to this. Out of the 57 stations, only 7 on here don't have any kind of line item beside them about repair costs. So obviously that's why we brought this forward. And then, after reading or getting the briefing this morning from Mr. Vaz about some of the vehicles that were damaged, I guess this line item is open. I don't know how that would have an effect. I would ask us to also look at rescues, because I think maybe that might reduce our use of trucks versus the rescue. Anyway, we don't have to discuss it all now, but that's just something I wanted to register. So we are working on it and support you all, and obviously I'm supporting this.
Mr. Atkins, were you trying to go again, or did you have your light still on from
Yes,
last time?
just 1 second. I think Paul, you.
Okay, then before I go to you, I'm going to go to Chairwoman Mendelson. She hasn't spoken yet for 5 minutes, and then I'll get to you and Mr. Ridley. Chairwoman?
Thank you.
have 5
I'm
minutes.
strongly in support of this. I've been very surprised at the condition of our stations. When I was first elected, I went to Fire Station 7. I know I put a call into folks because there were decomposing rats that the juice was flowing through the ceiling tiles, and this was in their kitchen. So to your point, Chairman Atkins, about them not complaining, they didn't complain, but I went, ooh, this is gross. We wouldn't allow this to happen in another facility. Code compliance would shut them down. And then you went to the bedroom area where there were, again, dead rats in the wall, and it smelled horrible. So I know 2 weekends ago, I was in one of your fire stations, and the flooring's coming up, and there's exposed asbestos. And here we've paid for 2 sets of gear so that we're trying to protect our firefighters literally from cancer. And so there's probably no amount of money at this point that I wouldn't want to spend to fix up these facilities. It's urgent, and this is their home. Like, they actually sleep there. They're there 24 hours a day at a time, and I wouldn't want my children, my sons, to be in this environment. And so thank you for bringing it forward. Thank you for supporting our first responders. The facilities, I mean, here we've got a front page news story talking about needing to rent our apparatus. You know, I get the challenges. I think I've asked at every single public safety meeting about the equipment that we have and if we have enough. But let's all be real, self-funded means there is no insurance policy to pay us unless we have accrued it ourselves. So we're going to have to either do a better job of accruing so that we can immediately replace them, but I think we need a more robust reserve. Because if we're going to have these delays, which I don't see letting up in supply chain or problems with hiring and keeping mechanics, then we have to have apparatus ready. I mean, when I read about how many firefighters you had at the hotels this weekend, you know, was it 100? That's a lot of apparatus that was on site. And, you know, it scares me of what that means if, God forbid, something else had happened somewhere in the city that also needed a big response. So thank you for bringing this forward. Obviously very much in support of it, and I think we need to continue looking at it for next year on what else we need to do to add. It's not enough to just say, well, we added this and this, because it's clearly not meeting the actual need we have. Thank you.
All right, now I'm Chairman Atkins for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the $1,100,000 equipment such as fire trucks and engines, how many fire trucks, vehicle we had down that need engine now?
We're even on fire engines at this time. After the rental of these 2 vehicles, we'll be also even or possibly down 1 truck. We're still working on that. The appropriations, despite some of the things that have been said about our fleet, is we're have been seeing some unique circumstances to where from the storm and some of the things we've seen from the supply chain issues that have affected our fleet in different ways. And so we continue to battle and fight. As I talk to other fire chiefs around the area, a lot of them are having the same issues, and a lot of them don't have equipment to back up. And so we're all looking at next year as to hopefully get the supply chain back up and running, as well as continue to recruit for more mechanics. And so we've got 5 mechanics that are hurt right now out of our existing 28. And so that also takes a toll into what we're doing, but we have a plan that we put in place to help with the stress and strain of our fleet, as well as also put in equipment when other equipment is down.
And the reason why I asked a question, I know that Chairman Blackman and myself was in D.C., and they were talking about fire equipment we need, and we were talking to the Senator Cornyn office, and they made a suggestion, and Mayor Johnson, they pulled you into this conversation. They said, ask you on the Conference of Mayors, would you kind of take that issue there, because we need those chassis. We also, the other cities in Houston, San Antonio, Fort Worth, they agree on there. So, Mayor, if you take that on, the part of the legislature with the Conference of Mayors and kind of speak up, that we might get some of those equipment back. I do understand that when we said earlier today, you got to go and rent those equipment. I don't know who we got to rent those equipment from, but it's a concern to me when we don't have backup. You know, like Chairman Middleton said, there was over 100 units, people there at that one station, and I'd be forgiven that it's somewhere else we were one engine short, that we could not get to that. So this is a destiny. And the reason why the people move to the city of Dallas is because of public safety is number one. And in order to be a great city, we got to make sure our residents, our citizens are safe. But whatever we can do with us to make sure we got a safe city, you know, on a number one fire supporter, you know, I support the fire department, number one. Thank you.
Mr. Ridley, you reckons for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief Artis, The 8 vehicles that were damaged in the flood, are those, the loss of those vehicles, the cause of your having to rent the new equipment or the other equipment from other jurisdictions?
Yes, sir. We're not renting any equipment from other jurisdictions. Some of the elements that have been unique to what we've seen around here for the last couple of months, from the big rain event to the supply chain issues, as well as a shortage on just mechanics that can work on vehicles, have played key elements in kind of making our fleet be in the state it's in right now. But we have a plan in place to not only beef up our preventive maintenance schedules to where we send some of the work out, as well as continue to recruit more of our mechanics, and looking at different programs to also help our drivers be better suited to drive our equipment. And so all of this is put in place just to make sure we're able to respond on the equipment that we currently have. The council has invested, I think, by 2024 to be over $103 million into our fleet. And so I'm thankful for that. And I believe that after we get through these unique circumstances, that hopefully our fleet can get back to where it was previously.
So do you have vehicles now that are sitting idle for lack of repairs because you don't have enough mechanics?
Not that. What we're seeing is what we do, we'll ship that out so it can get fixed.
Okay.
What we're seeing is just getting parts in is very hard right now. We're seeing the same type of issues that consumers are seeing when they go to buy cars, and you look at car dealerships, and it's not many cars on the lot. And so kind of what Councilwoman Atkins was talking about, we're kind of in the same boat as fire departments around the country, getting parts in and making sure that we're able to get those apparatuses back on the road.
Okay, question for Jack. The vehicles that were damaged in the storm, if not covered by insurance, they would be covered by the city's risk reserves, would they not?
No, sir. We do not use the risk reserve for the replacement of equipment like that. We typically budget when there's those types of situations to replace in a future year. We have $17 million budgeted for next year, plus this 1.1 for replacement of equipment in fire department. But no, sir, we do not use risk reserve for those needs.
Why is that? I mean, this was an unanticipated act of nature that you can't really budget for. Why wouldn't we have a risk reserve under FMPC requirements to cover that kind of possibility?
So we have not historically done that, but there's nothing that would prevent council from using contingency reserve if you wanted to allocate additional funds for something like that when it happens. But we have not typically done that.
So the repairs or replacement of the vehicles damaged in the storm will have to come out of their budget allocation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Question for the city manager. I am just curious of the original budget allocation for fire department equipment of $2.5 million, whether you thought that was adequate at the time, or why we would need to put almost 50% more into that.
The budget, I'm sorry if I may. The budget allocation for replacement in DFR is 17, almost $18 million, not $2 million for the proposed year.
Well, there was a line item of $2.5 million for equipment. Are there other budget items that are under different names?
Yes, sir. Perhaps that's the case. We replaced the fire department equipment using master lease funds and equipment obligation notes. So it's being done through debt rather than through the DFR's operating budget. That line item was probably for the maintenance of their fleet.
Okay.
If you were looking in the line item detail within
Yes.
the DFR operating budget, that line item was most likely the maintenance cost.
Okay. It wasn't identified as such, so there was no way to tell.
Yes, sir.
So my underlying question remains, though, why the need to increase that now $17 million amount by $1.1 million, and how was that number arrived at?
So, if I'm, you okay, Jack? Can I?
Yeah, sure.
Hey, I just want to make sure. I don't want to mess up. So, y'all trained me up good, so I want to make sure I say the right thing. So, that 1.1 is actually the cost of a ladder truck, one truck. And so that is why that number rings the way it does. And so it's an additional vehicle. I think that was the purpose of the amendment, was to add one more vehicle to the fleet.
And why is one more ladder truck needed? Is that to replace an existing one, or is that because we need more ladder trucks?
I'll defer to the chief since
That will keep us on our replacement cycle of replacing 8 fire engines a year. And so that will make sure to keep us on cycle.
I'm sorry, let me clarify. John just shared with me, because I get confused between engines and trucks. An engine is the one that doesn't have a ladder, and that's $1.1 million. A truck with a ladder is $2 million. So that's, thank you for at least not correcting me on the record. I appreciate it.
So this allocation is for a fire engine, not a ladder truck?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you. I'm glad we clarified that.
Can I add for perspective? I love perspective, I know. And for future continuity, particularly given some of the challenges and issues that I think the chief has identified with supply chain and other issues around, we can decide to do this today, but that truck or engine won't show up for 18 months or 24 months. One of the things I've been discussing with budget, as well as fire and police, ultimately, as well as our overall fleet, since in fact we do budget on a 2-year cycle, and the fact that we have replacement schedules for vehicles, as well as a need when we add staff for new vehicles, is getting into the details with our team and discussing with council up front of how we can begin to order these vehicles, understanding that we've got replacement schedules, and or if in fact we're adding something new, even the new thing, if you do not approve it, will fall into a replacement mode that will allow us to order these things and get ahead of many cities, because we can anticipate and have them show up and pay for them in the year that they come, but plan and execute our budget since we have plenty of dollars sitting in reserve. Not this stabilization reserve, because you guys are spending that, but the other reserves that we actually have adequate resources to do it. So we're looking at how we can formalize that kind of a procurement strategy to allow us, again, to get ahead of the supply chain issues, and even when that subsides, to also still be able to purchase and have vehicles when we need them, not when we hope to get them 24 months in advance. So I want to have y'all stay tuned for that. But the supply chain issues that have been dogging both police and fire, we're trying to find ways to mitigate that get out of our normal way of procurement that assist us in meeting the needs of the departments. Thank you. I just wanted to share that.
Okay, let's see the cards, everyone. Yeah, that's plenty.
I failed.
No. With majority of the city council voting in favor, the amendment moves forward, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So according to my records, all we have left are the 3 remaining 16, 17, 18 by the same author. So if you want to lay them all out at once, you can. If you want to lay them out one by one, you can. It's your call, Mr. Basil.
I will move to approve amendments 16, 17, and 18.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All 3 are before you now, members.
I will go ahead and lay out all 3, Mr. Mayor. So on 16, I have an amendment for $150,000. This is specific to trails alongside the Trinity or other waterways, specifically to add on to the existing contract with cleanup and litter pickup. This is not to add on to the actual cleanup of the trail, but if you look adjacent to the trail, more to the floodway, where there is a concentration of litter, and where the runoff comes into the waterway, which is why the city manager suggested the funding source come from stormwater and come to parks. I have been in communication with both of the impacted departments, and this is a good start. Originally started from it being an environmental amendment or initiative, but this is going to be something that is along the lines of the initiative that stormwater already does with the litter bombs and different other avenues that they have. But right now, we have not been taking very good care of our nature. And the next one is for our security guards for the city of Dallas here at City Hall and other city facilities. I did my own, if you will, income study, market income study, and used departments entry level of animal services, code compliance, and parking enforcement, and saw a pretty significant gap and discrepancy of pay, and wanted to see that that was shored up. I worked with Jack Ireland and Jeanette to find what was appropriate to see that be shored up to a level of consistency from those departments of the threshold to be met, which puts them in line with those entry-level positions of the same departments that are also expected to enforce and uphold the law, that are outside of being traditional peace officers. And the last but not least is what I have brought up in committee and for several years now in reference to our solar initiative at city facilities, and making sure that we are not just investing money in solar initiatives and not storing energy. This is the beginning of what is a larger hope when it comes to solar and battery storage, in being able to actually sustain resiliency in these facilities where we are not reliant at all on the power grid, and where we are able to even put some back, and potential ILAs with the school district where we could use the rooftops of their buildings and eliminate the electricity off of campus level while still pumping and having some resiliency in all of the different neighborhoods around. So that's where we are with these 3 amendments. I hope I can have your support for them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Of course. Okay, so all 3 amendments are before you now, so any comments on any of the 3 are in order. Chairwoman Blackman, you're recognized for 5 minutes, and you can use them however you wish between the 3.
Thank you, and I too signed on to 2 of these, and I hope that you will be supporting us, because we have talked about the battery implementation in our committee, and I think this will go well if we ever have a grid issue again, if we can place those in a strategic manner, so that way we can help individuals in case there is a grid failure. And then also the litter pickup. You know, White Rock Lake is becoming more of a hub instead of a recreation, a transportation hub. And during this last rain, you could see some really big debris that really caused people to have problems commuting along the Santa Fe Trail. I do have a question about the salaries. Do you have a funding scale that you can share with us that he talked about, or is it, do you know how it will be implemented?
So first, we will continue to work with Human Resources Compensation Division on that. There was some positions that the council member believed we were losing positions to, and so he used those as a comparison. And so there's kind of a range that was being looked at, but it will go through the Compensation Division before anything's finalized.
Okay, and is this something that is needed? I mean, was there a delta there or a discrepancy that needs to be?
But between the point of those other positions and the current positions, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ridley, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With respect to Amendment 18, what would the purpose of the batteries be? I assume that they would be for city facilities that already have or will have solar collectors, but what benefit will there be for extending the supply of electricity for a few hours in the event that the grid goes down? How does that help us as opposed to generators that can provide continuous supply of electricity?
Who's that directed toward? Sorry.
Well, anybody who can answer that.
Okay. I can drop off. Sure, I just chimed in to ask a question, but we may need one more.
Is Mr. Evans available?
Were you asking me?
Anyone who can answer that question as to the justification for this amendment?
Well, I can answer. The justification would not only be...
You're using his time, just so you know that.
And I'll be quick. It's not only about the extra hours, it's also about the extra savings. In addition to that, it would also be about generators are still dependent on fossil fuel. And if this is going towards CCAP goal, it's about eliminating emissions. So going towards a model that is still dependent on using gas is not productive and efficient towards the goal of solar getting us better to a CCAP goal.
Okay, I understand that, but if we're faced with the need for resilient city facilities, providing a couple of hours of battery reserve is not going to advance the ball. Only power generators are going to provide the necessary electricity for when we need the resilience in these facilities, which is for longer-term power blackouts. A couple of hours of battery supply, I don't see as, we can't even get people to the buildings in a couple of hours. So for the expense here, I'd much rather that go into additional generators. We allocated several $1 million last year for 8 generators for resilience facilities, and I think that was a good investment. I don't see how $500,000 for some batteries for a few hours of additional service really advances the ball or is cost effective.
Is that it? Yep. I can never tell with you. Mr. Moreno, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On amendment number 16, I have a question on the source storm drainage management and how that would affect the budget and where it's coming from.
Thank you, Council Member. I visited with the Dallas Water Utilities Storm Drainage Management Division, and they will be able to make this additional reimbursement for the trail cleanup. They will delay some of the hiring that they had planned as we relook all of their reimbursements. So it will not impact them in this coming year, and we will look at their department and their reimbursements on a going forward basis. So we've covered that basis with that department.
Would this typically, do they typically do cleanups along our trails currently?
They typically reimburse other departments, and one of the departments they do reimburse is Park and Recreation for it's a pretty significant amount already, and this just adds some dollars to that for the trail cleanup.
Okay, so this is a really insignificant amount, but I just know that with the recent flooding that we've had, I want to be very cautious about it. So Terry, do you mind reassuring us that you're fine with the source?
Here comes Ms. Lowry.
Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, we met with Jack yesterday, and we've discussed with John Jenkins and I have talked this morning. We've worked out a plan that will not impact our service delivery.
Thank you.
Thank you for checking.
You bet. Thank you, Councilmember Basildua, for the salary increase to our security here at City Hall. Their some of the hardest working individuals, and so I want to just thank them for everything that they do, keeping City Hall and our other city facilities safe. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Chairwoman Schultz, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have questions about a few of these. I'm generally supportive. I'll start with I'm thrilled about Amendment 17, so no comment there other than to thank, again, like Councilmember Moreno said, to thank our protectors here. On the storm drainage management, Chair Blackman referred to the Santa Fe Trail. I would like to know if we know which trails, 150,000, I can't imagine it cleaning all of them. I know it's those that are along the creeks, but how will that money be allocated? So I guess that's to parks. How will they decide which trails? You know, we go along the White Rock Creek, it's a disaster, you know.
And I don't know that anyone with the park department's here. Sarah, are you able to address?
Good afternoon, Sarah Standifer, Dallas Water Utilities. So the Park Department and Dallas Water Utilities did speak about this. The areas that we're really going to look at are those floodplains adjacent along the Trinity, where we've got the overbank, and so some of that has spilled out from the overbank for this particular 150,000. This is in addition to the 2.4 million that they use for cleanup within floodplain area parks. So that's gives them that additional. So we can get John to give you the list where the 2.4 is, this 150 is specific to those right in the lower end of the Trinity near those chain of wetlands.
So I'd like to see that list, and so I think it's important that Chair Blackman understand as well. So it's not the Santa Fe.
Correct.
Yeah, I just want you to not be surprised when it doesn't happen. And then regarding the solar, to Councilmember Ridley's concerns, I think it's really important that we separate emergency. This is not for emergency. This is to set a place, and I don't know if we want to or not, but my understanding is that it's to put a foot forward in battery storage for the city. It's not going to necessarily save the day. It's not going to replace generators. The idea of this is that we begin to move in this area as an early adopter of this technology at a city scale. You know, it's concerning because the costs are still so high, and I don't know how much we're going to get out of it. The question really for us to answer, I think, as a council, is whether or not when do we say and when do we not say we're actively investing in our CCAP goals? That's really what it is, because anything on CCAP is going to be super expensive, whatever we do. It's going to be super expensive because we're in a ditch environmentally, and getting out of that is going to be expensive. And so at some point as a city, we need to make a decision that we're actually going to seriously invest in this, and so that's what I think this is about. So I will be supporting. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Pro Tem, you recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And my colleagues already asked the questions that I had on 16, so thank you for that, and thank you for the answers. On number 17, this money is going to be very well used, and I completely support it. On number 18, from what I heard Mr. Basildua mention, and I believe Ms. Blackman, Chair Blackman, is that with these batteries, and especially if we lose power to the grid goes down, which happened during Winter Storm Uri, where we didn't have the ability to even open up a recreation center or even get power to a fire station or a police station. What happens is it can take these generators we purchased. When I asked about them before, it can take anywhere from 2 to 3 hours to get that giant generator to the facility it needs to get to and then get hooked up. It's not like a simple generator you may have in your garage, or maybe you have a small backup generator in your car or something. This is a big old giant industrial type generator. So having this type of a battery pack on the right facility will get us those 2 to 3 hours that you're in that gap. So this will help with that sustainability as well in an emergency management situation, but having just a regular facility go down during, a regular power outage, or, somebody hits a transformer, in the right facility, that those 2 to 3 hours can also be what it takes for Encore to come out and fix, or, something else of that nature. So I'm in full support of these backup battery packs being put in, and also it will add to reducing the emissions that is part of our CCAP. So thank you all for bringing this amendment. I'm definitely going to support all three, but I just wanted to give a little bit of why I want to support number 18 is in the event for those emergency management situations. Getting a generator that we did purchase a lot of money for, that can be a big difference as well for somebody who's in need of heat or lights, or whatever it is that you actually need that power. And I think that also gives our staff the ability to continue working and communicating with other folks if they need to as well through that facility. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Chairwoman Mendelson, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. My first question is going to be about number 17. I'm generally supportive of this, but I do have a number of questions for HR or Kim Tolbert. Or I can ask the city manager, however you'd like.
You can ask me.
Okay. How does, do you feel like this security division is at the proper pay grade right now?
So, thank you, Councilwoman. I don't know if the question is the right question. I think we've done.
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me?
I'm
That's the
saying,
question I would like you to actually address.
So I don't think the question is the right question specific to, we've done improvements and increased their salaries in years past. And so we are continually trying to be competitive. And so we've done that, and we often look at it. So I'm saying to you, the amendment that was made was not our amendment. And so Jack and his team put aside resources to support any increase that might be necessary. And I had this conversation with Councilmember Basil Dua, even as he was preparing the amendment. So when it comes to being competitive, I think it's something that is probably needed. Knowing what that amount is, I think from an HR perspective, they've got to go through pay in class to figure out what that is, and the cascading effect on existing personnel, not just the internal hires right now. The $18 an hour bump was going to be an automatic adjustment that might have helped at the bottom end, but there may need to be more, and I think that's what these resources are for. And so I didn't mean to offend when I said it wasn't the right question. I wanted to put.
But you didn't actually answer the question I'm asking you, which is, are they in the right pay grade?
So, again,
Are you refusing to answer my question?
no, because are they in the right pay grade? There's
Okay.
There's an hourly salary that we're talking about. So the question is that amount
No,
for?
that's not what the question is. The question is, are they in the right pay grade? That's what my actual question is.
So Councilman, we'll get back to you on that question.
Is there anyone who can answer the question, or is?
No, I don't think anybody from HR is here and available to answer the question. Because, again, I'm trying to answer the question. I'm not quite sure when she's saying pay grade. I guess I'd
Can
like
you
to-
tell us what the pay grade is for this position?
Let me have one of my team members tell you what it is.
If you need more time, that's fine. I mean, I don't think anyone's trying to stump anybody here. I think that we need to get the question answered if we have someone who can.
Whoops, David Hughes. Our starting security personnel come in at a grade 4, which is the starting salary, and that is $34,719, goes up to $50,565 at the top out.
And may I ask you, Chief Hughes, do you believe this is the right pay grade for these positions?
I'm going to be very careful how I answer this question. I think that, as talked about from many of the council members today, the security officers do a tremendous amount of work. We have difficulty in hiring personnel at the current salary. We have retention issues. So looking at it from that perspective, increasing their pay is going to help us in those areas. I know the compensation study has been done and done comparisons to both private security and other cities. And so I think we have to look at it from the perspective of what do we as a city want to pay the people that are tasked with an important job of keeping not only our elected officials, but all of our city employees at all of the facilities protected. And is that comparative to other cities that are paying their security force maybe more or less, but maybe don't do the same job and don't do it in the way that our folks do? So it's a very difficult question to specifically answer of should they be at a 5 or a 6 instead of a 4? I don't know. I think we look at it from a different perspective and we say, this is what we expect. This is the difficulties that we're encountering right now as we have them in a grade 4 that we need to overcome. And if that means we have to put them in a different grade in order to hire and retain, then that's what we need to do.
So I guess where I'm going with this is, do you think the pay grade 4 is paying the appropriate dollar amounts, or do you think this position should actually be a 5? Or do you think they're fine where they're at?
I think we need to pay them more because I think that we have 27 vacancies right now that we need to fill. And I know that we are having trouble attracting people and hiring, not just with the security force. It's just one of the areas that we're having to make adjustments in this budget so that we can hire people. The workforce is much more competitive now and we're struggling. And so if that's a 5, I don't know. I'll leave that to HR compensation to figure out as we look at whatever money is ultimately allotted to increase their pay. Then we do have to go through the process of making sure that as we take those funds, where do they appropriately fit within the pay grades. So I don't know if a 5 is the appropriate pay grade or not, but I do believe that that the folks that are working here are worthy of an increase.
So of the 15 elected officials on this horseshoe, only 5 of them were here when the compensation study was done. My understanding is it's been fully implemented at this point. Is that correct, Nina?
Phases 1 and 2 they have been implemented. We continue to work on compression, which is the following phase, and it's a little bit of a ongoing process.
Okay.
You reach it and then you need to start all over again.
But the compression doesn't actually address the market forces. And so my question for you is, do you think that grade 4 is appropriate in terms of the dollar amounts, or is it that this position should really go to grade 5, or are they actually in the right place?
I believe we need to take a second look at it with more information. I would not like to say, just a grade 5 or 6. I think we need to look at the specifics of this position. Typically, when we find that we have a lot of attrition or we have difficulty hiring, as is the case with this position, that is an indicator that we need to move forward and, there's action needed. So we work ongoing with departments to make sure that when those situations happen, that we take note and act. We have a compensation consultant that works with us ongoing, so we can definitely review this particular position if it's not already in the queue to do so.
And do you think there's other positions in grade 4 that are facing the same challenge?
I believe that there are positions in all grades that need to be looked at again in light of the data that we find month to month when we look at vacancies and difficulty in hiring. And sometimes it's a matter of, making the positions more accessible. There are certain markets that, for instance, electricians, that is just different factors that contribute in addition to pay. to difficulties hiring. So I would say there are several positions that we can look at again, and we continue to look. It's almost like there are on a revolving queue because the market is constantly changing.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I agree with you. I think that we need to look at a lot of our different jobs. I think department after department comes to us and says they're struggling with hiring. And although the compensation study, which I believe was 2018, that is like irrelevant to us today. Like everything has changed since then. And so I agree that this particular position has the challenge of working with all of us, and they do have to be on site, and I think we ask a lot of them, and I know why there's turnover. I can see it in talking to them. I can hear the things they're saying, that this is a tough job and they could find another job somewhere else. So, but for our pension, probably we would have an even greater challenge. So I'm supportive of number 17, but we do need to have this discussion about paying people appropriately at City Hall. And I don't think, with all due respect to Chairman Bazaldua, I don't think it's right for us to be individually bringing forward specific positions. I did it with the marshals previously because we were in such an extreme situation, but we really need you guys to bring that forward to us instead of it being council-driven. And then for my last question about the batteries, sorry, I want to look at the time there. Can someone explain, I'm sorry, I'm not on this committee. I really don't know that much about battery packs. I'm wondering if you can explain, is this actually for emergency management, or is there an ongoing use for it? And is there a plan where this is intended for emergency? Because I know we got a big briefing about the generators and seemed pretty thought out, and I was just wondering how this is fitting in with that.
Sure, thank you. John Johnson with Building Services. As a part of the current solar projects that we have, the 3 underway, battery backups were not spec'd and were not a part of that process. And we found through our research that it is more cost effective to add battery backups to a system when it's being designed than to go back and retrofit. So in advance of the anticipated amendment, we did a case study for a future facility that we're looking at for solar as well as battery backups. And for the particular location that we've spec'd, the cost of the solar system is around $495,000, and then adding 1 hour and 40 minutes of battery backup to that same system is around $487,000.
Okay, and then help me understand, is this meant for City Hall?
The battery backup?
Mm-hmm.
No, ma'am.
So it just says at city facility, and I'm wondering, has a city facility been identified?
So for the case study, we were looking at Bachman Recreation Center to use that as an example, because on our plan that we have for solar and future facilities, it's next up for solar, and adding it to the system while it's being designed is more cost effective, so that's why we used it as an example.
And have you considered that maybe we need it to be for like Jack Evans or somewhere where there's emergency operations happening?
So a lot of those facilities that are deemed for public safety already have generators, and then they also have UPS systems and a few that are uninterrupted power supply that cover the equipment and electronics until the generator turns on, typically within a minute or two.
And do you anticipate that Bachman is an evacuation center, or, I mean, like, how would you have picked that one?
So the criteria for selecting solar is based on a number of different variables, but it uses the energy benchmarking data. It provides a minimum offset of at least 30% of the energy used for the facility. It's in consideration of identified equity areas and then public-facing buildings.
And have we sheltered people there previously?
I do believe so, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, thanks for the information.
Certainly.
Sorry, I just got to do a little checking here. I think Ms. Willis, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. I will go back to item 17 with regard to the security division. And it does sound like there may be some things to work out with regard to grade, but I think that's something that I would support this amount so that it could be worked out, but that we would know that that support is there. I mean, it sounds like the marketplace is telling us a little bit about what our current rate is. I also am a believer in leadership, and if we want others in this city to, pay adequately and fairly, I think we need to be a leader in that regard. On the solar or on the battery pack, again, I know this is expensive. I think the first steps of all of this are going to be expensive, but every step we can take with regard to respecting the CPAC, I am in support of. And then I did have a question going back to 16, and I may have missed this. I think that when this was discussed, it was talking about adjacent waterways to the Trinity. I mean, I've got Joe's Creek and Bachman Creek that are along the North Haven Trail that have a lot of litter after storms. Would they be eligible for this these cleanup dollars?
Good afternoon. One of the things that we are going to work with the park department to get you for those park properties. So remember, each creek of the 700 miles, only 161 is owned by the city of Dallas. So there's a number of private properties around those and adjacent to them. So this particular amendment was to address that's in the lower end by those chains of wetlands, by the Santa Fe Trestle Trail, right? And we always forget that word, get you in there for you, right? So this particular amendment was for those areas. We do have a lot of overbanking up there. It doesn't mean that some of the Joe's Creek, some of 5 Mile, some of White Rock, those are all also part of the reimbursement programs. So we'll get you the full comprehensive list and work with parks as we move forward to maybe make some adjustments.
So you're saying it could be a possibility?
There's a
if it's
possibility they're
city-owned?
already doing it within the reimbursement, and they are probably doing it within their cycle, but they are not here today. They're at a conference, and so we have basic information to get through this piece.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Ridley, recognized for 5. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Atkins. Got to skip you for now, Mr. Ridley.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting 16, 17, 18. Question on 17, my main concern is number 1. Can I speak to someone HR again? Did we do a survey in HR about pay with employees in the city of Dallas?
Yes.
And we did a study, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that done in 2018?
It was done initially in 2018, and then it was reviewed again after the pandemic. There were significant changes during that time, so we worked with our consultant to identify any areas that may have fallen behind. So we have been continuing to look at, without doing a full-blown compensation study, just to look at what are the percentages that may have in general affected jobs, not job by job, but in general the job market and the region, and have adjusted accordingly.
Was there a difference in 18 with pay after the pandemic? Did it show a big increase in pay scale?
There's some positions that have changed significantly and others have not. The city has a wide variety of jobs. I would say that for some jobs, like for instance, minimum wage jobs, we are on target or ahead of the majority of employers in the region. And when we're looking at our lower earners, we have been a lot more focused on those employees and in ensuring that those employees' salaries are addressed. There's certain areas in which we have done quite a bit of work and we have made progress, and there is other areas in which we could do a lot more. So unfortunately, the gamut of positions is such that I cannot say yes or no because it depends on the job.
Is the city security personnel is a minimum wage job?
The city security personnel is above minimum wage.
It's a minimum wage job.
Excuse me? It's a low wage job? What I would say is...
Define that. My question is it a low wage job? Is this a scale job? How do you classify the job description of the city security personnel? Where do they fit in the city?
Well, I was referring to lower wage jobs, typically we look at positions that are under $50,000 as lower wage. So some of the positions in the security group are under, the majority I would say, and there's a few that are over. So it depends on the person's tenure. It depends also on, if they're a senior staff or it's an entry-level position. So they may be under or over 50,000.
Okay, I remember that this is not a first time, and thank you, Chairman Bowser, bringing this up. This ain't the first time this came up. I don't believe this is a city council-driven amendment. I believe it's a personnel driven. I believe that it came up many years ago about the classification of the security at City Hall. And I believe, I hope that when you did do the study and the survey in comparison in the universe in the other city, is a current salary scale compares it to other cities? Have you compared this wages with Houston or San Antonio? If so, who do you compare with? Are we in a low tier or middle tier or what?
We aim for the mid of the market. So we compare to all large municipalities in Texas and most municipalities in the region in North Texas. And depending on the job, we may compare it to private sector. For instance, positions that someone could go and work in the private sector, will also compare it to private sector jobs.
Okay, I guess I'm kind of confused. I'm just trying to make it simple. Have you compared the city security personnel job with other city security personnel job, the wages? Have you had a comparison?
Yes.
And what is that comparison? Was it high or low?
We're not high or low.
So what are we then?
In the middle. We are actually with the when we work on the compensation study, any position that was high basically was frozen. Any position that was low was brought to market. So we are not currently lagging the market, if that is your question.
Oh, okay, I guess I'll make it simple. In layman terms, when you did the study and you did a comparison with other cities, Houston, San Antonio, whatever, what was the going rate they were paying in Houston? What was the rate they were paying in San Antonio or Austin, Texas, compared to the rate that we're paying in the city of Dallas?
I cannot tell you specifically. I do not remember at the time, but what I can tell you is we moved it. If it was under market, it was moved to market,
Okay.
which means we're paying the average of the market.
Okay, what I would like to do, Mr. City Manager in HR, I would love to have a comparison with other cities in Pacific of the city security personnel, compares what they pay other cities. Same thing we do with our police department, with a police officer. We've raised their salaries up to $60,000 because we're losing them. And I see that we got 27 vacancies right now. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So we do have an issue in pay scale. So we got issue in pay scale. I just want to see it so I can make a decision. I do support this amendment and thank Chairman Balazu for bringing it up, but this ain't the first time this came up. I mean, this has been coming every year over and over. I just want to have a comparison and see, are we doing what we should do to all personnel and all employees of the city of Dallas?
We can provide a comparison for that particular position. To compare all employees, we will need to engage in another compensation study.
Right.
And that is actually something that needs to be brought forth as for the budget is sizable.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. HR first. Do we have a salary compensation plan that provides for compensation based on experience and performance for our security members?
Yes.
All right, so do we have a plan in place that compensates an officer who's been on the job for 3 years in such a way that a person coming in brand new with no experience is not making more than the officer who's been here for 5 years?
That is what the phase 3 of the compensation study is aimed to do, is to address that compression. As we are raising the bottom of the grade, basically, I think employees with more tenure, their salaries become closer to employees with less tenure.
All right, so the question is, do you, as an HR person then, do you think it's fair to the officers who are giving us security that someone who comes in brand new makes more than someone who's been here working with us for 1, 2, 3, 4 years and more?
That typically doesn't occur in that particular group of employees. It may occur in a different group of employees, for instance, an IT
It may occur where?
resource. Excuse me?
I didn't understand what you're saying.
I believe your question is, and please let me know if I'm wrong, but I believe
Okay, let me break it like this. Do we have officers on board right now, I'm calling them officers, who are paying with experience, who are making less than incoming officers with no experience?
I don't believe so.
All right, so I would like to check with you on that. Could I speak with Chief Hughes? Thank you.
Yes,
Chief,
ma'am.
what would be the expectations of the security force here in the building and through other facilities?
I would have the same expectation of the
I
security.
can't hardly hear you.
I would have the same expectation of the security force here internally from a safety and security standpoint that I would of the marshals or the police department when they're responding to a situation. Same as the security folks that are responding to a situation within City Hall.
Do our officers here have guns
Yes,
with bullets at work?
yes,
All right, so you're telling me that it may come with a situation may come where they may have to use their weapons, possibly?
yes.
Depends on the scenario. All right. So what we're seeing some changes in scenarios where I think we're beginning to see more of a need to have security. And so you're telling us that we have 20-plus vacancies. Can you share, are you savvy in terms of why they're leaving? Or have you said that and we missed it?
No, I don't think it's a situation in which all of a sudden we've seen an exodus of security officers. I think it's an ongoing situation where we've had difficulty being fully staffed. I couldn't even tell you going backwards how long it's been since the security force has been fully staffed at 100%. I would venture to guess that it's been a number of years, and so it's not any one thing that has happened recently. It's just a situation where we're a little bit behind the curve, and now we need to catch up.
So do we have exit interviews where they actually give us reasons for separation?
We do, and I can give you some anecdotal information that I get. I'm not a part of the exit interviews, but typically what we see is oftentimes they are leaving to a different department within the city. So we're not necessarily losing the employee out of the city, but they're seeking better opportunities within the city, and I think that's why Councilmember Basil Dua checked those other departments.
Right.
And because we do see that. We see them going to other departments. I think we've seen some leaving to go to the outside sector to work in security, but I think the majority, from what I've heard since I've been in this role, is that they're leaving to go to other departments within the city.
And so those other departments more than likely would have a higher salary?
Correct.
All right. So the next piece is, thank you, Mr. Balzadua, for pushing this forward again. But I think where we are as a council, as we do with all other employees with safety, public safety being number one, I do have some concerns about even the way the diagram, the way this building is set up, and there are some opportunities for invasions that are concerning to me. And so I want someone who wants to be on the job and doesn't have to make a decision if I want to put myself at risk because I'm only making $15 an hour. I don't know if I feel like getting pistol whipped today. So I want someone who is fully serviced, supported, and know that they have our support. So bottom line is, I would say, I need all the security to know that I support them 100%, and whatever we can do as a council, Mr. Balzula, thank you for continuing to work. We need to make sure they're compensated and make sure that no one feels that they are being cheated because someone who just walked in the door is making $4,000 or $5,000 more than they have, and they've been here 10, 15, 20 years. So we just have to imagine a day at City Hall without any security at all and see what that really feels like. So I do support this, and I hope that as we move forward, we understand that security is qualified, bona fide. From what you're saying here, they pretty much function almost as a police officer. Am I correct? Almost.
Correct,
All right.
and inside City Hall, within
Right.
their jurisdiction, yes.
Right, and sometimes if we have to ask, and the mayor has to say, we may have to have you removed, then that decision comes, do I want to put myself in a position with this wild person right here for $12 an hour? So, bottom line, thank you so much for Mr. Balzadua for giving me this opportunity. I wasn't going to say much, but I do support wholeheartedly public safety from this building, security, all the way to DPD. And I want to make sure that they're compensated and supported so that we're safe and we can do our jobs and without fearing of any harm to us as we work day to day. Thank you for all that you've done as well, Chief.
Mr. Ridley, you're recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could I have Mr. Johnson come back? As I see it, there are two possible justifications for Amendment 18, adding batteries to a solar PV system on a city facility. One is resilience. In the event of a power outage in the grid, a solar-powered city facility is unaffected. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
The solar panels continue to generate electricity for that facility.
Up to the point that they can, what they offset in electricity of the building's use, yes, sir.
Right. A battery doesn't extend the resiliency of a solar-powered building, does it?
It can, if it's charged appropriately, it can power a portion of it. And so for the example that we had spec'd with Bachman Recreation Center, the battery was estimated to provide 1 hour and 40 minutes of power to the facility.
Okay, so a handful of days a year that the power grid goes down, I think in the last year it may have been 3, then the battery system would extend, well, how would that benefit a solar-powered building? That that the solar panels don't already provide enough electricity?
Correct. So based on the roof space, the solar panels would not be charged. The solar panels would not charge the battery. We would then purchase the power from TXU or our provider to charge the battery. Because if you think about the roof space, it's only offsetting a portion. And I believe for the previous examples that we have, it was an average of around 57% of the building's usage was offset by solar. So that means the remainder we were purchasing from the provider. And in the instance of a battery, if the solar panels are insufficient to charge the battery, we would have to acquire the power to charge it from somewhere, which would be purchased.
Well, I'm not talking about how we charge the battery, it's how we use the battery. Under what conditions would the battery operate to increase the resiliency of a solar-powered building?
So if the power were to go off and there was insufficient sunlight or it was after hours, the battery would power the facility for 1 hour and 40 minutes estimated.
Okay. Only on days where there's a power outage in the grid?
Correct.
Now, the other possible justification is that it helps us meet CCAP goals. Now, a solar PV array helps us by reducing our need for fossil fuel generated electricity, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, a battery doesn't have that capacity because it doesn't add anything in terms of electric generating capacity to a solar-powered building, correct?
Only storage of energy.
And so a installing a solar PV array does help us achieve CCAP goals by reducing dependence on fossil fuel-generated electricity because it's an independent, renewable source of energy, correct?
Correct. It's offsetting a portion of the energy the building uses.
Correct. But the batteries don't have that capacity to independently generate electricity, right?
No, sir. They have to be charged from somewhere, either a generator, the solar panel, or purchased power.
And so putting $500,000 into an additional solar PV array would make that building less dependent, a new building that isn't currently in the budget, would make that building less dependent on fossil fuel generated power for 365 days a year, correct?
Yes, sir.
A battery doesn't have that capacity.
Correct. It has to be charged from somewhere. So the
Right.
solar, purchased, or generator.
And with regard to the generators that we authorized in last year's budget, we authorized, and I mentioned in my first statement, 8 power generators. Those are permanently established at critical city facilities, correct?
Correct. Those
They're
identified.
not portable that have to take 2 or 3 hours to start up, are they?
No, sir. They're permanently attached to the building infrastructure.
And so when the grid goes down, they immediately start generating power.
Yes, sir. Within 1 to 2 minutes, typically.
And that's what makes those facilities resilient in the event of a power outage. That is the purpose of those generators being there.
Yes.
And can you tell us about their the efficiency of those generators?
So for the 8 that were spec'd for the future resiliency centers, they are energy efficient and environmentally friendly, or as much as they can be, using diesel or natural gas.
Thank you.
Ms. Mendelson, you're recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask, you know, Councilmember Ridley is making a good point about spending $500,000 to be able to extend power for 1 hour and 40 minutes if the grid happens to go down, which of course could also happen at like midnight when nobody's even at the rec center. So I guess my question is, how much is it to install a solar array like on another building?
I think it depends on the power requirements of it. So it depends on how powerful the solar system needs to be to offset the amount of power that's used for a building. So it varies by building.
How about $500,000?
Well, for the example that we used with Bachman Recreation Center, for just the solar and not for the battery backup, we estimated that that would cost around $495,000.
So you could do a whole nother rec center, which would then offset our electricity costs every day that it's open.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm on my second. I'll leave that to Councilmember Ridley to make a motion if he'd like to.
Can I do so on your time?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. I ran out of time. I would like to propose an amendment to Amendment 18, keeping the source of funds the same and amending the use of funds to add funding for a solar PV system at an additional city facility in the same amount.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
You're welcome to use my time.
Well, we're now on a whole new motion,
that's
really.
true.
Okay.
I hope that's not really cause for celebration and you guys run with it like, you know, but.
I'll keep my
Yeah,
comments
but the answer is
brief.
yes,
Does that
you have 5 minutes
help?
now on the new motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's apparent from Mr. Johnson's comments that providing or paying $500,000 for batteries at a solar-powered city facility is not cost-effective. It really doesn't accomplish anything. At most, it fills in on the electric needs in the event that the grid goes down to supplement the solar facility that's already operational. But with $500,000, we could make a whole nother city facility resilient by putting solar panels on it, 365 days a year of power generation. That's a much more efficient use of our dollars than a standby battery system that might operate a handful of days a year.
Chairwoman Schultz, you're recognized for 5 minutes on Mr. Ridley's amendment to Amendment 18.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is someone from the OEQ. my question is, what will putting the battery in accomplish for us as a city? We know what solar arrays accomplish. What, in your professional opinion, will this do for us by adding this battery?
Susan Alvarez, Office of Environmental Quality and Sustainability. That's a wonderful question. One of the things I probably need to clarify is that if you have solar on a building and the grid goes out, because that solar can contribute to the grid, it gets turned off as well. And so you have lights out even if you have solar. I know that from personal experience. So if you have the battery, what happens is your system switches over to the battery like it would a generator. So it's a way of keeping the lights on, keeping the water running, that sort of thing in a facility.
So my question to you, though, in this case, where we know that it's really not going to do a lot because it'll only give us an hour and 40 minutes, what would be the point of investing at this point in a battery system?
I think the biggest benefit, if you would, is to help us transition off of fossil fuel and to be able to test out to see how it works, to be that, have that 1 hour, 2 hours worth of storage in your facility. It helps us transition to a more renewable, cleaner energy overall. One of the other aspects of having a battery, even if you have minimal storage on it, is that in the cases of peak load, you can transition over to using part of your battery storage, which helps to pull our usage off of the grid down, so that we're not, on those days when it's 84,000 kilowatts and they're saying, please cut back on your energy, we can switch over to the battery and not be contributing towards that pull on the grid during those peak hours.
So colleagues, let me just explain kind of the way I look at it. This is not meant to be an emergency backup system. So if we think that it is, this is a bad decision. So that's not what this is meant to be. What this is meant to be is for us to take that first step on the moon. That first step is expensive, it was hard, it changed the world. And so the idea of this battery is for us to do our very first step towards something that we've never done as a city, which is to begin to look at this kind of technology as a model for us. It's gonna be expensive, it's not gonna be efficient, it's not gonna be save the day in the case of the grid. This isn't about that. This is about taking steps toward activating the CCAP. And we can wait years and years until maybe battery costs go down and all of that, or we can take a step now and learn from it and figure out what's efficient, what's effective, even though it's expensive to do it. So that's why I'm supporting it. We can, like I said, we can wait or we can take those first steps. But please don't tell your constituents if this passes that this is about resilience from power outages, because right now this is not that. This is about taking a step on the moon.
All right, before we continue, I just want to remind members that we're talking about now, Mr. Ridley has amended specifically number 18 in a particular way, and we shouldn't have the whole conversation again on the underlying amendment, but how he would like to change it. So I'll recognize the Deputy Mayor Pro Tem for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Chair Schultz for really getting that great explanation about the battery packs. And so I won't be supporting the amendment to change, and for all the reasons that she stated, but also, so it's about $500,000 to install a new building with solar is what we've been told. And so if I recall, in the last Environment and Sustainability Committee meeting, staff actually mentioned that with the potential of new design build, that it could cost $250,000 for battery pack installation as we move forward. So we're not sure where we're at right now as far as price goes, but as it was stated, I'm trying not to discuss the other item because I want to get back to the battery packs. So, this is, as it's stated, is new technology, and it is going to be expensive. You know, if you look at people's homes, they're also adjusting from solar to other options as well for backup. And this is something that we need to move forward with in order to make our CCAP happen. So I won't be supporting the amendment, and hopefully my colleagues follow and do not support it as well, so we can have a better discussion on the battery packs. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Basil Dewey, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Pro Tem, and to Chairwoman Schultz. Chairwoman Schultz made great points that I would have liked to have honed in on as well. I just want to reiterate that this initial investment is something that we have to consider, that this amendment is something I will not support because it is laid out as logical as supposed to be a return on investment is the way that I just heard it laid out. But the reality of it is any of this technology is not going to see a clear return on investment. That's just the reality. Solar panels on the roof isn't going to have a clear return on investment. Just the utility line item that we're saving is not going to pay for the solar panels that we're putting up on the roof. So we have to also be very transparent and genuine on what it is that we're investing in, because that's not a wash in itself. Is that accurate?
That's correct. One other thought is with the federal funding coming out of the Inflation Reduction Act, conceivably we could use any funding from our own budget to leverage federal funding and get a little bit more capacity that way.
Thank you. Thank you. So I just want to make sure that we're looking at this opportunity as a what we've heard often in many departments, big audacious goal, opportunity to make this more of an investment into a goal, an overall arching goal. And I think just putting more dollars into more solar panels doesn't necessarily get us any closer to that big audacious goal, and it doesn't equate to getting us any closer to a return on investment, as it was mentioned that this would do any more than what I originally proposed. This would essentially just do more of the same. So I would like for us to be a little bit more innovative than just doing more of the same when it comes to technology and environmental justice. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Ridley, recognized for 3 minutes on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's very well to be idealistic and say we need to embrace the future and we need to adopt new technology. But where the rubber meets the road, when we come to allocate hard dollars and tax money, we need to know what the functional result of that expenditure is going to be. I have yet to hear any explanation for a justification for batteries to the tune of $500,000. They don't independently generate power. They don't replace the grid, as solar energy panels do. They operate 365 days a year on sunny days. And they can power a large portion of a building's electrical needs, making it independent of the electric grid. Batteries won't do that, at least not beyond an hour and a half. And we can generate the power to supply the building for an entire year for the cost of a few days of when the grid goes out that we might want to use the batteries. And so I am comparing it on a comparative basis in terms of the bang for the buck. For the same cost, we can power a whole new facility with solar, and for that cost, what do we get for a battery? It's a pretty easy comparison. We get very little.
Chairman Mendelson, you recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I think today we've seen there's some philosophical differences, and I'll just say that our tax dollars are not our own, and we need to be very careful with how we spend our residents' money. They're trusting us to spend it wisely, and Councilmember Ridley's amendment to add an array that can actually lower our energy costs 365 days a year, instead of investing $500,000 in an experiment that's either for emergency management or some other nondescript project that we're going to figure out, is pretty clear to me on what course of action to take. So my goal is to help make the city more efficient, and how wonderful that it will reduce our dependence on the electricity and reduce our electric bills. So I am very much in support of Councilmember Ridley's amendment. Thank you.
All right. So let me walk you through what we need to do now procedurally. We're still just taking straw votes. So now the straw vote, you're going to show a card to indicate your support or opposition to Mr. Ridley's amendment, okay? And it's specifically to item 18.
Red.
With majority of the council members voting in opposition, the motion on Amendment 18 fails.
Okay. So now what that means is we're back to where we were before. 16, 17, and 18 are still before you. And if there's no other discussion, then I will just sort of, Mr. Ridley?
Mr. Mayor, yes, I'd like to request independent votes on each
Yeah,
of the
we will.
amendments.
I was going to do that because this is all informal anyway. So on 16, if you'll indicate by showing your card.
Green.
With majority of the members of council voting in favor, the Amendment 16 moves forward, Mr. Mayor.
If on 17, you'll indicate by showing your card.
Green.
With majority of the council members voting in favor, Amendment 17 moves forward, Mr. Mayor.
And if you'll indicate by showing on number 18, your card, please.
Green.
With majority of the city council members voting in favor, Amendment 18 moves forward, Mr. Mayor.
Wonderful. Mr. City Manager, is there any other business before the council today that we need to take care of? City Attorney, anybody?
Open microphone speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Secretary, I'll let you take over and take us to the open microphone speakers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll recite the speaker guidelines. Speakers must observe the same rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct applicable to members of the City Council. Any speaker making personal, impertinent, profane, or slanderous remarks, or who becomes boisterous while addressing the City Council will be removed from the room for those individuals that are in the audience. Individuals will be given 3 minutes to speak. Your time will be on the monitor at the podium shortly. Also, please be aware that individuals are not allowed during their public comments to address a city council member by name. Address your comments to Mayor Johnson only. Your first speaker, when we get the podium set up, would be Edward Sebesta.
Testing. An individual and his religious group is given prestige, credibility, and legitimacy when selected to give an invocation before a prestigious body. This summer and early September, invocations of the Dallas City Council have been an extended summer of blistering yet stealth homophobia. 5 of the 8 invocators are from churches, institutions, organizations, which are the enemies. And given the current lawsuit against PrEP coverage, it's not excessive to say the mortal enemies of gay people. In reverse order of the invocations, Russell Freeman of the Cottonwood Creek Baptist, chosen by Mayor Johnson, has a YouTube Bible class against gays. The Cottonwood Creek Church has a class on how not to let your love for your child interfere with your religious bigotry. And he is part of the leadership of the Southwest Theological Seminary, which is on the worst list of campus pride. Rochia Green of the extremely anti-gay Denison Forum, based in Dallas, was chosen by Mendelsohn. Jim Denison wasted no time in exploiting monkeypox to attack gays as part of his ongoing, relentless series of attacks on gay people. He opposes efforts to stop the bullying of gay students and fought gay marriage. His book, Coming Tsunami, sees gays and critical race theory leading to an apocalyptic disaster. Nick Pitts, president of Dallas Christian Leadership Prayer Preface, chosen by Janie Schultz, has articles in the Denison Forum, which disappeared, but were found in the Internet Archive. He feels that gays can be converted to be straight, same-sex marriage is dangerous, and condemns an evangelical church in San Francisco that accepts gays. Jesse Perez and Mando Perico, selected by Adam Balzaldua, are from Victory Outreach Church, a denomination global in its scope, and compares being gay to stealing, swindling, and drug addiction, and believes that being gay can be cured. Dr. Adam C. White, president of Dallas Baptist University, was chosen by Mayor Johnson. DBU is also on the worst list of campus pride, and whose contact code bans gays. You don't have to visit Steadfast or Westboro Baptist Church to find vicious homophobia. You can find it slithering, stealth promoted, right here in the Dallas City Council. Further, there are those who claim to be defenders of the LGBT, but in reality, in the defense against homophobia, they are the Uvalde police. Dallas City
Your
Council.
time has expired.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Joseph
By the way,
Kaner.
before we go on, I just want to say, I thank you for, I noticed you waited patiently all day to say what you needed to say. I'm going to read this carefully and talk about what we can do to think through this issue, but I appreciate the patience and the respectfulness that you address this council with, and the effort you put into this. It means a lot. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Joseph Kaner. Joseph Kaner is not present. Renee Lubano. Renee Lubano is not present. Cheryl Edinburgh is canceled. Benny Walker.
Good afternoon, and to the council and to Mr. Eric Johnson. We've been fighting for a long time down in the bottom for my mama's property, and we opened the doors to the community, Operation 10th Street, to help the students to do their community services. So we was doing the program, Halloween, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. We was putting everything together, and all of a sudden code came out and destroyed the program. They're getting ready to tear down my mom's property for no reason at all. There's nothing wrong with the property. It's maybe being in a bad spot because it's new development. It don't look right. But the schools and the community center don't have room for the stuff that we designed to put in a storage. So it's displayed on the streets so the parents and stuff can see their student, their child work. So I'm here to tell you, this is for you. It's been a hard day, and there's no more crying for me. I'm tired trying to fight code when you're in compliance. People come from anywhere because they want to come from anywhere. And I just don't understand it. When you do something right, and it's always wrong, just because of code. So this is your song I played for you when I first met you. I wish you had been with Mr. Bragnett, with TC, over in the 10th Street Historical District, because we will have our streets paved we would have a better looking spot. They got the park deck over there next to us, and we bumping. It's terrible. But we the last one to do what? Get fixed. So I am very sorry that I'm coming up here today to meet you when you was 100. As a city mayor today, I can't do nothing. Can't do a thing but play this music for you. And everybody around here, you know what's going on in 10th Street. Let the people that live there for the years they lived there, help them out instead of push them out. So it's been a long time coming. I'm gonna leave the 27 minutes to the music. And I don't want to get loud, get thrown out. Peace.
Thank you. This concludes your open microphone speakers for this meeting, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there anything else we take care of today?
No further business, Mr. Mayor.
All right, members, it's 4:47 p.m. and this meeting of the Dallas City Council is adjourned. Thank you very much.